Yo, it's your boy.
I hope they didn't pick up your stolen. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here on the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friended Forever.
Jazz hands. Woo!
And today, let's start this with this amazing animation by David Aragon.
Which is interesting, and shows again a bias towards skin color in regards to that, where recently we just had the Kenosha shooter who actively killed 2 people, whether that was in defense or not. He was holding a live weapon. He had just fired it.
A live weapon.
Goes to a dead weapon, yeah.
Yeah. A thinking, sentient weapon. It could not help
That's
but kill
Kyle's
people.
defense, Adam. He didn't shoot anyone. His gun did.
The gun was sentient.
The gun came. Hi, Kyle. I'm here to protect you from looters and rioters. Let me shoot this crazy Black Lives Matter Antifa people rushing you down the streets. It's not gonna work, Kyle. I got you.
I'm gonna spit some red now.
Oops, I hit him. Oops, I shot a man in the face.
Oh my
Wonderful,
God,
David.
that was amazing.
Amazing, David.
Here, I'll let the credits play out while we talk.
Amazing. Yes, please do subscribe.
Yes, yes. It's both David's channel and ours.
Yes, wonderful.
That was amazing and pretty similar to a video that you did a while back. Didn't you have like a talking gun in one of your videos?
Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. I had the what was even the topic of that? Why did I do that?
I don't know, but it was one of your funniest videos and chronically underwatched. I knew it's so funny. You get kind of a feel for the algorithm once you start doing this stuff. And the stuff that you really, really want to do because you're like, this is breaking the rules, nobody's going to get and is never going to get shared and watched.
Remember, there was like this weird non-binary leftist lady or whatever gender pronouns she used. Or it was queer kid stuff.
Queer kid stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and she had the little puppets that or the dolls she always talked to. So mine was like ultra manly man stuff, and it was a guy who just buff arms talking to his puppet sidekick gun. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember
when I used to make videos and wasn't terrible?
What do you mean? We're great. We're here for people every week. Let's get
yeah!
into the video.
That's right. Today we'll be watching very widely requested AOC's rant after the Capitol Hill quote-unquote protest. It's so funny because I'm like, I can't even put Capitol Riot like in the title because I know the algorithm will just freak out if I do that.
Yeah. No, we're not allowed to say anything controversial, so we won't. We won't say anything controversial.
You can't even describe like reality properly.
Yeah.
Come on, YouTube.
Of course, we said the G word the first minute of this video, so we're definitely demonetized.
What's the G word?
For this one, at least. G-U-N.
Oh, I'm pretty sure saying gun.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Well, our last stream got demonetized, and the reason it got demonetized was it said we had videos displaying violent or graphic events. And I'm like, we didn't play
We didn't play any videos. That's crazy. We finally go and do no videos and we get...
Well, the only thing I could think of, it was because of...
Sargon did get pretty angry, so... Maybe that was it.
No, it was because of the picture.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm like, the picture was... Like it's just a bunch of people yelling in Riot Place, and then someone like in a tiny like pixel is getting maced. Like it's so, God, everything's terrible now. Everything's so terrible.
Sweet.
Anyways,
Minotaur J for $10 says, my next joint is dedicated to you, Adam. A-team for life. Woohoo!
There you
Smoke
go.
them up. Smoke them if you got them. This is going to be a long one, guys. Although at least we have a pretty face to look at. So I will be pausing and I'll be pausing in plenty of uncomfortable places for all of us.
Adam.
What's the matter? AOC has 2 giant assets that I cannot see past. I'm telling you. She's both attractive and she's an economist. Like that's like perfect. That's for the win, right?
Yeah, she has very large economic policies for Adam to delve into and really.
Yeah. She likes to keep those.
Adam really wants to undress AOC's economic policies and get to the bottom.
She likes to keep those coffers filled, brimming over with lots of equity. I like that.
Oh my God! Well, how dare we, Adam? Okay,
what are you talking about?
Cis white males.
She's married to a white guy. She likes white guys.
Talking about
she likes white
pain.
guys.
Okay, she's discussing how she almost died. This is tragic. This is serious.
Oh, well.
This is PTSD. Okay, and we're being misogynist.
I have not seen the video, so this I watched.
Oh, that's your excuse.
I watched about 5. You know, it might have been 2 minutes of this. When she flicks her hair back. Oh my God, my heart. But that's not why I stopped watching. I stopped watching because just the insane things she was saying. I thought, okay, the crew is going to want me to react to this in real time.
That's right.
I don't want to spoil any of it. So.
Adam wants to motorboat AOC's economic policies.
True.
True.
Wait. Who said that?
That's what the chat says. Anyways, let's start with the video.
Hi, everyone. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Oh, my goodness.
First of all,
I know.
Already, this rant is unhinged. You know why? Why the fuck is she filming?
Oh, I know.
Down. She's filming in portrait mode instead of landscape.
Yeah.
What a monster. What a psychopath. I don't care if it's for Instagram. I don't care if Instagram has special portrait only. Fuck that. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. If you film in portrait mode, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
Hey,
Portrait mode.
everybody. How's it going? Thank you for joining. I figured I would take some time to address all of you, answer any and all questions that you may have after this just incredibly violent and traumatizing week for so many people. Hey, everybody. Oh, it's so great to see folks hopping on. Hey, everyone.
Should we start I think we should completely redo our streams now, Adam. I think for the first minute of our streams, we should just say, hey, everyone. Hi, everybody. Hey, everyone. Hi. Hey.
We used to do that. It's not good for new people. New people come in and new people come in with the attitude, who are these stupid fucks? Like, who are these people I hate already?
Hey, Brian K. Hey, Alex.
Hey,
Kava. Hey, Freezer. Hey, Color Commentary. Hey, Roxon. Hey, Stanton High. Hey, Dirty Dans. I'm just reading the names in the chat. I'm gonna be the next AOC.
Hey, Alex.
No, I just wanted to, and I want to talk to each and every one of you about what happened this past week, answer your questions about what happened.
This is politically brilliant, though. The way she makes it an intimate talk with her constituents. I don't know that these are her constituents she's actually talking to, but I mean, she has 1 million followers on Twitter.
You're right. It feels very intimate because whenever I watch someone film in portrait mode, I feel like I'm trapped in a fucking closet with them.
Yeah, totally. What's that game where you get in the closet? 7 Minutes in Heaven? Is that what you're thinking? Is that what you're thinking, Sitch? Look at how dark it is in this closet. All this dark space around us.
I would be concerned if I was in a dark closet alone with AOC, she'd like unhinge her jaw and consume my body with like a gulp or something, like a horrible snake monster.
What's your take on AOC?
I take on AOC.
I am
snake monster.
Everyone knows I'm in love with AOC, so I mean I'm very biased here.
Yes.
I don't know that I could be. And now that I found out, she's an economist. Oh my goodness. I think it's gotten worse.
Then answer your questions about what's happening right now. Answer your questions about what you may have, any questions that you may have about the future, the coming days, weeks, months, frankly, years ahead of us. And I'll start by just lightly describing a little bit of what I went through on Wednesday and what all of us went through. So Wednesday.
Okay, so she's talking.
Oh, you're such a bad person.
What? I have to mention what she's talking about here. She's talking about the Capitol Hill riot. That's what happened on Wednesday. She's not
You guys know what happened last Wednesday?
People
I don't
might
know if
watch
you guys
this.
know what happened.
People are watching our back catalog like crazy. When someone watches this in 6 months, they might not necessarily know what happened on Wednesday. And AOC is doing, even though she's an economist and she's attractive and, you know, she's got a lot going for her. She's not setting this up very well. Like, she's not giving the context very well. So,
Reverend in the chat says,
correct.
Is AOC Adams Hall Pass?
Oh my God. No, we don't get I don't get a hall pass.
As we know, was the president, frankly, assisted by members of Congress, incited an attack on the United States Capitol. This is known as an act of insurrection, an act of sedition. And frankly, he is a traitor to our country, a traitor to the United States. And I don't really think that there's any other way you can put it. Nope. There is no other way to really there's no other way to put it. You attack our democracy, you undermine the elections of one of the most revered democracies in the world, one of the oldest democracies in the world.
Wait, I thought they hated America. What's going on here? Now we're revered? Yeah. This is American exceptionalism we've drifted into here.
America has gone from being a cesspool of systemic white racism, bigotry, blah, 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 to one of the most revered democracies in the entire world.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. She's coming over to our side. Welcome, AOC. America. Where's my flag? America.
It's always good to be nationalistic only when it serves your political interest, right?
Yeah. You're not pausing for any of this stuff. Insurrection, all these terms, all these, loaded terminology she's throwing out here.
Insurrection, evil, blah, blah, blah. But you agree with all that stuff, don't you?
I don't know how you call it anything other than that. I mean, I feel like we all know what was happening. We all know what was going on. Mm-hmm. Yes, he didn't come out, Trump didn't come out and say it in no uncertain terms, but I definitely feel like it was implied. And I mean, people were giving me a hard time for my take last week, but I mean, I had a bunch of people reach out to me and say they liked my take, that their take is very similar to my take, even though, they don't necessarily want to say that because, Trump has put a lot of Trump supporters in an uncomfortable situation because a lot of people have been saying for a long time, oh, Trump would never do that. That Trump would never push it too far. Trump knows his limits. He's just joking. I mean, I've been one of those people, but I think, obviously he did take it too far. So that's my take. I don't think legally, I don't think you could call it insurrection or sedition or any of that stuff.
Right.
Like, I think that's a bridge too far. I think impeaching him is just going to make things worse, even though it's already happened. I mean, but a lot of that is just my pragmatism, and they talk about this a lot in selectorate theory, how if you take leaders and the only way a leader can leave office is by being killed or incarcerated, that incentivizes the next guy that you're giving all of this power to never to leave office, because he knows as soon as he leaves office, he's not safe. And there's some of that even going on here with Donald Trump. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but like if he is genuinely afraid that he's going to be incarcerated, that's might be why he pushed it as far as he did.
Mm-hmm. So I listened to his speech.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
That we were supposed to listen to last week and we never did. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think it was the massive incitement to violence as you thought it was.
Okay.
It just seemed kind of like his very.
You're wrong, but anyway.
It seemed like no. And to be clear, I think I think Trump definitely is to blame for the riot with all his rhetoric, sure. But I don't see that his speech before the riot as like a direct call for people to do.
Wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I agree.
I thought that's what you were saying it was.
I'm saying that you had to read between the lines. I'm not saying that it, like I just said, it wasn't a direct call. He wasn't saying, hey, why don't you guys storm the Capitol and threaten them with physical violence so that they overturn the vote? But he did imply that. How could you watch that and not say that that's what he was implying?
You think, okay, so I guess my question is, do you think from his speech he had an intention that he wanted people to go break into the Capitol from the speech? Is that what you're...
No, I don't think, I think if he would have thought that was a possibility, he wouldn't have done it. But so I could be wrong.
I guess I don't understand what your point is then, because I thought that's what you were just saying.
I do think that he was thinking, an angry mob, they're not going to commit acts of violence or vandalism or anything like that. But I do think he like, what else could a violent mob, what else could an angry mob do other than put pressure on them? Violently.
Okay, so the way that I perceived his speech was, I think he just wanted there to be a large protest of his supporters outside, and he didn't think that the protest would sway Mike Pence or anyone from doing anything, that this is all just him setting up for the future, for him setting up that he's not to blame for the loss, that it's everyone else's fault, for him to set up his new media company he wants to set up after he's not president anymore. It just seemed like more of the same kind of crap that he's always been slinging for 4 years. It didn't seem to me like there was the intention to have people break into the Capitol and insurrect and riot and blah, blah, blah. Now, you can still blame him for that, to say, well, as you said last week,
why
he
did
was
he call...
very imprecise with his words. He was not listening to Jordan Peterson, and you could definitely say he's negligent in that happening. Sure.
If that is the case, what was the purpose of the phone call to Mike Pence to say, Mike Pence, if you don't overturn this election, you're a pussy? What's the purpose of that call if he knows Mike Pence is not going to overturn the election and it's
no. I'm saying at the rally.
But I'm just saying.
I'm not saying he might have thought.
But you just made a claim. You made a claim that he did not believe Mike Pence would overthrow the election, and all of this is for show. If that's the case, why does he pick up the phone and call Mike Pence and go?
Let me be specific. I'm being very narrow. I'm saying in terms of the protests outside the Capitol, I'm assuming he didn't think that protest, assuming he didn't turn to a riot, he didn't think that protest would sway Mike Pence or anyone. I'm not saying he didn't want to pressure Mike Pence earlier by calling him on the phone, by doing X, Y, Z, and all this other stuff.
Even if it's not a physical violence thing, it's just a democracy thing. Like, he wants a show of force. Like, look, I have all of these enthusiastic voters that are not going to vote for you in 2024 if you don't work with me on overturning the election. Like, I don't know what other context was in that conversation with Mike Pence. Like, maybe he's saying, if I'm president for another 4 years, you're in a better position to be president in 2024. Like, why did he call Mike Pence if he didn't believe? I don't buy
the Georgia governor.
Yeah, because he's trying to get the election overturned. I don't buy what you're saying about him not thinking that he could overturn the election.
I'm only talking about in terms of the protest. I'm not talking about in terms of his behavior, up until that point. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
I'm only talking about that speech and wanting the protest. I'm isolating that incident. I'm saying that I don't think Trump thought that speech he was giving and the subsequent protests that would happen at the Capitol afterwards would sway Mike Pence. I'm only talking about that one specific thing.
Why?
I'm not saying overall.
Why even do it? You're saying do it because it sets him up for another.
What do you mean? Because this is what Trump does. He goes out to his rallies and he gives speeches and he stands at a podium and he rambles for like an hour and a half.
Right. So it's just a fun thing for him. He's not thinking, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you watch that whole thing. It's very funny because it's very clear. It's like a 20-minute speech.
He says Pence has to be strong and all this other stuff. I guess we should watch the speech, but
it's very clear from watching, he has like a 20-minute speech, and then he just keeps going because it's just like he's like running out of material. He starts going to all sorts of random directions about every fucking thing he could think of.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I perceive it differently. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, this is the whole problem. Like what the fuck, dude? Everyone's talking about Trump playing 4D chess. 4D chess is, when you need to be clear and when you need to be kind of foggy. This is not the time to be foggy. I don't understand.
Trump is not a 4D chess player.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I believe that
he's
now.
An artsy fartsy independent filmmaker who makes very weird, vague visual statements in a film that are so vague that you can just interpret them however you want. That's the trick that's happening.
Oh, he should have thrown some peaceful protest lines in there and just made everything crystal clear to people. Yeah.
Well, he did say we're going to march to the Capitol and cheer on our, senators or representatives or whatever.
Do you know that they didn't have permits to march down, and that the police had no idea that they were going to march down, and that was like a last minute change?
Yeah, they only had a permit to be there, right? They didn't have a permit to march from wherever the location was.
Correct. Yeah. So they were stepping outside of their permit as soon as they started doing that.
But here's my question: where did Trump go? Did he walk
went to
down
the White
to the Capitol
House?
with them?
He went to the White House.
Yeah, but that's if he had stayed there, he could have stopped the riot from happening.
They were telling him to go on TV and stop it.
And why didn't he?
Why? Maybe he thought Pence might buckle. Maybe he thought, this is great. Pence is gonna.
Maybe someone in the chat knows how long was the riot going on before he released that video that Twitter deleted.
I don't know. I've read the super chat, so I didn't hear you.
Well, I don't remember. Because I don't remember if it was like immediately or if it was like pretty late into the riot or what.
You just want to be able to say that I'm wrong. So you're completely biased on you were watching that video going, Adam's wrong. How can I?
No, that's not it. I'm usually the one that's.
Why did Trump call Pence?
And you're usually the one defending him. I just think it's interesting.
Why did Trump call Pence? Why did Trump call Pence and call him a pussy if he doesn't overturn the election?
Because he wanted Pence to help him overturn the election.
Right. Oh, how can you what? What is taking place in your mind to think that overturning the election is gonna that's chaos. That's mass chaos.
Someone's saying it took 2 to 3 hours for him to do the video. It was after the woman got shot. The riot started before he even finished his speech.
Oh yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to see the timeline.
That the riot was going on as
the riot started before his speech. Yeah.
Man, it's terrible. I had high hopes for Trump. Trump, I think, threw his legacy away. Obviously, he's going to go down in history as the worst president ever. It's sad. It's super sad. It's like a sad situation. Yeah, yeah. Everyone's abandoning him in droves. Yeah, because he took it too far. I it's so funny.
Well, here's what's interesting.
He's going to start blaming. He's going to turn this around. He's going to start blaming everyone that told him. He's going to blame Scott Adams. He's going to say, Scott, you told me there was election fraud. What the fuck? There was no election fraud. Why were you filling me with these?
No. He will never admit to the day he dies that there was no election fraud. That's never going to happen.
Well, it's funny. It would be funny if he did.
It would be.
If he just turned on everyone.
But the thing that's interesting about this is it's like, everyone turned. This is what bothers me. It's like, he's going on and on about the election fraud and all this bullshit for so long, and it's like, but the second that there's like a riot, everyone turns on him. Everyone freaks out. It's like, whoa, everyone turns, which is fine, but it bothers me so much that no one on the left is held responsible for all the riots that they've basically been. I wouldn't say inciting, but have been making excuses for all.
No, they've been inciting him. Haven't you seen the video clips going around of everyone being like, all the people on the left are like, violence, violence, violence.
No, but I don't think, I wouldn't say it's incitement because I don't think Black Lives Matter, Antifa people are watching these politicians and I'm going to do it because they said so. I don't think I don't think those protesters or rioters care that much about that stuff.
No.
But if the politicians and the media had come out hard immediately, like they are now, they'd come out hard against the Antifa and Black Lives Matter rioters, then I agree that that stuff wouldn't have just continued on, because so much of this is just people see that it's acceptable to riot, and so they fucking go out and riot. And that could even be true of what happened on the Capitol.
Seth Zero says Adam switching between saying Trump didn't mean it and he took it too far. Both those things can be true. Like, that's the problem of miscommunication. This is Jordan Peterson. Be precise in your speech. We experience this all the time on YouTube as YouTubers, because we know if we say certain things a certain way, you know, people that don't like us are going to clip them out of context and they're going to share them around, and the Twitter scroll is going to come after us and say, you know, look at these guys. You would think Trump would take this into consideration since he's the fucking president of the goddamn United States.
Yeah, but that's been one of the number one criticisms about him since day one.
He should have learned this with Charlottesville, motherfucker. He should have learned this 3 years ago. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, when two nobodies on the internet know, oh, we shouldn't say it that way. And Sitch and I cover for each other all the time, because Sitch says, "Oh, you don't mean it that way, Adam," because he's hearing the voice, he's hearing the Twitter squirrel in his head going, "Oh no, if Adam says that, he's going to get clipped." And I do the same for Sitch. I think, Sitch, oh, you probably shouldn't say it that way. You know, that sounds anti-Semitic, and not everyone knows you're Jewish. So, come on. Yes, who's covering for Trump? Where's Scott Adams whispering in his, "Hey, don't say it like that. You're going to start a goddamn riot."
Well, no, because Scott Adams is saying, "Oh no, do say it like that because it's genius."
Yes, this is Scott Adams'
master.
Scott Adams has lost all credibility with you. Listen, he's still talking about how Trump is the persuasive master. If Trump is the persuasive master, why do people still believe the Charlottesville nonsense? Not very good persuasion.
Right.
I mean, there's so much nonsense about Trump that people believe, and it's sad because the people in the media are using that nonsense to tar and feather conservatives. And look, we're watching a video right now. We're watching it take place in real time here. Someone taking all of Trump's imprecise speech and spinning a narrative that 74 million white supremacists attacked Congress and we were all hiding from them. There's like someone was tweeting at me before the show talking about how, oh, you guys still don't believe this was a white supremacist uprising. And I thought, well, you know, where's the demographics on the crowd? I mean, I saw 3 white supremacists there. I guarantee you there are at least 3 pedophiles in every fucking Antifa riot. I guarantee you. You know, there's 10. I'll go 10 pedophiles.
You throw a rock into a crowd of Antifa, you're gonna hit it.
Listen, running away, Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3, like 1 in the face. Okay, Jesus Christ! Like, is anyone up in arms going, "Oh, Antifa is they're all pedophiles"? Don't you know this?
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, I would love to know the demographics of the crowd. If it was predominantly white supremacists, like if it's 10,000 white supremacists, I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm scared. Here's nonsense.
The demographics of the Capitol Hill riot. Okay, if you're asking AOC, it was 100% white nationalist, neo-Nazi, racist. And if you're asking Matt Gaetz, it's 100% Antifa, false flag, incitement of violence people.
I know. How terrible. When are we going to get to the truth, guys? I think we're the truth is this way and we're marching this way.
Though there was actually, it was interesting. There was one person who was outed as being an actual left-wing protester that you saw.
Yes, he was the guy that shot the video, Jaden.
That guy. Yeah, Jaden, the guy that filmed the video, apparently is the left-wing protester.
The guy talking about burning it down and all that shit. Yeah.
He kept saying, he's like, "Let me to the front. I have a knife." He kept saying that multiple times in the video. Though I guess he was saying that just because he's filming it and he wants to be in the front. So I don't know.
Yeah, what happened? I mean, so many of these people, they went from being, I'm like having fun online influencer. Now I'm in federal prison.
Yeah, do you think that's going to be an acceptable defense Because
That I was an online influencer? No. These people
I was just documenting it. I didn't actually support the riot. I don't think that matters.
We're entering some really like crazy setting up for a totalitarian outcome.
Yes.
I mean, the overreach on the left is going to be ginormous. This is part of it. I mean,
yeah, it's definitely shaping up that way, which is sad. And this is part of it. Let's get back to the video.
We have to. How do we squash this narrative, though? That's the thing.
We listen to AOC's large economic policies, obviously.
Well, I'm for economic policies. Oh, shit.
And you've attacked our elections. You amplify a lie to undermine faith in our systems and our democracy, and knowingly amplify a lie.
Russia collusion. It's so, the hypocrisy in this is just off the charts here.
Lemon Drop for $5 says, Adam, if you're going to rant crazy stuff, can you at least pause when AOC has her arms up for us?
For you? Of course. Don't you worry. There'll be lots of good pausing going here. How do we zoom in on that?
Oh my God.
Our Senator Ted Cruz, or if you're Senator Josh Hawley, and frankly, if you're many members of Congress, you cast that vote not out of genuine belief, but you cast it out of political ambition.
I know.
First of all, I mean, she's right. That I don't believe
she is right, but she's doing the exact same thing.
Right. I don't believe for a second Ted Cruz or Josh Hawley believe that there was actual legitimate fraud. But for AOC to throw stones at fucking anyone for doing shit for their own political career when she's like the master of just doing bullshit public events and staging her social media videos and all of these things in very specific ways just to boost her political career. I mean, right now she's in a fight. She's being yelled at by Jimmy Dore and all the fucking leftists because she's sold out to Nancy Pelosi because she cares more about her political career than pushing the make everyone vote for Medicare for all vote on the floor.
Yeah.
Like she's the fucking queen of this shit.
Yeah, so she's super ambitious. Yeah, she's running for president in 2024.
Well, 2028.
Why? No, she's going to be on the ballot in 2024.
You think Joe's going to kick it?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, never mind. Well, I don't know what happens if Joe dies and Kamala Harris becomes president close to the end of his term. Does she just automatically become the nominee? That's a weird. I've never encountered that situation.
She doesn't automatically, but she'll definitely run.
So she'll be running for the nomination against AOC.
AOC's too young. She's gonna want to build up her base for she's gonna want to build up her base for like 10 years or so before she runs for president.
I don't know.
People are gonna look at her and be like, "Who's this small child running for president?" That's what they always do.
Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
How old is AOC?
She's 30. She'll be 34.
She's 31 right now.
She'll be 34 when she's running, but she will turn 35 before January 20th. I actually looked it up. Yeah.
She's not going to run. Who's the youngest president? Wasn't it JFK? And youngest president. He was like in his 40s.
Now you're making me think she's totally going to run just to be the youngest president.
The youngest person to become president was JFK, who was 43 years old.
Yes. Imagine that. She could slide in as the first 35-year-old president.
She doesn't have a chance, though.
The first, I guess Kamala Harris would have been president already. So, but female, she wasn't elected female. The first elected female president. Oh God, that's so bad.
And that is what they did. They incited an attack on the Capitol. And
I think you can, even though I don't think it was Trump's intention, I do think you can obviously throw the blame at Trump for the incitement, for not being clear enough, or being vague, or blah, 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 whatever. But can you throw that at Ted Cruz and all the other senators and reps that were doing their bullshit publicity stunt to bitch about the vote?
Several senators did that in the last election over Russia collusion. They knew it wouldn't. Nobody was cared.
significantly less. It wasn't like a handful of people.
But they still did it. I mean, she's making the argument that they shouldn't have even done it it's total hypocrisy when they did it 4 years ago with Russia collusion.
I don't know. It sort of is, but it is different when you have the president behind the effort.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
And been making a big deal about it for months. Because Hillary Clinton, she conceded like the day or the next day, didn't she? Like there was no, she wasn't the one pushing this. Like, oh, they stole the votes. Russia hacked the voting machines.
She wasn't. She wasn't pushing.
Well, she wasn't publicly. I don't know what she was doing behind the scenes.
Of course she
wasn't
was.
Publicly saying
of course she was. She was calling everyone, going, "Pussy this, pussy that, you pussies. Why are you?" What? Did you read that? I couldn't believe it. Can you imagine? I hope they recorded that phone call. You either overturn the election or you're a big fat pussy.
How did we get the transcript for that? That's what I want to know.
No.
How trustworthy is that?
I thought they were supposed to record every phone call the president makes for their presidential library. What's going to happen with the Trump presidential library? This story is just getting good.
They're going to have like at the Trump presidential library, they're going to be like, oh, we have the reenactment of the Trump-Pence phone call. They're going to have someone do this, like the Trump impression. Do you want to go down in history as a pussy?
Trump is funny. Trump is likable. Trump can bring this back. If he does Saturday Night Live in 6 months and they do the reenactment of the phone call.
But here's my problem with all this stuff. I've completely lost all faith in the mainstream media or any media, anyone who says, an anonymous source told me X about Donald Trump. Because I swear like fucking half of these stories all turn out to be bullshit. We just had, like, I would love to believe that Trump called Pence a pussy story. I would love to believe that's true.
Oh, you don't believe it? You don't believe it? Well, I guess maybe I've fallen for fake news. I'm not saying I believe it or don't. It does seem too good to be true for someone on the left.
Yeah. It's very on the nose. And whenever these stories are too on the nose and it's from an anonymous source, you have to be very skeptical because we just had that. I was like about to go off on like a very angry rant about the Ivanka Jared Kushner Secret Service story, which was there was a story that the Secret Service that was defending Ivanka and Jared were not allowed to use the bathroom in Ivanka and Jared's apartment in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And that they told the Secret Service, you cannot use one of our 6 bathrooms for yourself.
Oh my God.
And because of this, the Secret Service had to drive all over town looking for a bathroom to use, including they had to drive to Obama's house to use his bathroom. Oh my God,
bullshit.
They had to drive to Mike Pence's house to use his bathroom. They had to knock on their fucking neighbor's door to use it. There was like and I'm reading the story, I'm like, this is the most insane thing. Like, Ivanka and Jared are like fucking evil. Like, what the fuck is this? These people are defending their lives.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, Washington Post was like, oops, correction. The Secret Service came out and said that they never actually asked. Well, the story is true that the Secret Service was going around town trying to figure out where to go to the bathroom. Apparently, the Secret Service never asked Jared and Ivanka to use their bathroom, and it's their policy not to do that in the first place.
Oh, really?
So it wasn't like Ivanka and Jared telling the Secret Service you can't use their bathroom.
Right. Huh, interesting.
But see, but that's the problem is because when you read the story, you're like, well, what's the evidence for this? And it's like 2 people familiar with the matter said that Jared and Ivanka told the Secret Service not to do it. And then you find out it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Well, what if they came out and said, oh, you guys driving all over town looking for a bathroom, huh? That sucks.
I mean, yeah.
We have like 6 right here.
Right. Now you would question. Now there's the question of like, wait a minute, like, how do they not know that this fucking situation is going on or whatever? But still, it's a different issue.
They're laughing it up. That's right. Secret Service, man. They go all day without even using the bathroom. They're amazing.
But before we forget, Adam, why don't you promote Nathan Margolis's clip channel?
Sure. Look at this. Holy cow. Nathan Margolis clips our videos. Subscribe. Did we forget in the beginning? I don't know if it's better to.
We did forget in the beginning.
I don't know if it's better to do it in the middle of the show because we have more viewers. So it's probably better.
Gentleman Damon for $20. Thank you very much, gentleman. Said, I stand Sargon, but there was so much cope last week. Does the abbreviated entity have a right to instantly overthrow a system that is still reformable the moment you feel the grievance won't be addressed.
Yeah, that's so
Yes.
far away from the conservative position. These revolutionaries are not conservatives.
No.
Yeah.
Many, many, many members of Congress were almost murdered.
Almost murdered. That would be a good TV game show, don't you think?
Do you?
Almost murdered.
I get into lots of arguments with people about this. And I know this is unknowable, but in a hypothetical situation where the mob of people, the riot of people, could have got to the inside of the chambers and say everyone was still there doing their whatever the fuck they were doing, do you think they would have started just hauling off, grabbing senators and reps and murdering them? Or do you think they just would have stood there and yelled at people?
Yeah, I don't know. That the photo of the guy with the zip tie handcuffs is
They
pretty
always
fucking
point to the zip.
scary.
Right. Right.
You don't know. It's an unknown. It's a total unknown.
I don't look. I think it's possible that if
You're just guessing, though.
no, of course I'm just getting. This is an unknowable
Yes.
situation. But here, I think it's possible that if I'm sure that there was some small group of people in the rioters that had intentions, like the zip cuff guy, to either kill or kidnap people. I'm sure that there were some people like that. But I would guess, based on the videos that I've seen and the way that people have acted, that the overwhelming majority of people in the riot were just rioters wandering around with no plan, and they just wanted to go in there and yell and be angry and crazy.
Yeah, I agree. When the girl got shot, it took the fight right out of them.
Right.
So, like
And
zip tying up Congress people probably would have, the crowd would have turned pretty quickly.
That's what I was going to say, is that I would assume that if one or two of these people, if there's a large crowd, say they all bust into the Senate chambers or the House chambers, if one or two of them started to physically attack one of the politicians, I would imagine that most of the crowd would try to pull that guy away.
I agree.
don't think that's what most crowds did. But
I would hope so.
But I could imagine a scenario where a handful of the craziest of the crazy people, if they could somehow break off of the main group and get alone with some of the politicians, then yes, that would be a dangerous situation. But I do think it's hyperbolic for AOC to be like, oh, we almost died. We were almost killed. Oh.
Hugely hyperbolic. The thing is, I mean, the Kyle Rittenhouse situation is so much clearer. Yet they're like, oh no, they weren't going to do anything. They were just trying to apprehend him. What are you talking about? His life was not in danger, right? But this is so unclear. But they're like, no, we were going to be murdered.
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
total bias.
Look, when it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse and the mob is chasing you down,
Yeah.
you have to submit to the mob.
Yeah. They're friendly people that just want to, help you.
Right.
They
but
just
if
don't
you're-
like seeing guns, okay?
Exactly. But if you're a politician and the mob is chasing you, well, that mob is going to obviously rip you into pieces and murder you. So
Yes.
you have to defend yourself. It's true.
Yes. Even if
point.
you never encountered the mob face to face.
Many congressional staffers were almost killed. Many children of members of Congress were there. Children. Some of them were adult children.
Adult children.
Adult children.
Uh-oh.
You have folks like Congressman Jamie Raskin, who tragically, Congressman Raskin, Jamie, is a very close, very, very deep and close friend of mine. And he tragically, and his family tragically lost their son a couple, just days before this attack. And his daughters were with him in the Capitol days after that trauma. And they nearly lost their lives too.
What about the police officer that did lose his life? Oh, wait. ACAB, right? All cops are bastards?
Yeah, she gets into a weird thing about the police shortly. That's like,
Oh, okay.
what the fuck is she talking about?
As for myself, I had a pretty traumatizing event happen to me. And I do not know if I can even disclose the full details of that event due to security concerns. But I can tell you that I had a very close encounter where I thought I was going to die. And
So
Why are you laughing at that, Sitch?
because here's my question.
This
Here's my
doesn't look
question when I was
good.
watching this whole
The
video.
Twitter squirrel is going to be clipping this.
I know.
Look, she's going to die, and you're laughing, Sitch.
I'm laughing. You think it's funny? Yes, and I'm sick of pretending it's not, Adam.
You bastard.
But no, what I'm wondering when I was watching this whole video is AOC actually such a fragile person? And look, it's definitely scary to be in a situation like that. I don't deny that. But to my knowledge, she wasn't in any face-to-face interaction with any of these protesters whatsoever.
Yeah.
And so is she so fragile that this incident like has actually created PTSD in her, that she's like so shook up and so broken that this is real? Or is this all bullshit and she's just playing herself off as the victim in order to get pity points and in order to, you know, never let a crisis go to waste and to levy this power against her political opponents?
She could easily believe all of this stuff because the narrative that they've been sold and buy into is that the cops are against them. And you could be sitting in the Capitol building thinking, well, if the cops join the mob, we're doomed. We're totally doomed. And I imagine some of them were actually thinking that. So, I mean, you're in a situation where you don't necessarily really know what's going on outside. Right?
I guess that's true. I didn't think about that, because if she thinks, and she gets into this, if she, even if she didn't, even if she wasn't in the room and had no face-to-face interaction with any protesters, if she's so crazy that she buys into all the leftist woke nonsense and thinks that the cops are out to get her, she could be sitting in the security room with the cops thinking like, they're all going to turn on me in a second.
Totally.
They're going to drag me out to the crowd and they're going to lynch me because I'm fucking communist, you know?
Well, yeah,
Maybe.
totally.
And that's the danger of being a crazy fucking ideologue, I guess.
Well, this is what I was saying last time. This is the way the coup attempts go. The police and security forces and military, they never do the dirty work. They just step aside and let the mob do the dirty work. They take the day off is what they do. Then their hands aren't bloody. They're not responsible.
Right, but I'm just
for
saying
the actual coup. They're there to pick up the pieces.
how detached from reality is your worldview if you think that that was something that could happen in this country at that time, especially at that time period.
This is the narrative that they're pumping out on CNN
I
right
know.
now.
I guess so. That's what I'm questioning.
Like a bunch of police stepped down, and now the military sent out a letter saying this transition is going through. Hold your posts. Like, we're not doing anything weird here. I mean, it's a terrible situation that they're actually doing that.
So our options are: she is unhinged and believes her own bullshit, or she's a bullshitter, and you think that she's just unhinged.
I think she's
Or more
unhinged.
likely.
I think she's
Okay.
definitely unhinged. Yeah.
Okay.
I think she believes and is unhinged. It's good politics for her. I think it's completely working. This narrative is working out great. It's not true, but it's definitely delivering political victories to them. One of the things we've talked about this before about political institutions, political decay. One of the landmarks that we set out was a president not being able to approve Supreme Court justices unless they control the Senate.
Right.
We're not in that situation, so that landmark we're not necessarily going to be able to see. But there's another landmark that's cropped up here that I'm super curious about, because, I mean, it's all over the Dictator's Handbook. They talk about, political leaders respond to incentives. If they incarcerate Trump, which it looks like they're going to try to do, that's going to make any leader taking the office uncomfortable. It's probably going to make people less more more savory people will be less likely to take the office, and we'll be down the road, further down the road towards tyranny. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I mean, I agree that's a dangerous precedent. I disagree that I don't think it will dissuade anyone from running for president, because I think most of these people think, hey, it's not going to happen to me. You know, Trump was such a unique character. So like things that happen to him will not necessarily, you know, be the slippery slope that happens to everyone else. I think the actual danger is more just the passing of legislation that is really overblown in response to this event. But
there's a thing though in politics about, you know, show me the person and I'll show you the crime. Like you don't necessarily need a crime to convict these people. And I think the higher people up, the like more elite they are, the more they realize that. The more they realize that it's just a question of whether or not they turn on you, not necessarily that you've done anything wrong.
Well, I don't even like say they do go after Trump. There are a bunch of state prosecutors like in New York and other places that are itching to go after Trump for various things when he's not president. I'm skeptical that any of these are gonna to turn into anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's gonna be a lot of sound and fury, and at the end of the day, it will signify nothing.
It was like that with Hillary, so.
Yes, but we'll see.
You have all of those thoughts where, you know, at the end of your life, and all of these thoughts come rushing to you. And
we here at Sitch and Adam do not condone any laughter at
this whole hour.
Why are you
video,
laughing? These are 100 clips for the Twitter squirrel. What the fuck are you doing?
This is all just a ringing endorsement for anti-fragile training.
Yeah.
Because look, I don't want to make light of, there are definitely people who, you know, you're in a situation and you have fucking PTSD and you have like crazy anxiety and you have these thoughts and all this stuff. I don't know. It seems to me that this is so overblown from her perspective.
Really?
I wasn't there. Maybe she was just a hair breadths away from being, you know, murdered by someone, but she can't talk about it for security reasons, right?
Right.
You know, the most crazy, harrowing escape of AOC, the story that could be made into a movie. She's running down the hall, you know, she's pulling her heels off so she can run faster, as the crazy guy with a Confederate flag who's like throwing at her like a fucking javelin, and it sticks in the wall, like right as she goes into the door. Like, I don't know, maybe that fucking all happened. I'm just a little skeptical. I'm just a little bit skeptical that anything like that happened.
She's definitely incentivized to like pump it up here.
Yes.
That's what happened to a lot of us on Wednesday. And I thought I did not know if I was going to make it to the end of that day alive. And not just in a general sense, but also in a very, very specific sense. And you know, I think it's an opportunity for...
Boy, she is, oh man, the hook there. Not in a general sense, but in a very, very specific sense. And I'm not going to tell you, by the way.
Yes. It was the classic. It's like, you know, on Twitter, when someone says, hey, there's this other YouTube creator who sucks ass, and here's like, here's like a DM of them, but I'm gonna block their name, and you're not gonna see who it is, and you're like, oh my god, fuck this person. Like, just say who it is. Like, this is the same.
It totally. Come on, tell us. We want to know.
Or my other favorite is when Thought Slime did this. He was like, Destiny's a fucking monster. You're like, oh my god, what did Destiny say? What happened? What are you talking about? And then they just never elaborate. Like, yeah, they never elaborate. You're like, okay, like what? That's the coward's tweet. That's the pussy's tweet.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent.
A lot of us to talk about trauma as well. One thing that I can say is that in the aftermath of this, there have been a lot of counselors and there have been physicians.
Look at those hands. They're like gigantic. It's got like those crazy giant hands there. Well, don't you think?
How tall is she?
I don't know.
She's really
in the
tall,
house talking about the importance of...
No, she's short.
some of the rapid response that happens, and that what we can do in our minds and our brains after you are exposed to a traumatic event. And I think what's really important is that, because whenever any person has an encounter where they think they're going to die and they go through that process, that is a traumatizing event. And things don't have to get that far for something to be traumatizing. I once really excellently heard trauma, and I'm so sorry to whoever is the author of this thought, because I don't remember who said this, but I once heard trauma described as too much, too fast.
Okay, well, hold on. I have to address the super chat. Okay.
I was on
Automata
pens
for
and
$20
needles here.
says,
I
you
wanna
should
know-
have heard how sad Rakita Law sounded when he read a super chat letting him know Sitch called him a copium peddler. And after all the heat he takes from his analysis, that Trump didn't have a high chance of victory. Sad face.
Yeah, no.
So I will say,
You've got Nick
I
completely wrong. What are you talking? Yeah, I've been
I
trying to tell you
listened-
that forever.
I listened to some Rakita Law videos last week, and I realized that I was confusing him with somebody else.
Oh yeah, okay. Who are you confusing him with? Let's throw that
The-
guy under the bus.
The poll, the poll guy, I don't know his fucking name. There's some guy that like goes through all the numbers to explain why Trump really won the election.
Oh, Brainerd?
It's like something polling.
Yeah,
Personal
yeah.
polling.
He's a different guy. Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do know who you're talking
Okay.
about. But that's
For
not
some
Nick
reason,
Rekieta.
I had in my mind confused him with Rakita Law.
I wish we had
So
the clip of him reading the super chat. That would be
I wish I
great.
had the clip of that. So I do apologize. If you want to, whoever sent that super chat can send another one to Rakita Law and say, Sitch is sorry.
Yeah.
He apologizes. He thought you were someone else. It was really just a case of
A mistaken identity.
mistaken identity.
There you go.
Yes. There you go. So I do apologize to Rakita Law. Aiden Paladin, hey, what's going on? For $5 says, is AOC lying or being a solipsistic? That's a big word. I'm too stupid to know that word.
Solipsistic.
Is the philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist.
Solipsism.
Solipsism.
Mm-hmm.
That is the internal deception, or her projecting her own violent thoughts onto the intentions of others. There's probably a lot of
Ooh.
projection. That's true. There's probably a lot of projection going on. That's true. Is it the People's Pundit? Is that who I'm talking about? That might be who I'm talking
Maybe.
about. But yeah, so okay. So if it's People's Pundit, if that's the guy, then yes. Again, I'm sorry, Rakita.
You're a Nick fan now.
Forgive
Good.
me.
I like that.
Forgive me.
I never told my Nick story last time. I clipped, Nick did this amazing rant where he just basically told this other attorney to like fuck off and die. And it was so good that I clipped it out and put it on my secret channel and shared it. And Nick is such an epic guy, man. He's totally great. I don't know how anyone could not like him.
True.
To and so when psychologically a development happens that is way
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
too much, way too jarring for
She's doing this on purpose, isn't she? She's totally doing this on purpose.
I was just so jarred at him.
This is why she's in landscape. Did you not figure that out yet?
So jarred. Because she wants to. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's
She's
it, like, gives
dancing
you-
around like this is crazy.
It gives you like a claustrophobic sense. It makes you feel like really like close to them. Maybe. Oh,
I'm
wait,
talking
I wasn't
about how you-
looking.
I'm
I
talking
wasn't
about how you
looking.
can get her-
Now I know why you
Yeah.
paused it. Now I know why you paused it. You bad person.
She's doing. I don't know that she could get her whole top half in if she was in. I'm just saying. I think this is deliberate.
I see what you're saying.
She knows what she's doing.
She didn't want the landscape and just a face. Is what you're saying. That's what Adam's saying.
Wasn't AOC a bartender? Like instead of tips, she's going for votes now. It's just she's moved up the ladder.
Oh no.
Oh my
For an
God.
individual, if it happens, or if something happens that happens way too fast, or if it happens way too soon, that could be a traumatizing event for a person. And I think what's really important is that, you know, there are degrees of it, but for a lot of people, whether you are a service member who served in our armed forces abroad, whether you are a person that maybe experienced domestic violence, any traumatizing event at all could, you know, Wednesday's events could have been very triggering for you too. And you don't have to have been there. You could have just seen it on TV. You could have just heard about it. But if you at all feel...
Wait, did she just say, I was kind of zoned out.
Mhm.
Did she just say that, like, even if you weren't there and you just saw on TV, you could still get PTSD?
Yeah,
from this?
she did. She's giving you permission to have PTSD.
Like, I think if you watch something on TV and it gives you PTSD, which is possible, I think that's more of a concern for your own health, that you're something is going on with your health that you need to work out, because you shouldn't be in such a state that simply watching something on TV like breaks you.
The news
that
is
level.
designed to give you PTSD. What are you talking about, sis?
It's designed to
watched,
make you anxious. It's not designed
have
to
you
give you
watched
PTSD.
CNN or MSNBC after any of this stuff? Because what they're talking about is how, you know, we live in a white supremacist nation and we just almost had a coup and the whole government almost fell apart. Like that's what they're selling on MSNBC and CNN. Like the whole left-wing media system is designed to give you PTSD.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
All the media is designed to make you so fearful, so outraged at the world, that when some event happens, you look at it and you just have this extreme overreaction to it.
If you believed that that narrative, wouldn't you come
Right.
close to having PTSD? I know I would. Jesus
Sure.
Christ.
I mean, that would explain a lot also people's reaction to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation.
Yes, because they see that completely differently.
Right.
Yeah, they
Like,
see
oh
it.
my God.
Yeah, they see
this-
it like a school shooting with a white supremacist.
Right.
Yeah,
Terrifying.
which is what they've been looking. They're dying for that one. Oh my God.
That's why you can't trust your emotions, people, your intuitions, your
Yeah,
gut.
the
It
intuitions
lies
are
to you.
wrong.
They
Yeah,
trick you.
got to be logical,
Yes.
like
Big brain
Spock.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or Sitch,
Yeah.
or Adam. Always, unless
Unless boobs are involved, then that all goes out the window.
No,
All gets thrown right into the
so
trash.
weak. I'm so weak.
Yes, you know, it should be Adam. Adam is more the simp team. It seems like.
I can get through this. I can get through it.
Simp team.
I'm getting a little PTSD. I'm getting a little BTSD here.
unsettled in a deep way, that your intuition is kind of telling you, you know, something's not right, go check in with somebody. You know, there's no problem with that. There's no shame in that. It's healthcare. Mental health care is healthcare, which is why, by the way, why we fight for mental health care to be included in healthcare provisions and bills like Medicare for All. Anyways, all of that is an aside. I want to cut straight to the chase. Wednesday was an extremely traumatizing event. And it is not an exaggeration to say that many, many members of the House were nearly assassinated. It's just not an exaggeration to say that at all. We were very lucky that things happened within certain minutes.
There's got to be. I'm going to give this 1 week. 1 week for some story to come out that we haven't heard of, some secret story about how someone almost died. Otherwise, this is fucking dog shit bullshit. It's not an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration. We were almost on the brink of death. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. They're working on that because they're trying to say like half the police force were white supremacists. That's what they're trying
Jason
to say.
Stratham from Crank was right outside my door, and he knew that the only way to keep his heart beating was to kill me. Yeah, like that. Like, what is this incident that happened that we don't know about? Because it's hard for me to believe that there was some harrowing, narrow escape if that happened, that it wouldn't be blaring on every fucking media station 24/7 to just make the event like even more horrible than it was.
Does the FBI have the zip cuffs guy in custody?
Yeah, he's arrested.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
I mean, the most dangerous part about this, I thought, wasn't even at the Capitol. It was someone put pipe bombs in other locations.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's like, oh, that's fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
And here's what I want to be clear. I don't want to downplay the shittiness, the disgustingness, the awfulness of the riot and people breaking into the Capitol and rioting. But this is what annoys me. It's like we can't even talk about the awfulness, because then you have AOC, who's one of the most verbal politicians on the left, is like, she has to take it to like a whole nother level.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's good politics.
Allowed members to escape the House floor unharmed. But many of us nearly and narrowly escaped death. And it's also extremely traumatizing.
We need a little counter, because I feel like we're up to a dozen. The escape death line, I feel like we're at an even dozen now.
And what was also traumatizing was how unsettling that day was, because there was a sense that something was wrong. And obviously with the violence, but there was a sense that something was wrong from the inside.
Ooh.
What does that even mean?
Come on, Sitch, seriously?
There was a sense.
This is the dog whistle. This is the left-wing dog whistle right there.
Guys, while there was a riot going on outside, I just had this secret sense that there was something wrong. I don't know what it was.
You missed the word. Inside. Inside job.
I see.
Inside job. Come on.
I see.
These are the left dog whistles right here.
Well, there's a claim that the day before, some people were taking a quote unquote tour of the area that they shouldn't have been able to access. But I don't know if I don't think, someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, I don't think that has ever been confirmed or anything yet. Whether there was some senator or representative on the inside helping the rioters get in.
Inside job. Ted Cruz did it. Lion Ted.
There was some claim that I forgot to look into that was like, someone said some representative was like texting the location of some other Democratic representative to the mob. Does anyone know about this? Has anyone heard about this?
You know about this? How's your video coming along with all the fraud claims? Did you dive into that this week?
I am. I'm working on it.
Really?
It's going on. It's happening.
Anything good? Anything good to report?
No, it's all good. I want to let it all.
Where's the truck guy? Give us a little sneaky
I haven't
peek.
actually looked into the truck guy yet.
What? That's like the best claim.
That was the one. I haven't looked into that one yet. I'll look into the truck guy just for you, Adam. Just for you.
Watch his talk. Dude's pissed, man. He had to wait all day in the truck yard.
Noel Campbell for $5 says, "Don't assassins and massacrers necessarily need weapons? How many weapons were retrieved or even seen?" It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
This is why the left is so vocal about making the idea that, you know, your own lived experience is the most important thing, because for situations like this, it's the perfect thing to pull out, because it's like, well, weapons? What do you mean? I was afraid. Are you?
That was the weapon, Adam. Fear.
Are you? That's terrorism is based on fear, Sitch. Okay. I'm afraid of water balloons.
That's going to be the new, Adam's favorite word is stochastic terrorism.
Oh no, I hate that.
And in a few years from now, we're going to have like fear terrorism, just inspiring fear in people. That's inspiring violence. You're psychically attacking me with my fear.
You know, it's funny. I feel bad we're like going on and on about Scott Adams, but Scott Adams regularly on his show talks about his liberal friend that he talks to that's fallen for all the fake news on the left. And the last Scott Adams show that I want to see is the I told you so talk with his liberal friend. Like, I just imagine him getting on the phone with his liberal friend, and his liberal friend being so like feeling so vindicated. Like there's so many "I told you so" stories going around on the left.
Mm-hmm.
How could Trump do this?
I know.
How could he give in to the "I told you so" stories? How could he not see him coming? Seriously, do you not?
Trump doesn't think things through. He just reacts.
He's
all elephant. We've talked about this. He's all elephant.
You have friends on the left.
Yes.
How many "I told you so's" are they pulling out?
And actually not a lot. I haven't got a single "I told you so."
Oh, okay.
Because
well,
usually
you're not a
I
Trump
talk to-
supporter, so
I mean, when people that are my friends or family members and they give me like the spiel, I'm always like, well, let's be nuanced about this. Like, you know, like they know to temper. I think they know to temper their opinions when talking to me.
Oh, really?
Because they don't want to get, you know, they don't want to get the sit shut down.
They don't want to get the Sitch facts and logic thrown in their face.
Yes. So I found the claim. This is what bothers me. Someone tells me, they go, Sitch, one of the conservative Republican representatives tweeted out the location of Nancy Pelosi to the rioters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, really? That's crazy. If that's true, she should go to jail, right? So I look in the story. What's the facts of the story?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, actually what happened was Lauren Boebert said in a tweet, she's had two tweets. She said, we were locked in the House chambers. And then she said, the speaker has been removed from the chambers.
That doesn't really
That's
tell
all
the
she said.
location.
That is, and then that gets spun into she's giving away the location of Nancy Pelosi to the rioters.
She ain't here. Get away. Get away.
Terrible.
I'm surprised AOC wasn't live streaming.
Oh, now that would have been.
As we saw, there were members of Capitol
Live streaming would have given away their locations. The Secret Service probably told them, don't anyone live stream.
That's true.
Police who were quite heroic. You know, we have many officers and, you know, there were also Black and brown officers that were confronting white supremacists and putting themselves not just to protect members, but they put themselves in harm's way on the front line, facing the racist violence of white supremacists.
Oh, wait. What happened?
There were Black and brown officers were fighting white supremacists. Basically,
That's right. As long as the officers are Black, it's okay.
It's important to note that they were different color assailants. Yes, yeah. Everyone knows that it's impossible for white people to fight other white people or Black people to fight other Black people.
Even
Everyone
though the
knows
officer that died was white, but
oh yeah. Well, that's inconvenient.
Ordered by Trump to attack the Capitol, and so there were those acts of heroism.
Ordered by Donald Trump
To attack the Capitol.
But next,
You're just jealous that she's on my side, Sitch. You're just angry.
I'm so jealous.
Angry that I'm in the know.
Uh-huh.
Sitch is watching it going, oh my God, this is horrible. But Adam said it. But Adam said one thing, so I have to say another.
Of
So
course,
sad.
of course.
next to that, there was also acts of betrayal, and to run in the Capitol, in our nation's capital.
I'm going to back it up a
Acts
little
of
here.
betrayal by Donald Trump to attack the Capitol. And so there were those acts of heroism. But next to that, there was also acts of betrayal. And to run in the Capitol, in our nation's capital, and not know if an officer is there to help you or to harm you is also quite traumatizing.
Dude, I nailed it. I totally nailed it. I make fun of my mind reading, bitches. My mind reading is apt, exceptional mind reading here. I want you to know, did I not say at the very beginning of this that I didn't watch it all the way through? Did I not say in the very beginning, well, in her mind reading, is she not saying, oh, Adam, exactly. That's exactly what happened That's exactly
No.
how I was feeling. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Sorry.
What-
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I got a fucking crystal ball here.
Here's how she could have salvaged this or behaved like a fucking adult. She could have said, this event was very scary for me. I was fearful for my life, but the U.S. Capitol Police, they protected us. They defended us. Some of them even gave their lives for us, and it's made me rethink some of my rhetoric towards policing. I still think that there needs to be police reform, but it's made me rethink the language I'm using and maybe my respect for police, blah, blah, blah. No,
No,
she
not
doesn't
at all.
say any of
Not
that.
at all.
She's like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't know if these cops are all going to turn on me because we all know that cops are evil white nationalist Trump support. Like, fuck you. Like this really disgusted me when I was listening to it. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
The only thing missing in this video is like a half full gas can and like loose matches on the table in front of her. Because that's exactly what she's doing.
Like, unless the next sentence out of her mouth is like, oh, this is a learning experience for me to realize that my initial fears were wrong or something, like, then shut the fuck up about this. Like, someone literally gave their life to protect you.
Yeah.
Officers have literally been like beaten up and harmed to protect you. Like, there's that one, I don't know if you've seen it. There's that one interview with the one cop who, that guy should be fucking traumatized. He was talking about how like the mob is like clawing at him and they're like pulling off like his weapons and his gear. And he's like, I thought I was going to die. And I started shouting out that I have like a wife and family. I'm like, that guy's going to fucking PTSD. He's being clawed out by like a zombie horde of like crazed QAnon MAGA rioters.
Yeah, totally.
And then him calling out that he had some wife and kids apparently was enough to wake up some of the fucking zombie rioters to like snap out of it and actually try to protect them. And I'm like that guy is gonna fucking PTSD. And this is what just disgusts me, is that guy and so many other cops are like out there, they're risking their lives. There was the guy who died, obviously. There's the black officer who everyone is focusing on, who he like used his own body as bait to bait the protesters away. And you know who they think he actually ended up protecting by doing that?
No, who?
It wasn't AOC. It was Mike fucking Pence.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
That was apparently nearby. Okay. So maybe Mike Pence was actually in the most danger, not fucking AOC.
Well, they were marching around saying, hang Mike Pence.
Right. And so, like, it disgusts me that these cops who were, like, the reason that the thing went to shit was because the leadership was so unprepared. It wasn't because of the individual actions of the police involved. And that for her to just be like, I didn't know if the police were going to turn on me. It's like, fuck you. Like, just fuck you. That's disgusting.
It is totally disgusting. Yeah. 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 The police were caught flat-footed. They didn't expect the protesters to move into the Capitol area. Yeah. A lot of this has been reported on after the fact.
Oh shit. So. AOC's donated to us in the chat.
What? Really?
AOC's here. Yeah. AOC for $1 says, the attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed, but I assure you, my resolve has never been stronger.
Wow. Well, thank you. Now we're
thank you, Emperor Palpatine. I mean AOC. Thank you.
Now we're full supporters. Never mind.
I know I myself, there was a member, or rather there's a secure extraction point, and a secure room that you may have heard a lot of people, members give interviews from. They say, I'm in a secure location. I'm in a secure location. Republican members of Congress didn't wear masks. They refused to wear masks in that enclosed secure location.
Oh my God. She's like, I was in the secure location. I got COVID.
That is, I do think that's pretty shitty though.
That they wouldn't wear masks?
Yeah, like fucking put on them. Like, Jesus Christ, be a fucking asshole. Like,
what if they forgot their masks?
Well, I mean, sure, yeah. Well, no, someone, this could be bullshit, but I heard that the security service was trying to like hand people masks once they were in the location.
Excuse. Then there's no
excuse.
excuse.
Turned it down because obviously if you're like rushed away from a chaotic situation. Sure, you're not going to necessarily grab your mask or whatever.
Yeah.
But don't
And
be
now
don't
we
be
are
an
on,
asshole.
just in the last 24 to 48 hours, our third Democratic member of Congress who just tested positive for COVID because they were sheltering in that place. I myself did not even feel safe going to that extraction point because there were QAnon and white supremacist sympathizers and frankly white supremacist members of Congress in that extraction point who I know and who I had felt would disclose my location and allow me to who would create opportunities to allow me to be hurt.
So
Oh my God, this is gone full bonkers.
yeah, so she's like, I didn't feel safe when security came to rescue me. I didn't feel safe because I knew my other representatives would turn me over to the mob. And here's what was weird. She didn't just say she
Wow.
felt like they would. She said she knew they would. Well, what does that mean? Nobody did that though. So what do you mean you know that? They didn't fucking do that. Nobody fucking did that. That didn't happen.
Wow. That's
Like-
crazy.
That's why I'm watching this. I'm like, is this real? Is she like fucking unhinged? She really thinks that her fellow representatives are going to be like texting the fucking mob like, we're actually at GPS coordinates like 37521. Like, you got to break in here. This is where AOC is. You got to get her.
We got AOC here. AOC is the whole point of the mob. Does she
AOC
not
is the key to all
understand
this.
that Pence was the target? Does she not understand like there's really no reason to, I don't know.
Right. They were like a lot of the animus was more directed at the
Pence, yeah.
Pence and the Republicans who were not standing by Trump. I mean, look, if there was a crazy riot mob that was willing to take out Pence, obviously they would take out AOC.
They would go after AOC, yeah,
if she was
exactly.
like nearby or whatever. But it's just this is like, it's sad. If this is true, if this is her true feeling, it's sad. And it shows that we're literally allowing the next generation of politicians to be like Tumblr crazed, anxiety-ridden psychopaths
Yeah.
who think that the whole world is out to get them.
Yeah. The levels of trust have broken down like tremendously. Yeah. To think that your colleagues at work would turn on you. Man, it's just so weird. It is institutional decay, like textbook institutional decay.
Yeah, and she's totally
She's
feeding into that
stoking it,
narrative.
yeah.
Yeah. It's so gross.
She's stoking it. Instead of asking herself, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect in saying this stuff. She goes straight to her Instagram followers and just like starts the narrative. It's impossible, even if she is wrong, it's impossible to walk back this narrative after she's made this hour-long video.
Right.
Testifying basically in a social environment that this is the truth. This becomes your truth. It's so crazy.
Well, and I wouldn't have a problem with it. And again, like this should have been a moment if she had an ounce of like self-reflection. Okay. This would have been the moment of self-awareness to be like, I came in this situation. I was afraid of the cops. I was afraid of my fellow representatives. But what happened was the cops actually protected me. And even the Republicans who I most strongly disagreed with, they didn't fucking like try to get a mob to murder me. And maybe this is time for me to like reflect and realize that these are just people like me. And, they have faults and problems like me, but they're not necessarily going to like try to murder me. But no, she just goes in the fucking other direction. There's no self-awareness whatsoever here.
Even after the fact, there were certain Republicans that were going to contest the election that didn't end up contesting the election because after the fact, they were like, okay, well, this is too much. Like they were self-reflective about what was going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She doesn't take them into consideration and go, okay, we need to step back from the ledge here. No. Yeah. Sad.
5-speed 1992 for $25. Thank you very much. Says, this whole video sounds like those people on YouTube who take a benign story and spin a wild yarn. But for two black sweater covered reasons, I feel compelled to keep watching.
Oh my God. We're terrible.
I like Alex in the chat says, should we start a GoFundMe for AOC to take shrooms? Yeah, I think
AOC's taking shrooms. What are you talking about?
How helpful would it be if like you could force everyone in Congress to take shrooms together?
They need to
The
do.
world-
They need to have like dances or something. I don't
Wouldn't
know.
the world be a better place? The
Yeah,
world
they
would be
need
so
to.
much better
They need to
place.
get along. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was bad of Trump to kill the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because that was one of the events where everyone would kind of yuck it up together and like, paper over some of the animosity, or just to, dial it back a bit at least. But there's
Right.
there's 4 years of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Maybe being dead is maybe not the best thing.
Hades XY for 5 chef dollars says easy explanation. She would do it.
Ooh,
Maybe.
she
Some
would.
of that projection. She's
like, of course I would take out the white supremacists. That's the whole thing. It's the argument that they make is, I mean, if you're taking out, evil people, then yeah, you should.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
definitely are on the right side. Yeah.
But AOC, I thought protests were supposed to make you feel uncomfortable.
I know. So bad.
Kidnapped, etc. And so I didn't even feel safe around other members of Congress. And to be kind of fending for yourself in that way is traumatizing. And
So this is like classic problem with the woke left. It's all whatever I'm feeling is true, and it's everyone else's fault. Because she's like, because of my thoughts, okay, no one acted this way, but because of my internal thoughts about police and my other coworkers, I felt paranoid and traumatized. It's like, well, that's your problem. Like, you're the one creating that reality for yourself.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you. Like, you need to deal with that shit. But it's like, no, that's everyone else's fault. You should pity me and the trauma that I feel by victimizing myself.
Can't the people just curb their behavior though?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're doing absolutely nothing, but you're still paranoid, how do they curb their behavior? That's that's the problem. That's totally the problem.
Frankly, I know for a lot of you, I don't even have to describe it because you've been through it in school lockdowns and you've been through it in false alarms, or if, God forbid, some of you have been through that I hope and I pray that none of you have ever been in a shooting, but if you have been in a shooting, you know what that feels like. And it is no joke.
Let's be clear here. There were no active shooters at the protest in Washington, D.C. Yeah.
Right.
That would have been a whole nother level of scary. So
yes, that would have been crazy if there was some like firefight that opened up, in Congress somewhere.
Yeah. Didn't happen that way.
No, it's no joke. And that's what happened Wednesday. Now, what happens now? We know that Donald Trump cannot be president. We know that we cannot wait until January 19th. We cannot wait until January 20th. We cannot wait until Inauguration Day. He cannot be president right now. He should not have been president yesterday. He should not have been president the night of the attack. Because Republicans and the people around him are cowards, they will not do it. And in fact...
She's calling you a coward.
Coward. How am I a coward? I'm not a Republican. I'm not around Trump. What is that? I don't even know what
you're a Trump apologist. What are you talking about?
Oh, of course. Me, PSA Sitch, well-known Trump apologist.
Come on. That's the new thing, the Trump apologist. Have you heard that one going on?
I have. But
you're a Trump apologist.
Now we get to a crux of the motivation for this video. This is all just to give, to really push for that impeachment. It's really important that we, impeach Trump, like even though he's going to be not president for like another week. You gotta get rid of him. Can't wait.
Yeah, that's the political calculus. They want to be able to say, Republicans, you're so evil. You made this huge mistake. You voted this guy into office, and he tried to tear down our democracy. He tried to turn us into Venezuela. That's what you did. You did this. That's the political calculus. It'll work. It'll work on a lot of people. That's
poor Venezuela. Always the butt.
Or Greece. Greece. Yeah. We're gonna be Greece. Greece. I heard a terrible injustice about the Greece thing.
What's that?
That Greece is actually one of the nations that are heavy savers, and that's why their economy fell apart, because capitalism runs on sales. So if you've got a bunch of people who are like go to work and produce things, but they don't buy, they go home and save their money, then their economy is more likely to fall apart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think of savings as like that's a good thing, right?
It is. Well,
I
mean,
Sitch is I'm not much of a saver,
good, but also spending is good for our economy.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
Stanton in the chat brings up an interesting point. He said, hiding from a little protest in a bunker. What a coward. Weren't people saying that about Trump? There was some protest. They're like,
oh, yeah.
I bet Trump's hiding in his bunker. He's a coward. He's hiding his bunker from the protesters.
Yeah. It's all hypocrisy. It's all 100% hypocrisy.
Anyone saying that now? Huh?
Hiding in a bunker? No, of course not.
The secretaries. There is something known as so when people say, how do we get them out? How do we get them out? There are actually several avenues. So through the House and congressionally, there's impeachment. Through the president, through the president's cabinet and the vice president, there's the 25th Amendment. And what the 25th Amendment allows is, for is essentially a majority of the president's cabinet and larger portion of the president's cabinet and the vice president have to move forward and declare the president essentially unfit, unwell, and that he must be deposed, or rather he must be removed from office. And
I guess you said deposed, so a Freudian slip there.
Mm-hmm. What's deposed mean?
Well, it's weird that they keep bringing up the 25th Amendment, because that's that's like if like the president's like in a coma or sick or dying or like something. Like it's not about like, oh well, I think the president's an asshole. Like where does this come from?
Well, mentally unfit is the connection that they make. If the president is crazy, they would say that that's a mental health issue.
But well, first of all, you could say Trump is horrible for trying to incite a coup or whatever. But does that make him crazy? Like, that's a very different question.
Logical thing to do, right? I mean,
I don't know. Like,
if let's just say that there are plans to incarcerate Trump on made-up charges, does that change the moral dynamic here? Like if you knew that you were going to jail for a crime that you did not commit, I think isn't this the plot of The Fugitive? It sounds like Donald Trump, the fugitive.
I would know. I even if Donald Trump somehow presciently knew with 100% certainty that he was going to be arrested for a crime he didn't commit, if he's not president again, that doesn't justify any of this. Doesn't change the moral calculation at all.
Yeah. Totally. You can't go around saying, I love America for 4 years and then do something like this. Right.
Exactly.
It questions, whether or not you really love America.
And that's what the 25th Amendment does. The president's cabinet, you have Secretary Elaine Chao, who is the wife of Mitch McConnell, by the way. Does that seem a little conflict of interest, inappropriate? I don't know, but regardless.
Holy cow! Do you know the conflict of interest there?
Well, it's not an official conflict of interest. I mean,
Well,
obviously,
he's married
it's-
to like she's the sister of some high level person in the Chinese Communist Party, right?
Elaine Chao is.
Yeah, Mitch
Oh my god, I didn't
McConnell's.
know that.
Mitch,
Wait, that's
yeah,
not. I don't think that's what AOC is talking about.
I think that is what she's talking about.
No, she just means that like Mitch McConnell and Trump have like this weird connection.
Look up Mitch McConnell's wife.
A bridge to China.
Yeah.
Her family business in the Trump. Elaine Chao has boosted the profile of her family shipping company. Oh shit! Wait,
Yeah.
fucking, you need to buy a subscription to read this fucking.
Don't you
info.
hate that? Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm in the
To
wrong.
read
browser.
our propaganda, you need to buy a subscription.
Elaine Chao's boosts profile of her family shipping company, which benefits from industrial policies in China that are roiling the Trump administration. Elaine Chao is the transportation secretary overseeing the American maritime industry. And she's a fucking family ship. Now that's a fucking conflict of interest. She's overseeing the American maritime industry while her family shipping company has deep ties to the fucking Chinese government.
Yeah.
And she's endorsing policies that helping out her Chinese family's fucking shipping company.
Yep. There you
But
go.
let's see, this really hurts one of your strongest arguments because you were all like, Sitch, do you really think Joe Biden's going to be tough on China? Okay, Trump has been tough on China. And yet he's got fucking this lady who's in his cabinet and she has like this crazy connection to the Chinese government.
Yeah.
Mitch
Yeah.
McConnell's fucking married to this lady. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm diving in a little deeper on the Trump policies, and I'm not 100% certain that Trump's policies are good for America anyway. So,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, totally. Well, I'm diving into this. I'm becoming an economist. Okay, I'm fascinated. I'm definitely more suspect of UBI. UBI has some major issues, but I'm also learning a lot about like the different schools of economics, and I'm actually there's a pretty solid logic behind AOC's school of economics that makes me think, well, AOC is batshit crazy on all this like race, white supremacy stuff like that. I don't know that she's batshit crazy on the economics.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. A lot of people just accept. A lot of people look at more economics and they just follow their moral intuitions, and I think that the economics field is much more counterintuitive than a lot of people think. That's my take.
This says Elaine Chao was born in Taiwan, and she immigrated to the United States when she was 8. But why is her, if she's Taiwanese, why is her father helping China so much?
If she's Taiwanese, oh yeah, that makes it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Taiwanese is technically. I guess it depends who you ask, but weird, very weird. I don't know. Seems gross. Seems fucked up. It definitely seems like a conflict of interest right there. Her father owns this fucking shipping company. She's making policy, or she's endorsing policy that helps the fucking shipping company. Seems a little problematic. I don't know. Just seems to me.
Regardless, she was the Secretary of Transportation. She resigned. Betsy DeVos has resigned. Acting Secretary of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has resigned. And all of them are resigning rather than fulfilling their duties in enacting the 25th Amendment and removing the President of the United States.
They're like, I want no part of that. I want no part of that nonsense.
So I don't. She's criticizing cabinet members for not enacting a power that they don't have. like, I could be mistaken, but I don't think a bunch of cabinet members can just say, Trump, we're enacting the 25th Amendment. Mike Pence is president now. Like, I don't think that's how it works. That's just me.
I think, isn't it? I mean, I think that the whole cabinet has to agree that the president has lost their mind, and I think they do. I think it is on the
okay. Wait a
25th
minute. You're right. I'm totally wrong. I'm totally wrong.
Yeah.
It says either on the initiative of the president or the initiative of the vice president, together the majority of the president's cabinet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yes.
weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. I was wrong.
Well, how do you deal with it? I mean, they have to have something in there if the president loses his mind to like like
I guess that's
he's
true,
nuking everyone. Stop him. Yeah.
I have a message for anyone who is resigning after Wednesday. Too late. Too late. You're not going to resign after Wednesday and act like you weren't a part of it.
Oh my God. See, there it is. Totally.
Your name's on a list. Okay. It's too late. You can't run away from
Here's the
this.
big I told you so. The big I told you so is coming.
It's too late.
Were you secretary on Wednesday? Yes, you were. You were a part of it. Were you secretary every single step leading up to Wednesday? Yes, then you were a part of it. You don't get to allow for an attack that kills 5 people. And then afterwards, you say, I wasn't a part of it.
She doesn't know how many of these people though that were trying to dissuade Trump from doing any of this stuff. She has no idea how many people were like saying, Trump, no, this is a bad idea. I don't know. This seems like a bad idea to me.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like all those people have been fired long ago. I mean,
Oh yeah, all the people that said it was a bad idea. Yeah, Trump was
the
like,
turnover rate in the Trump administration is crazy high because I'm assuming people are like, that's a bad idea. And he's like, you're fired.
oh, that's so sad. That's so sad.
Yes, you were. You were a part of it when you caged kids. You were a part of it when you repealed Title IX. You were a part of it when the president committed the first dozen number of crimes that he committed. You were a part of it when you excused the law breaking. You were a
So this is really stupid. Well, it's smart politically. It's really stupid, like humanly, because you're basically, she's not giving people the opportunity to realize like that they made a mistake.
Yeah. No.
Because like, okay, you could have people who were part of Trump's cabinet or whatever, and you know, they went along with it. And then at some point they're like, okay, this has reached a point too far. I cannot stand by and support this anymore. You know, I'm going to reflect. Maybe they'll reflect on their past actions and change as a person. That's usually what happens. People, you know, they reach a breaking point and then they reflect back. But she's like, no, there's no redemption here. There's no reflection here. You were part of this in the past, and there's no coming back from that. You are forever tainted.
Yeah, she wants the purge. She's arguing in favor of the purge.
Like, this is what really bothered me about Biden's comments about the riot too, because before the riot, Biden was sort of trying to position himself as like, you know, we're going to unify, we're going to come together as a country, we're going to move forward. And then after the riot, he sort of like threw that all in the trash and was like, oh, we're divided again. Fucking white nationalists, Trump supporters, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, this would be the moment. This would be the moment for some politicians on the left to be forward thinking, to say, we're going to take the high ground.
Yeah.
Okay?
Magnanimous.
Yeah. We're going to move forward. We're going to try to put all this behind us and we're going to look to a brighter future. But no, instead it's just, you know, let's jump back into the mud and roll around and just, you know, play up our divisive political system.
If they incarcerate Trump, it's just, oh my God. Oh my God.
Right. I don't think that's going to happen though, but
oh my God.
it's the same reason I don't think all this impeachment stuff, it's going to quietly fade away as soon as Biden becomes president. Biden doesn't want, you know, when you're president, you usually have the most political capital like the first month or first year while you're president.
Yeah.
You know, people are still motivated about you being president. And Biden doesn't want to waste that political capital on fucking impeaching a guy who's not even president anymore. Like, come on.
Biden seems dirty to me though. Biden will be like, I'm next. they're going to have me in the leg irons. No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Biden's going to be like, oh my God.
Well, see, but that's another reason why this was not going to happen.
Hunter's going to be incarcerated. They're
That's
going to
my
have me
prediction.
as president visiting my incarcerated son in prison.
That's my prediction. We'll see if it bears out on couple days when Biden becomes president, this impeachment talk, you'll still hear it, but it'll slowly fade away from
Trump
consciousness.
buried the hatchet on lock her up on the Hillary Clinton stuff for this reason. He's like, I'm not going to lock her up. They'll lock me up. No one's locking anybody up around here.
But that's a good point, because I completely forgot about that. You talk about dangers to corrupting our institutions. Like, how dangerous was it for Trump to do the lock her up shit?
Super dangerous. I didn't like it when he did it. Yeah, I said the same thing. I said the same
right,
thing.
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah. You're going down a dangerous path.
Yeah. You shouldn't be trying to lock up people who are the president or your political opponents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, look, if they like murder somebody or something, like, you know, it's fine. As long as it's like some crazy crime that, you know, they committed, sure. But for like a lot of stuff,
jaywalking,
you know, yeah. But like, because Hillary Clinton's staff, like, you know, broke her phone for the emails, like, okay,
yeah,
doesn't get jail for that. Come on, let's be real.
You were a part of it. You were a part of it. Those 5 people.
Look at that finger. Oh, the
finger
wagging.
I know.
Yeah.
Lots
blood is on your hands. What are you going to do?
Whose blood is that on our hands? Police blood, right?
The blood of the people that died is also, I agree, it's definitely on Trump's hands and the people that were promoting the election fraud story, but it's also on the hands of the media, who has basically completely destroyed any faith or trust they have in these institutions. And it's also on the hands of all the people who have been fucking carrying water and defending riots all year.
Yep, totally.
Because look, if we didn't have the summer and fall of Antifa Black Lives Matter riots, I don't think this would have happened.
Yeah. Let's see those 3 fingers pointed back at AOC there. Seriously, she's the one she's the one that's like raising the temperature here on all this
Protests are supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, okay? A riot is just the voice of the unheard, AOC, right? Isn't that what you said?
We're trying to lower the temperature here. We're trying to cool things off a bit.
Right.
Yeah. It's too hot in here. Take that sweater off.
The truth comes
And
out.
they think that resigning is going to clean that blood off their hands. It is always on them. They are forever stained with the deaths of 5 people, especially when they did not invoke the 25th Amendment to remove this president when they had the power to do so. Cowards.
Is the blood of all the, like, wasn't it like 30 people have died via all the Antifa Black Lives Matter protests? Like, the blood of that on her hands? I don't know. I just wonder. I'm just trying to be consistent here. Like, I'm fine with her saying the blood's on their hands. Sure, that's fine.
Consistency. Who cares?
Be a little
Come
consistent.
on.
Cowards. Couldn't even stand up in the memory of these officers that they pretend to care about. I don't want to hear or see the Republican Party talk about blue lives ever again. This was never about safety for them. It was always a slogan. Because if they actually cared about rule of law, they would speak up when people break the law. They would speak up.
Well, I don't know. There was that polling.
Mm-hmm.
There was like a little bit less than half Republicans were okay with the riot.
Really? Oh my God.
It's pretty bad. I mean, I think that number is going to shrink as time progresses, but that's pretty bad.
If you believe, I mean, it's a if then. The fraud allegations were never put to bed adequately by the media.
No, but in terms of the question of rule of law, you can't. I agree that you can't say you're the party of rule and law and then you turn around and you don't condemn a riot.
Yeah. Yes.
Would enforce fairness and equity, but they don't give a damn about the law. They don't give a damn about order. They don't give a damn about safety. They give a damn about white supremacy. They care about preserving the social order and the mythology of whiteness. Then
I know, we're both pausing at the same
door
time.
of
Like,
our democracy.
whoa, shit. So is that your takeaway of the Republican Party? I mean,
Yeah, see, I mean, this is we're getting to like maximum unhinged rant. She's like, okay, guys, the reason the Republicans are against Black Lives Matter isn't and against the riots. It's just so funny. She's like, well, she's condemning the right-wing riot. She's claiming that the reason the right was against the left-wing riots was because of white supremacy.
yeah.
It wasn't because people don't want fucking riots and law and order and all this shit. It's because of they're all secretly racist. It's all to uphold the white supremacy.
Yeah. That's a tough sell.
I mean,
Yeah.
was the black cop who was, acting as bait to pull protesters away from Mike Pence? Was he acting as white supremacist police officer at that moment? Was he part of the system of white supremacy? Like,
Well,
what?
it does play into their narrative that he was like, I'm the black guy. I'll be the bait. All
Yeah, but
these white
no one was
supremacists will
chasing-
run after me.
No one was chasing that guy because he was black. Like,
What were they chasing him for?
because he was a cop.
You don't know. It could have been latent
There you go.
white
There you go.
supremacy. The whole idea is so
No,
bad.
but the question is, it's not just that. It's that they always say that the police force represents the
Mm-hmm. White supremacy, yeah, exactly,
So,
yeah.
so you're saying, like, wait a minute, is the black cop who's putting his life on the line
Yes.
to protect someone,
Yeah,
to protect
that's-
the vice president and the institutions of our country?
Upholding white supremacy.
Is he
exactly.
upholding white supremacy?
He is, yeah.
Oh, there you
He's
go. I guess I
complicit.
didn't see that.
Silence is violence.
Of course.
You don't
There
know.
you go.
You don't know how this. It's so funny that she's calling it the mythology, when they have their own mythology here. But this is such a good political tactic,
Yes.
because I mean it's worked. It's totally worked. I that's the thing that's scary about it to me, is that it's completely fictional, but it's so gosh darn effective. I don't like, how do you pull it back? How do you stop this line of attack when it's just so effective?
I don't know if you get to say that you're traumatized by an event when you're so happy about it. Right? 'Cause she's so happy about this. Like, because this totally plays into her narrative. Like, see, the Republicans really are the neo-Nazis. They don't really care about law and order. That was all just a cover. That was all just a fake dog whistle. So how can you simultaneously be so happy about something and then also be traumatized by it? Like, how does that work?
PTHD, post-traumatic happiness disorder.
There you go.
She's like,
There you go.
whoa, finally.
This is, I just hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this.
That's
Let's all
connected to white supremacy. There's not
let's connect everything to race. Let's
there's
dumb
not a
everything down.
logical thing. We
Yeah.
were making fun of Sam Harris because Sam Harris has total TDS, and Sam Harris dropped another podcast, but like half of the podcast he was actually correct on, because he was talking about how, blaming this on white supremacy is not the direction to go for the healing of the nation. But the healing is not what they're after. They're after political victory.
Right,
This
no,
is
it's true.
How do you feel about my prediction that the only way the Republican Party can be salvaged is by running a black candidate in 2024?
I don't think that's true. at
You
all.
don't think that's true?
Trump didn't lose by that much. Like
This narrative is going to be continually put forward. I don't know, man.
We'll see. We'll see.
That's what they care about. They lust for power more than they care about democracy. That's
Oh, well, that's true.
I mean,
But
yeah,
that's true
like,
on
I was
both
about to say-
sides.
I was about to say the pot calling the kettle black here.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
fucking real here.
Yeah, exactly.
AOC, who's like a fucking socialist. She doesn't care. Isn't it funny that you have someone who like wants to completely tear down the structures of our society and rebuild them to be completely different, and she's criticizing someone for not believing in democracy? Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck are you talking about? You're fucking revolutionary. Like, fuck off.
Well,
Get outta
as
here
long
with
as she keeps it framed as a race issue, then she's got
Right.
cover for that. She's like, obviously you have to tear down the institutions if they're racist.
Right. And I was glad because Sam Harris wasn't just talking about how stupid it was. He was like really hard, saying how fucking utterly stupid and contemptible it was for people to make this a race issue.
Yeah, it was. I wish that he would have done the podcast in reverse order, because the first half of it is TDS all the way, just total insanity, what we're used to seeing. And I checked out by the time we got to the part where he was talking about the race stuff, which I agree with him wholeheartedly. I was like, well, you just completely undermined your credibility by putting the other stuff first. So, yeah. Hopefully we'll get Sam Harris back. Hopefully we'll... You know what I'm saying.
Danimal the Fanimal for $1 says, I'm jealous of AOC. When I go to football games, I got to drop like $20 a pop on giant foam fingers, but she got 2 for free right at the end of her race. You think with all the money she saved, she could have donated more than $1. There you go.
Yeah, definitely.
Radical Centrist for $1 says, sorry, but Adam's debate with his SJW friend are torturously boring without Sitch.
Oh, really? Yeah, we did one without you, Sitch.
I saw that. I didn't listen to it yet, but there you go.
Maybe I should have invited you, but it was like 9 a.m. on a Saturday. I guess it's later there, though.
It is, but
9.
still.
That's like noon for you. I'll send you an invite next time.
What those people did when they voted to overturn the results of our free and fair elections, and you can barely call them that with the amount of voter suppression that they have engaged in across the country.
What? They were letting people vote like 3 or 4 times. What's he talking about, voter suppression?
Well, see, it's first of all, fuck you, Adam. But secondly, that's funny because
I mean, are we not agreed that we're trying to suppress dead people from voting, Sis?
That's true. That's true. The necromancy vote has always been disproportional in our society. But no, it's funny because it's like this is such the perfect horseshit. She can't even just say like, oh, the elections were free and fair. She's like, no, the voter suppression was on our side. It was against us. It's like, okay. Come on, AOC.
It's so bad.
It is just, to say the least, to call them that. And so with all of the rules rigged in their favor, the Electoral College is built on a compromise with slavers. The Senate is rigged in their favor.
Listen to Sitch. God, he's loving this.
Everything, it's like everything. It doesn't matter what it is. It always has to come back to race. The Electoral College is because of slavery.
That's not true. That's not true. The Electoral College isn't about slavery.
If there was no slavery in America at that time period, they still would have had the Electoral College because there was still massive population differences in the country, which is what people were concerned about.
Yeah. In when they did the Constitution, the Senate was just appointed. You didn't even get to vote for senators. The only thing they got, the only thing the people got was the Congress.
Right. Well, it's one of those slippery fact. That's what we'll call it. Because it's true that when the Constitution was being formed, the slave states they were concerned about, the Civil War, basically, in the future. They were concerned about these political lines being drawn in the sand. But that to say that this institution wouldn't exist without slavery, or to imply it, because you didn't say it, to imply it is ridiculous.
Do you think they're going to get rid of the Electoral College because they have?
Well, see,
they have the ability. Well, I guess they don't have the ability.
They don't.
They
have
need 2/3, right?
It would require a constitutional amendment to change the Electoral College.
Okay.
So it's never going to be abolished. But it's interesting because you can see this is the brilliant framing. This is how this works, and it pisses me off. If people find that a weapon or tactic works, they'll use it as much as they can. You see this with a little kid. If a little kid, if you have a child,
why are you hitting yourself?
Yeah, no, but if you have a child or you interact with a small child and they want something, and you're like, no, I'm not going to give it to you. But they do something, and then them doing that, it makes you acquiesce to their demand. They will always do that thing over and over and over again to try to get what they want. And so, unfortunately, the leftist woke shitheads have done this with racism. They say, okay, if we can tie something to racism, it's like a magic Harry Potter spell, racist, evanishist, and it makes you do whatever the fuck they say as long as it has to do with race. And so it's like, okay, I don't like the Electoral College, so now I need to make it a race issue. I got to tie it into racism. The Electoral College only exists because slavery. By upholding Electoral College, you're literally upholding an institution of slavery.
Is that true? We need to get rid of the Electoral College then.
Exactly.
I hate racism. Racism is evil.
Exactly.
What else should we get rid of, Sitch? What else is racist? Oh, do tell.
Racist Vanicus.
Are Republicans racist?
Oh, did you know that the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, okay, was built around racism? The Southern strategy? I think they all need to be removed and disappear forever.
I'll have to take your word for that.
Gerrymandered districts are rigged in the Republicans' favor. This presidency and the law.
It's a little ironic that someone who's in like a super ultra gerrymandered district is complaining about other people's gerrymandered districts. Just pointing that out. I don't know.
It's all theater. We know that. She knows that, right?
Yes.
Breaking and the pardons of people who have betrayed our country, all of it rigged in their favor, and they can't even win with the whole deck stacked with them. They can't even win with the deck stacked in their favor. And so what they are willing to do is set a match and light our entire democracy on fire so that they can uphold the social order of white supremacy.
The projection here is like off the fucking chain. Even the language he's using. They're like, they want to burn our whole system to the ground. Where were you all last fucking year?
I know. I feel like we're looking at a young Donald Trump here.
Like, if AOC came out this hard against the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots, I'd be like, okay, look, 100% power to her. She's being consistent. You know, she's very in favor of the system. She's very in favor of law and order. She doesn't like people, she doesn't like the threats of barbarians burning the system down.
Right.
But she's a fucking hack, because as they were literally burning the system down, she's fucking sitting there advocating for it.
Right. Yeah.
That's what this is about. Straight.
Do you understand though the logic of their argument is internally consistent, right? It's just not consistent with the world.
What do you mean?
Well, her argument would be that, we live in this white supremacist system, that we need to tear down the white supremacist system.
Right.
And they're literally trying to tear down the opposition that's fighting against the white supremacist system. So therefore they're enforcing the white supremacist system. So when they attack the Capitol, it's for white supremacy. And when Black Lives Matter attacks businesses and innocent people in the street,
to tear down white supremacy.
It's to tear down white supremacy.
But this is why she's so full of shit. Because
it is
she's
consistent, though. It is internal.
It's,
the internal logic of her
it's
mythology.
It's not, because she's sitting here acting like she's the fucking ultra jingoistic nationalist. I believe in the American democracy. I'm crying red, white, and blue eagle tears. She's pretending.
Well, that's true. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretending like she's like this ultra defender of democracy and all this shit, when everything she's criticizing is fucking shit she was supporting her side doing just last year.
Yeah.
Literally burning down institutions. And you're right. It's because they say that these institutions are white supremacists or white nationalists. And that's why she's lying and being so despicable here, because she believes that the American institutions, all of them, are inevitably tied to white supremacy. She believes that. She believes that you cannot.
All institutions have to go.
Right.
But AOC, not our sacred democracy.
Yeah, exactly. If you were to ask AOC the day before the riot this question, she would say, yes, all institutions in America, every institution in our America and in our government is intertwined and intertangled with white supremacy. We must dismantle it and tear it down, and rebuild it, free of white supremacy. She would have said that the day before the fucking riot. And now she's like, oh, how dare these people try to burn down our sacred democratic institutions.
Well, they tried to burn it down for the wrong reasons.
I forgot. Of course. I'm so sorry.
Straight up. This is about thinking that if an election doesn't reinforce your power, then you believe it is fundamentally illegitimate. And why do you think it's illegitimate? And
Russiagate.
how do you try to delegitimize our election?
I mean, it's so true. This is like the pot calling the kettle black. It's like completely, it's hypocrisy all the way.
Elections by saying black people shouldn't vote, by saying Latino people shouldn't be full U.S. citizens.
Trump increased his vote with the black community. Like he wanted more black people to vote.
And Latino community.
Yeah. These were the people that weren't suffering the social penalty of being called white supremacists.
This is what's so gross too, is that like, again, we talked, the numbers show that the people who won the election for Biden were fucking white middle-class suburbanites.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the minorities actually turned, like, yeah, the minorities still voted more, a lot more in favor of Democrats and Republicans, but the fact that Trump was able to poach as many as he was away from them,
yep,
it's very telling. Probably
a lot to do with a dual thing. They don't suffer the social penalty of voting for Trump, and also they were probably terrible. You don't like that argument, but
I don't think it's remotely true.
Why? Why do you think? So why do you think the suburbs turned on?
So wait a minute. No, you could be right in terms of the penalty for white people, but I'm saying I disagree with you saying that you don't think minorities incur that penalty. That's where I disagree with.
Right, because they incur,
that might be true.
They incur it from other minorities.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
That might be true for some Latin communities, depending on where exactly
you might be right about that. Like they might come out with your latent whiteness. You're covering for your internalized whiteness or something.
Yeah, you're an
like
Uncle
that,
Tom. You're a C word.
Okay,
blah, blah,
that's
blah.
true.
Yeah.
But also the defund the police. I think the black and Latino communities probably were like terrified of defund the police.
Of course they were.
Yeah.
Of course they were.
What? You're gonna turn our neighborhoods over to the gangs? Fuck you. Fuck you. I got 6 gangs breathing down my kids' necks, trying to get them to join. Fuck you.
And also, it's gross to be like, oh, they don't want to give Latino people citizenship. It's like, well, they don't want to give, like, they've always been strong on, like, the Conservative Party has always been anti-immigration.
Yeah.
Like, since the founding of the country, basically.
Right.
Like, they were very against the fucking white immigrants for many, many years. And now they're just anti people coming into the country.
Yeah. They don't want people competing for our jobs.
Yeah. They don't want people competing for jobs.
Which if you're black or Latino and you're at the bottom of the employment scale, you don't want to be competing with a lot of immigrants either. So
it annoys me when people are too stupid or lazy to try to like delve into this any deeper than just the surface level issue of like, oh, it's just because of the race. They're just racist. That's the reason.
Oh, so many people only look at these things at the surface level issue though. And it's so hard to get through to them once you dive any deeper. Like it's almost a penalty for diving deeper and knowing the truth, because then people give you the side eye when you say anything that's remotely.
No, it's
the
true.
Truth is fucking so out of style right now. It's painful.
People generally just, it's funny because there's a lot of people, I think, until the left like made it like a political priority that like immigrants are good to disassociate themselves from Trump. Nobody liked immigrants.
Yeah.
They're like, more people coming into our crowded country. Like, I want less people. Like, I don't want more people. Who wants more people walking around the streets? Everyone wants less people.
Especially if you're a misanthrope and you don't like people.
Especially if you're in LA and you're like, well, this is fucking traffic. I don't want more people here. It's ridiculous.
Traffic is dead. COVID pretty much killed the traffic.
Well, that's now. But
what I would give for a bar to be open, just to go out for a drink. Just to go out for a drink or go see a movie.
You can't buy alcohol at the store?
I don't want to drink at home. I want to go hang out.
I want to go out to some place where I can pay 5 times the cost of alcohol in a very loud, noisy, disgusting, dark environment where I can't hear the person next to me, and I want to drink that alcohol, Sitch.
That's America. What are you talking about, Sitch? I want to go out to dinner with my friends. I want to go sit in a movie theater and laugh at a movie.
I would much this, but this is what I no see this. I much rather do is you go to the Total Wine or whatever liquor store is near you. You buy like big bottles of whatever liquor you
Right.
want. You and like a big
Brown
group of your
paper
friends. You
bag
go
it
to
at
someone's
the-
house. You fucking get wasted. You order food. You eat delicious food, and you watch shit or play Jackbox on TV. I don't want to go to a fucking bar and just blow my money to just yell at each other and do nothing. That's stupid. Fuck that.
Man, un-American. Un-American.
By trying to take away strip citizenship away from people who already have it. We're not even getting to.
Can you even do that? How do you strip citizenship away from people?
I assume she's being hyperbolic. She's talking about I'm assuming she's talking about the Dreamers or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy.
I would imagine. I don't know what else she'd be referring to.
The denial of citizenship, a full civic personhood that this party engages in. We're talking about them trying to strip the citizenship away from anybody who isn't them. Anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is about. That's what this is about. And that's what I mean when I say that their lust for power has driven them away from loyalty to democracy. To democracy. So it's not just Trump that has to go. It's not just Trump that has to go. Because let me tell you something.
It sounds like she's advocating for open borders.
Oh, that wouldn't
Doesn't it?
surprise me at all. Yeah.
I mean, because what is the suggestion here? Because she's just saying like, oh, it sounds like she's saying you shouldn't deny anyone the opportunity to be American citizen. Like, what is she talking? What is the policy here that she's referring to?
When these rioters,
Hey, I have more subs in AOC. That's kind of
broke into our nation's capital, they flew the Confederate flag inside our nation's capital. Let me break down the historical.
Wait, you gonna respond to that?
How do you fly a flag
I know.
inside the Capitol building?
They got
Did
one.
someone-
They got one photo of one guy walking around. It looks like he lost his friends. God damn it! We're
Yeah,
like
I
the
know. I
only
saw-
white supremacists here. I lost my other two friends.
I saw the photo of the guy with the Confederate flag.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I mean, first of all, fuck the Confederate flag. Confederate flag's fucking stupid. Traitor's flag. If anyone, the whole "it's my heritage," it's a stupid argument. But
Free speech, Sitch. What are you doing? Come on.
yeah, I'm not saying it should be illegal. It's a fucking stupid bullshit argument.
Right.
It's a bullshit argument. It's 100% bullshit argument. But the point is, I saw that picture of that one guy with a Confederate flag. And I know, yeah, there was that guy. There was Nick Fuentes in Baked Alaska. There's some other white nationalists.
Were they flying Confederate flags?
Which I know they're just walking around.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They weren't flying flag. But it's just weird that she keeps saying, she says this repeatedly. She says, they flew the Confederate flag. Like,
Yeah.
why is she saying this?
Like they marched in and they took the American flag down and they ran up the Confederate flag.
This is her dishonesty, because she does the Tucker Carlson thing.
What's she doing there
that's
in
like,
that screen cap? It looks like she's doing the white supremacist thing.
oh my God, you're right. She's doing the okay sign. Oh my God. But what she does is she takes something that happened and then she twists it just a little bit to make it worse, to create a visceral image in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, if she says, oh, there's a guy, running around the Capitol with a Confederate flag, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
But if she says they flew the American flag,
ooh, I can
that gives you
feel it right
the-
here.
Right. That gives you the vision
Extra hate.
that there's like there's a mob of like white nationalists storming the Capitol, and they're pulling the they go up to the flagpole in front of Congress and they're pulling the American flag down, and they're putting the Confederate flag and they're raising it up, and they're all saluting to it flying high above the Congress, and they're like, this is America now.
Yeah.
Which obviously nothing like that even remotely happened, but
Nope.
just by saying they flew the flag, it paints that image in your mind.
Yeah, it's very good. Very bad. Very bad for the nation, but very good politics.
Full significance of that for you. This happened They flew the Confederate flag for the first time in American history in the U.S. Capitol. It didn't even make it.
So, hold on. The first time in American history? Wasn't there a time when the Confederates actually were in the Capitol?
No. I don't
in
think
during
so.
No, never. Okay.
the Civil War. And there were members cheering them on.
Whoa.
Don't get it twisted.
What?
Don't
Who cheered? Did Ted Cruz salute the Confederate flag? I need a fact check over here.
Don't let them act like they didn't. There were members who were supportive. You had a member of Congress from Colorado saying, my people are outside.
Well, that he should have never said that. That was a huge fuck up on his
Right.
part.
But see, even this is disingenuous.
Because he
You know,
did
it's-
say that? What did he
Well,
say?
no, he did. But I hate this. I don't want to defend these fucking pieces of shit idiots. Okay. But he wasn't, he said it before the riot. He was, okay.
Oh, okay,
He was
okay,
talking about
yeah.
before the riot when people were just protesting. He's like,
These are my
he was
people.
saying that the
Yeah.
argument that you said. He's like, well, you know, I'm up here representing my constituents, you know, saying the vote shouldn't count, blah, 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 blah. These are my people. You know, he said, these are my constituents or something outside.
Mhm.
Okay. Which, you know, first of all, fuck that guy. But still, he wasn't talking about, but then when the way that she frames it, she's like, there was a guy waving the Confederate flag. And then a representative said, these are my constituents.
Yeah, went up, took a selfie with him. Oh, cool. You have the Confederate flag here.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, no, that's not how it went down.
that's not how
They flew the Confederate flag.
they flew it.
I know. Flew.
They flew it.
We're up to a half a dozen now. Flew.
It was flying.
flying.
When
You know,
it
see
didn't even
What happened was there was just death. She was a moments away from death by someone trying to kill her with a Confederate flag.
How come there's only one picture of that guy with the Confederate flag, and he looks so disgruntled? He looks
That's
pissed.
probably what you said. He got lost. He was like, oh, fuck.
He's like, Jesus, I can't find a bathroom anywhere.
make it in during the Civil War. And they said, those are my people. So let me tell you something. Let me share this with every member of Congress who voted to overturn the results of our free and fair, again, a generous assessment election, to vote to overturn the results of our election.
Yeah, you said something earlier, Sitch, that you have to be careful because you were saying that there's no credible fraud. There's no credible evidence of fraud.
No. I said there's no credible evidence of widespread of fraud that would change the course of the election.
That's not what you said, but I know that's
That
what
is
you
what I
meant.
said.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
That's
knew
what
that's
I
what
meant.
you meant. Yeah, exactly. Because when you say that's the thing that drives people crazy, because they on CNN they are literally saying there's no fraud, there's no
Right.
credible evidence of fraud, which it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like no fraud, zero fraud?
Yeah, well, obviously there's fraud every election.
Right.
I mean, I don't
Yes,
think anyone denies
exactly,
that. Sure.
exactly. But that little difference in saying it that way is like a little. It feels, and this
I see.
obviously is irrational, but it feels
Right.
like CNN kind of like poking you in the eye, going, "Hee hee, no fraud, zero fraud. Here, beep beep. Here, let me poke you in the eye. Oh, you think? You heard a story about? Oh, you heard a story about a fraud case, huh? Nope, none. Zip, zero, zilch. Ha ha. It does. It feels like that when CNN and MSNBC do that. They're literally pissing in your fucking Fruit Loops. They're like, no fraud. Ha ha. Ha ha. Oh, look, I got some in your mouth. I'm telling you, that's what drives people crazy. So that's why
Right.
you have to say, like, yes, there was lots of fraud. We don't know if there was, hundreds of thousands of votes of fraud because nobody investigated that stuff. And not only that, the media was more interested in pissing you off than anything. Yeah.
G-Man, the man for $1 says, Adam, get rid of that shirt. It hides all the good stuff, cutie boy.
What's going on here? I'm getting. Why?
He's more distracted by you instead of AOC.
Come on here. Here, let me make the AOC bigger for you guys. Here, I'll move it over. Let me see if I can zoom in on those boobies. Right, I'll put them over me here. Here we go. Here we go, you guys. You ready? Jeez.
If any member of Congress so much as stutters to say that the Confederacy were traitors to the United States, that the Confederacy is a legion of white supremacists, if you so much as stutter to say that, turn in your pin and get out.
Is there some rash of congressmen or women defending the Confederacy?
No, that's political suicide.
When did that happen? When did this happen? Very confused now.
I mean, Joe Biden was friends with Larry Bird, who was doing that. So
Larry Bird?
Yeah, wasn't a
basketball player?
Well, not the basketball player.
You mean Strom Thurmond?
Was it Strom Thurmond? No, well, who's the Bird guy?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay. Look up Confederacy and Bird.
Didn't he?
I'm usually pretty good about this.
I don't know if didn't he read the eulogy at Strom Thurmond's funeral or something weird?
Yeah.
But it was sort of like, it's kind of like a fuck you, because like they weren't friends, and like he comments on it like this was like his final like fuck you to make him read the eulogy at his funeral.
Oh, really?
Because you can't like shit on someone, right, when you're reading their eulogy.
Oh yeah, that is kind of messed up. Forcing him to like say a bunch of nice things about an open white supremacist to totally throw his political career in the toilet as the guy is like dead.
Confederacy Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's like I'm just getting birds. Like I don't know what you're talking.
Oh, there's a lot of white supremacist birds.
Like I don't know what you're talking about.
They all must
here
be
you
Southern birds.
A bird named for a Confederate general sparks calls for change.
Here, let me look.
Some bird named after a Confederate general.
I think it's BRYD. Bird. Racist. Racist bird.
Wait a minute.
Robert Byrd. Did Robert Byrd really change his mind on race? Who's Robert Byrd? Robert Clay Byrd is an American politician who served in the United States and West Virginia for over 51 years until he died in 2010. That might be it. Biden did not eulogize former KKK Grand. Byrd's racist past should not be downplayed. Yeah, that's him. Robert Byrd. So fuck you, Sitch.
There you go.
My memory is unassailable.
Impeccable.
Let's get back to AOC here.
Let's talk
I like
about
this
birds
I like this freeze frame that you.
Oh my god.
Her hands look.
Go join. Why don't you go join them if you are so sympathetic to them? But you have
Sitch, go join them.
no place in the capital of the United States.
As she's doing the white supremacy. This is the worst.
Oh my god.
This is the worst time to be doing this.
Who's
AOC.
dog whistling to her secret racist supporters?
She's like, this is her like, I'm just kidding about all this stuff, guys.
Oh my god. Someone take a screenshot. AOC dog whistling to white supremacists as she talks about the attack on the Capitol Hill. Oh my god. I gotta take a picture.
Let's see if she winks.
Yep.
She's like, go ahead and join the Confederacy. Wink, wink.
AOC dog whistle.
America in the citadel of democracy, if that's the trash that you believe in. Because
How is it the citadel of democracy? I thought it was the citadel of the republic.
This is all such Fox
They're
fake
making
outrage. Like
they're making the decisions for us there. We're not deciding.
we will never go back. I'll tell you that right now.
Right now.
We will never go back. The only way forward is a multiracial democracy that fights for the economic rights of all people and the.
But of course, if it's something like COVID relief, we got to make sure we give it to the Black and Latino people.
You have to prioritize
first.
non-white people. Yes,
Not all people. Let's be clear here.
Yeah, when she says multiracial democracy, it's like, okay, it's good. It's like, but she doesn't mean white people when she says that.
I know.
It's like, oh, white people aren't a race. It's like, oh, okay.
Get these white devils out of here.
There you go.
Civil rights of all people. Period.
Period.
Wait.
I know.
She just said we have to create a multiracial society where we respect and have the civil rights of all people. And yet she's the one who later in this video is advocating for people to be completely deplatformed and depersoned forever. I'm like, well, what about those people's civil rights? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, Sitch, they made a mistake. They voted for Trump.
I see. There you go.
And they would rather see our country burn than to see them be shoulder to shoulder equal to others.
So not true. So not true.
It's just, people say AOC is some great orator, some great social media guru. I wouldn't use the term burn. I don't know. I wouldn't want people to think of all the burning and looting that happened last year if I was AOC. I'd stray from that word.
Yeah, no.
That is the tragedy of white supremacy. The tragedy of white supremacy is that it is doomed to fail.
That's the tragedy? No, that's the hold on. You got that
Isn't that
backwards.
good? That's a weird line.
That's the hope that white supremacy is doomed to fail. We'll give you this one.
Doomed to fail. White supremacists will never, ever, ever live in a world where they will see their fantasies come true. Ever. Which is why...
So she's kind of fucking her own narrative here, because if that's true, then why do we have to fight so hard to get rid of them?
Yeah, wait, I'm confused here because I thought the argument was that their fantasy had already come true. Like we were talking about how we live in a white supremacist nation. I thought the fantasy was already a reality and we were fighting against that.
Right.
I'm so confused here.
Or that Donald Trump was the white supremacist president and he was trying to enable a white supremacist coup and he almost died because the white supremacists almost took over. And then now she's saying that it will never happen.
Where are we at here? I thought we were fighting. Hold on. Are we fighting against this or not?
Is this a real concern or is this just bullshit?
Oh, man.
Gotta keep your message straight, AOC. Confusing.
They rely on violence. That's why they cling to violence so much.
Black Lives Matter.
Well, this part's so much of this is so devoid of self-awareness.
Yeah.
The reason the white supremacists are violent is because they know their thing. Their ideas of the world will never come true. It's like, well, is that true of all the fucking assholes rioting last year? Is that why they're violent? Is that why the protests make you feel uncomfortable? Because they know that their fucking dream of woke communism, whatevernism isn't going to happen, AOC?
Ooh, yeah.
Because no other way for them. There's no other way. Every other way is democratic and cooperative, where we all must share our genius with one another, where our society is not built on supremacy or on a politics of domination of one another.
So that's a chick with a list, right? It's so...
So wait.
So many contradictions.
I'd love to ask AOC a question. I'd say, so does this mean that you're against critical race theory, which states that democracy can't solve this multiracial problem that you're talking about?
Oh my God, I know. They're completely against this multiracial society.
And they can't live in a world. They can't live in a world without supremacy, without domination. They can't live in a world where they can just coexist. No. They have to reign supreme.
Can Can you imagine like being this detached from reality? You're like, that's the problem. That's why Black Lives Matter and Antifa is rioting, because people just can't coexist with each other. They just want to dominate each other.
No, it's complete ridiculousness. Of course, I can't imagine it. But
do the Antifa people who want to live in an anarchist, anarcho-communist system, they want to dominate, the rest of the country? They want to force the country into their will? Do they not count?
That's true. Yeah.
And since a white supremacist world and since supremacy in general is a myth, it will never be true for anybody.
Well, the mask is slipping here. What the hell? She's completely undermining her electoral strategy here. Her strategy is that white supremacy is everywhere and that we have to fight that white supremacy. Like they just had her opening argument was that the whole crowd was white supremacists.
There was a man who flew the Confederate flag in the Capitol.
Yeah.
Adam. And I was afraid of my life. But also the thing I'm afraid of is not real and can never happen. So, it's just, I'm a little confused by my messaging here, but just stick with me. It all makes sense. If you just don't think, just feel what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm definitely feeling it.
Supremacy is a myth. They have to resort to violence. They have to. Because there is no other way for them. But
so there you go, AOC. Whenever anyone, protester or rioter, uses violence, that means that their cause is bullshit.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm sure this clip will never be used against her in the future.
I mean, I'm wondering about the police. If police brutality is a myth, they have to use violence. I mean, she's generally making the conservative argument against Black Lives Matter right now.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You know what? What is the result of that? Nothing. It's nihilism. It's just destruction.
Now she's a goddamn Jordan Peterson fan. I'm so confused.
Look, Adam, while she was sitting in that room, afraid for her life, not sure whether the security guards protecting her or her fellow congressmen were going to rat her out, she was on the brink of an emotional breakdown. And there she saw the corner of her eye, sitting on a table, laying there.
Oh, no.
Was Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life?
She looked into it.
And she started reading it, and suddenly the words of Saint Peterson filled her bosom. And on that day, her heart grew 3 sizes, and she became a Jordan Peterson fan.
Her heart
went home and immediately cleaned her room.
Her bosom grew 3 sizes. She's like, well, I do stop to pet cats on the street. I'll give him that much.
And then what claim will you have? That you rule over a destroyed society? That the ashes belong to you?
I wish she gave the speech.
I know. I was
fucking burning buildings down last year, right?
I was thinking the same thing. Why isn't she giving this after Kenosha?
I know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, do it with Kenosha footage.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this speech and I'm gonna cut up this sections of it and I'm gonna overplay it of people rioting and burning down buildings. Yeah, and I'm gonna say AOC comes out hard against Antifa.
There you go. Exactly. What are you gonna preside? You're gonna preside over the ashes. I like to show people hitting, ransacking the target.
Right. Oh, that's perfect.
Never. And so I want to be clear to Senator Ted Cruz.
Oh.
You do not believe.
Weren't they holding hands under the table, her and Ted Cruz?
I think so.
They were. What are you talking about?
I'm
talking about her and Ted Cruz teaming up on different legislation and stuff.
AOC, Ted. There was something.
They were, yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
I'm going to tell you, Ted Cruz. We were
Cruz,
friends.
AOC exchange blows on Nazi accusations. I don't know.
Yeah, no, okay. So the relationship is falling apart. They really
I guess
should. There should be like a poll meter, on the AOC Ted Cruz relationship, because I thought they were warming up to each other, but
I don't think so.
no, they did
Not anymore.
Well, it's worse when it was someone who's a friend, obviously.
Of course.
Belong in the United States Senate. I want to be clear to Senator Josh Hawley. You do not belong in the United States Senate. You do not belong in any democratically elected seat when you do not believe that election was even legitimate, according to your self-serving claims. So get out.
She's making the same claims, though. She said that the elections are illegitimate because it's all in the favor of Republicans with voter suppression and gerrymandering, blah, blah. I mean,
we just want
fine,
an accurate vote count.
Right. Like, look, I'm fine if that's the criteria. You can leave to AOC. How about here's a criteria. Anyone who makes excuses for rioters leaves.
Needs to get out.
Yeah, how about that? I think I'm fine with that. Let's stick by that criteria. Okay?
I like that. Yeah.
If any shred of integrity about their claims, their lies really, but their claims about this election, they would take off their pin and turn it in. But this isn't about the truth to them. This is about...
She's totally yucking it up here, man.
I know,
This is like
totally.
an Academy performance here.
It is, isn't it?
Take off their pin and turn it in.
I want Ted Cruz to go up to Mitch McConnell like a cop movie. And Mitch McConnell would be like, Ted, I need your pin and your badge.
She's not saying McConnell threw Trump under the bus big time.
Yes, he did.
Like he ran over him with the bus, took the time to back up, go get him again, forward again. Is he dead yet?
Well, all the Republicans, they're all just vying for the various positions they think are available for themselves in the Republican Party.
Totally, yeah.
They're like, oh, am I going to suck up for the Trump base, or am I going to try to suck up to the fallout that I perceive is going to happen in the future? They're all rolling the dice here to see where it lands.
I'm curious as hell where I think Trump had a lot of voters that were one-time voters for Trump. I think Trump had a lot of supporters that were just apathetic about politics. There's a lot of corruption in politics. I agree with that assessment. So I don't know that Trump did anything to help the situation. Yeah. I mean, I would like to think that he did, and that's what he ran on. But I honestly just don't know how much of it is just bullshit. I don't know how this is the weird thing, and this is where the corruption comes from, because the establishment really did turn on Trump. Trump maybe did try to drain the swamp in a way that was just ineffective, and the fucking swamp ended up getting him. I don't know how you can't call a lot of the stuff that goes on in the mainstream media, swamp-ish.
Well, no, the problem is that he correctly identified the problem.
Yes.
But then he is just his own swamp. So it's like, he's not
so
draining any swamp. He just
swamp.
wants to replace it with his swamp.
You think so?
Yeah, of course so. What do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna have all my kids be like on the fucking boards of all these companies and be getting favors from countries for political dealings. I mean, I just talked about how, like, earlier in the stream, about how fucking Mitch McConnell's wife is like fucking helping out her dad's shipping company.
Major
and she's
swamp.
And why is Mitch McConnell's wife on Trump's cabinet in the first place? Because Mitch McConnell was like one of the first people to come out and support Trump when he got the nominee.
Yeah. Trump is trying to get his kid, trying to get Ivanka to run.
And it's the same thing with Betsy DeVos. Why is Betsy DeVos on the cabinet? Because Eric Prince is her brother, and he donated millions of dollars to Trump. Like, let's not pretend, like there's something going on here, that Trump was some big advocate of stopping corruption in Washington. Like, that's absurd.
I bet you haven't read Eric Prince's book.
No, I haven't read Eric Prince's book.
Eric Prince has his own private army.
Yeah, he's the fucking Blackwater guy.
Yeah, the head of the CEO of Blackwater. Yeah, he's a private military.
Yeah, I know exactly.
It's crazy. Yeah, he's got his own Marine Corps. Imagine that, being a guy who owns his own Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's scary. Can you imagine if Eric Prince and Blackwater turned up on the 6th? Then you'd really think, oh my God.
Then I was, see, it's funny because people were talking about like, oh, this is a coup. I was like, okay, if this is a coup, it's like the shittiest coup attempt in like the fucking history of the world.
Yes. Oh,
if
can you imagine if phone calls shake out of Trump trying to talk Eric Prince into doing something? Holy shit.
Yeah, like if something like that happened, then okay, you've 100%.
We're on the verge. Yes.
Then I'm 100% on board, but I don't think that's going to come to fruition.
Yeah. Oh, so that's so crazy.
If they want to be president in 2024, let me give you a sneak peek. You will never be president.
Careful. That's what they said about Trump, AOC. You don't want to jinx. You don't want to jinx yourself.
Don't jinx it.
I can see it now. I can see a Cruz president.
I really don't want to see Lion Ted be fucking president.
Oh my God. He noticed the beard thing. Like he's trying to mix it up. He's like, gotta look presidential now.
Well, he's like, when he doesn't have a beard, he looks too much like a fat-faced child. So he's like, I need the beard to look, more like Father Comstock or something. Like
the beard made Lincoln.
That's true.
Lincoln didn't have a beard. Somebody said he looked better with a beard, and he's like, I'll go with it. Now, oh my God.
So presidential.
All history remembers is the beard.
Though Ted Cruz has a problem because his beard, it's like different colors, and it looks kind of weird. Like he looks kind of like a fat Wolverine or something, like the way it is.
I think he looks like the evil people in Star Trek. The bizarro world Star Trek evil people. That's the way I conceptualize Ted Cruz with a beard. Like he's straight from the evil multiverse world.
I'm like, it looks too neckbeardy. Like it's not shaped very well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just his face. He's got kind of like a pudgy, doughy face. Maybe there's no hope for Ted.
AOC.
For Lion Ted.
Is AOC really pissed off now? Has she worked herself up to in a tizzy here?
Oh, she's full tizzy.
You will never command the respect of this country. Ever. Ever. And you should resign. So should every member of Congress that voted to overturn the results of our election.
I feel like she should throw in a delete your Twitter account too. You little bitch.
She starts talking about censorship later.
How is this not bullying? Jeez. Holy shit. Feeling bullied.
Alex Karras for $20 says she's making a list and checking it twice, trying to find out who's naughty or nice. AOC is commie. And how? Don't focus on her knockers. She knows when you aren't woke. She puts you on a list for jail, and her knowledge is a joke. I like it. That's a good song, Alex.
That is great. Holy cow.
That's good.
Don't focus on her knockers. She knows when you aren't woke. That's the best.
That's a good one.
That's the best.
That's a good one.
It's a little ambiguous, though, Alex. I'm not sure. Like, if you're woke, are you allowed to focus on her knockers? Seems like maybe you can.
Cling to power, then respect our democracy.
This is all new levels of comedy here. I just can't take this seriously.
I know.
You will never.
You will never
Ever.
be president.
Ever. Respect the democracy.
That is putting the short term above the long term. And so many of our...
Okay.
That's a good pause. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Tiger claw.
And her face
problems.
is like, she's like, oh.
So
Oh, my
So many
God.
of our global problems, our societal problems are all the way down, comes down to that. It comes down to that. It comes down to...
See, she tripped herself up because she keeps doing the white supremacist sign, and I know. I think that she realizes she's doing it and going, oh, shit. Not supposed to do that. Because you notice how she skips a beat here. Like,
Right.
she lost her train of thought there.
to putting the short-term gain and prioritizing small short-term gains.
I'll be right back.
And allowing them and just grabbing at them at the expense of long-term structural losses, right? That's everything.
She totally lost it there. She's saying short-term gains at the expense of long-term structural loss. Oh, no, I guess that's correct.
Where we prioritize this quarter's profits over long-term economic well-being for all people, right? That's why they're paying people less than a living wage. Sure, it may boost up your Q1 profits, but what happens down the road when no one can afford your goods? Same thing with climate change, right? Where we're burning all the fossil fuels in the world and we're clinging on to this system of fossil fuels because of the short-term profits that it bears, and we're allowing that to happen even though we know that it's causing long-term destruction of our planet. Media, same thing. The short-term conflict-driven news cycles.
Oh my God, the hypocrisy. She's going to call out the media for their, she's going to call out social media for being completely tribally driven, call out the news media for being completely tribally driven, while she's stoking the tribal fires as we speak. Not a good look.
That get elevated every day that don't mean, frankly, shit. Sorry, I try not to curse on this thing, but I'm upset, as you can tell. And they bring up and froth up all of this short-term nonsense in our headlines, and they lose the long-term story every time, right?
Yeah, like we've made great strides in the realm of civil rights and equal rights. Those long strides, we want to ignore those and just put the headline: white supremacists take over the Capitol. Now we know but wait, AOC, you're the one doing that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then with our democracy, where you have members of Congress that are more interested in being, I don't know, a meme and driving a short-term news cycle and making policy decisions. And listen, I'm telling you this, I know as someone who wields social media, I understand that people may wield this critique about me, but I will tell you that when it comes to using social media, there's a very fine line between a member using it and social media using the member. And they are allowing themselves to be used, to be consumed, and to be radicalized, and to radicalize back. And they're making policy decisions based on that.
Can you imagine the gall of AOC to be like, oh, these people are radicalizing others on social media? Like, this is her fucking bread and butter. Like, this is what she does.
Yeah, this whole thing is a radicalizing.
This is insane. Yeah, this video is fucking radicalizing people.
Yeah. She did say, I know that this critique can be leveled at me. So she is like at least admitting the fact that she's doing it right now.
Look, guys, I understand that what I'm about to say is exactly what I'm doing, but
if you think about it, it's okay when I do it.
Oh my God.
Instead of wielding it to speak to their constituents and make their case. Now, I know a lot of people may not understand that distinction, and so they're going to run off and all of these accusations, but I'm telling you how it is. And so what they're doing is that they're playing to cameras, and they don't care about actually being a damn legislator to serve the people of the United States of America. They don't care. If they cared, they would have certified our democratic elections. If they cared, they wouldn't have amplified the lie.
So if the situation was reversed and Trump won, but it was like the exact same situation with the exact same voting count and all this stuff, This would be like, you all know that AOC. It'd be like Donald Trump hacked the voting machine, stole the election.
Yeah.
You know, this is a coup. Donald Trump, a coup attempt. Are we Democrats just going to sit by
Well,
and let it happen?
Well, they suppress. Well, they suppress the vote.
Well, it's so annoying because it's like if after all of her rhetoric, okay, if someone goes and tries to kill Trump or Ted Cruz or any of these fucking people, is she gonna get any flack for
No.
inciting
Hell
violence?
no. Not at all. Not one iota.
It's so absurd. And that's the problem, is if you come off as so hypocritical, then no one's going to follow the rules. No one's ever going to follow the rules if they feel like it's just rules for thee, but not for me. And that's what it feels like in terms of this rhetoric that she's laying out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly like the aristocracy. You know, the king, there's rules for the aristocrats and there's rules for the commoners. And we're definitely in the commoners role. This is why populism gets going, because of the double standards that start forming in society. Everyone's like fucking pissed off. I don't want to take it. But they're stoking the perception of a double standard on their side, because their whole white supremacist argument is like, there's this one standard for white people, you know, the cops don't shoot at them or you know, they're never embroiled in any kind of criminal accusations or anything like that. Totally not true one bit, but they're saying there's that double standard, and if you don't believe in that double standard, you're a racist.
Right. That cop shot the fuck out of that white lady trying to climb through the window.
Yeah.
Then the other day, he just went pop. See, but that's why I hate this fucking rhetoric, because if this was a left-wing protest and that was a black lady, you know, every single one of these fucks,
oh my God, yeah,
would be like, oh, she's just proof that the police are racist, shooting an unarmed black lady who's just trying to protest. Like, there's no consistency. None of these people have any principled beliefs that they stand behind.
No.
It's all just grabbing at power, shifting whatever narrative helps you grab for more and more power.
I put the kitten up to try to lighten the mood here.
If they cared.
Does this AOC's totally unhinged rant make her less attractive to you or more attractive to you?
I was really hoping that you would not ask me this question, but in all honesty, you know, she's I don't know. She's got that crazy look in her eyes.
Oh, I think he likes it. I think he likes it, guys.
It's kind of calling to me a little bit here. Oh my God.
It's happening.
Why are crazy girls so sexy? What's up with that? It's wrong, but it's so true.
Kavanaugh for $5 says, is AOC inciting violence against Trump supporters?
Yes. Yeah.
Definitely seems like that. Sunder Keen for $5 says, I have never seen a human being project harder than an actual projector does, but I have seen this today.
They would have protected their colleagues instead of tweeting out their locations for the mob to find them. If they cared, they would have done and acted with integrity.
Fake news didn't happen.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They don't care. They care about themselves.
What moral foundation? They don't care. What moral foundation? What moral foundation?
They care about their elections. They care about their next gig. They care about their money, their power, their fame. And this is how democracy can burn. It is fragile. We must change.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It is fragile. You can't go on social media for an hour and 2 minutes and rant about the whole world being white supremacists without risking our precious, fragile, super Great democracy.
Cherish it. And they didn't.
They didn't.
And they don't. So they need to leave.
They need to go into the ocean. You just walk right out into that ocean. You have to leave.
Disappear.
Donald Trump needs to leave. Ted Cruz needs to leave. Josh Hawley needs to get out.
This is crazy. This is totally crazy. Get out? What does she mean, get out?
Get out. Get out of Congress. Get out of government.
Oh, I thought she meant like get out of the United States. Like flee for your lives, basically.
We need to get out. McCarthy, leader of the House Republicans, voted to overturn our elections. The same election that he was elected in, he voted to overturn. Steve Scalise voted to overturn our elections. Leaders of House Republicans, party leadership. This is like if Nancy Pelosi voted to overturn the results of our elections. You know, you have, each party has their leaders. Nancy Pelosi is leader in the House. McCarthy is the leader of Republicans in the House. Rather, Pelosi's leader of Democrats, and she's speaker. She's speaker of the entire House. McCarthy is leader of the Republican parties in the House. He voted to overturn the results of our election. When his members were begging him for guidance, they were saying, what do we do in this moment? He did not provide any leadership to his own party. He cared about himself. He cared about supremacy. He cared about power and dominance over democracy. He needs to go. Scalise needs to go, along with anybody who sided with these Confederate traitors. A reminder that the Confederacy was not part of the United States, was never part of the United States, will never be a part of the United States. They are traitors to democracy. They are enemies of a multiracial democracy, and they will never have glory in our history, in our present, or in our future. Period.
But they're also not a threat, so don't worry about them.
Yeah. Just ignore it.
Oh, you like that? The silent, I like that. It's like a good 3 seconds of silent head shake.
Head shaking, I know.
I'm just, guys,
She's dumbfounded.
I'm just so tired. I'm so tired of fighting the good fight
She
against
loves
white
this.
supremacy.
We should have
know-
saw this live. I'm dying to see what the chat looks like.
I know, it's probably exploding. There is actually an interesting psychological thing going on, because it's a very common tactic if you are afraid or have some sort of PTSD or you're super anxious or something. One of the ways that you can combat that is by becoming enraged and angry. You know, rage and anger can always overcome fear,
Really?
often to very detrimental effects to those around you or
Oh,
even to
yeah.
yourself. So it's funny because this video is like the perfect example of that. She starts off like, I was so afraid for my life. I was so scared. And then she turns it into anger
Yeah.
in order to try to get her power back.
But what we have to do right now is that I need folks to understand that all of us have to strap in. Because the amount of people that have been radicalized in this country is very, very large. And it is deep.
And I'd like to thank all those who I'm radicalizing from my side. Thank you for supporting me and watching
Yeah,
my video.
exactly. I was thinking, yeah, well, let's double it, right? Because your side's getting just as radicalized.
Let's not call for unity. Let's not call for a calming of temperatures. Let's not
Yeah.
call for coming together as a country. No. Let's just rip the country apart by the seams.
Yeah, we need more de-radicalizing, but I think the kind of de-radicalizing she wants is going to involve like shock treatment or something.
Look, Is someone actually super chat this? So I'll just read what they said. They said, "Don't worry. Oversized trash panda for $5 says, don't worry about AOC's list. I'm sure the gulags will be mostly peaceful."
Yeah. Catch up on my reading. I'm gonna have her teach me MMT.
Well, here's a question. Automata for $2 says, I wouldn't have said Scalise needs to go. Like, if any of these people, she's like, Ted Cruz needs to go. These people need to go, right? So if someone tries to take one of these senators or representatives out with violence, is she going to be held responsible for incitement? When she's saying they have to go, they have to get out of here?
No, she's not going to be held responsible for anything. This is the problem with the left-wing media. Like, nobody's held responsible. Was Hunter Biden held responsible, Sitch?
For what?
Has Hunter for what?
For being paid off for being Joe Biden's son? No.
Yeah.
He was not. No. That's true. He was
It's
not.
swampy. Very swampy.
Very swampy.
Yeah.
Deep. And this is a generational wound that we're going to have to fix. Because Ted Cruz can hang it up and leave. Josh Hawley can hang it up and leave. McCarthy can hang it up and leave. But they egged this on every step of the way because they thought it would win them a freaking election.
It's interesting because I could visualize the charisma on command guy sitting here with the AOC. Like, so you had these people who were, their rhetoric caused a riot, a violent riot that we're assuming they're not in favor of. So you could use this as a moment maybe to try to get those people to reflect on their actions.
Yeah.
And to be better in the future. But AOC's just like, no, I just want to stir the pot. I want to get my side like all riled up against these people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And now we have to clean up the mess of a radicalized, and Mark Zuckerberg too, creating recommendation engines, just funneling millions of people into white supremacist groups and organizations. He recommended it. He built the platform for it. He accelerated this. Many people are responsible for it.
When I log onto Facebook, I got to tell you, the woke people have taken over my Facebook feed. Like, I'm not being shuttled into white supremacies. If someone casually mentions Trump, they're fucking pounced on. I don't know what your Facebook feed looks like, but.
Well, this is the power grab. It's like, not only does, all these Republicans, they have to go, but it's like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg needs to be held responsible. Facebook has to be held responsible. All these social media platforms have to be held responsible for radicalizing people.
Yeah. No.
Many, many people are responsible. And, we're going to have a lot of work to do because they created this mess.
A lot of laws about censorship are going to have to be passed.
A lot of work for me to do. You're going to have to reelect me many, many times for me to get all this work that I have ahead of me to do.
They created this violence for short-term gain, knowing the long-term loss, knowing the long-term cost. And they will do it over and over and over again until they experience personal consequences. Because that's what all of this was about. Every step of the way, they gave...
I can only imagine the anger, the rage I would feel if I was a person who had my business and neighborhood destroyed and I saw AOC spouting this fucking inane bullshit. Because I'd say, look, I don't necessarily disagree with what she's saying conceptually, but coming from her?
Oh, yeah.
Coming from Miss protests are supposed to make you feel uncomfortable? Coming from Miss, I'm going to give as much defense and cover to riots as much as possible. If I'm sitting here and I had my livelihood destroyed, and she's like, these people, oh, you know, they need to feel the personal responsibility. I'm like, that's fantastic, bitch. But what about you?
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
Up
Sad.
long-term cost to all of us. A long-term cost for all of us. For personal gain, personal gain.
She never mentions what the long-term cost is. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
I don't know. It doesn't.
She's
she doesn't
saying
need to
their
mention that.
short-term gain at our long-term cost. What's the long-term cost? What are we talking about here?
I mean, it's obviously not destroying a black neighborhood so that businesses will all flee from them, and then
Yeah.
that black neighborhood will be driven into poverty. That's obviously not a long-term cost.
Well,
she's
that's the
concerned
long-term cost of Black Lives Matter riots,
about.
definitely.
That's obviously a cost she's not concerned about.
What is the long-term cost here? I don't.
Who the fuck
Yeah.
knows?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Gain, personal gain.
It's just like a talking point. It's like a CEO talking point, an anti-capitalist talking point.
I
And
think
as
she tries
long
to tie
as
this into global warming or something later. I don't remember. It all connects.
they have a shred of personal gain to get in making the same decisions, they will continue to make them. That's why they gotta go. And that's why they need to experience consequences. Not because it's punishment, not because it's I'm getting back at you, but because consequences are the only way they will stop contributing to violence. It's the only way they will stop contributing to undermining our democracy. So they need to go.
It's so funny. We're literally just one shooting away from this being considered incitement to violence. Because it's the same thing with Trump. No one was saying that he was inciting violence until it happens. Like they said that he was weakening the fabric of our institutions. Sure. But no one was saying that he was inciting violence until it happens. And it's the exact same thing with this. Until it happens, there's no incitement of violence.
True.
They need to get out. Mi familia en Texas, my family in Texas, get ready. Because if Ted Cruz doesn't resign, and if the Senate doesn't expel him, we got to take him out the old-fashioned way, and that means we need to organize and vote him out in an election.
Did you catch that, like, that split second of, like, hesitation, realization? Where she's like, we need to take him out the old-fashioned way. And I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
She caught herself
I know. She's like, wait, I got to be specific here.
in an election.
In Minecraft. You got to take him out in Minecraft. Oh, my God. This is... I know I've said... I feel like I say this so often. But then it keeps getting topped. I'm like, I've never seen a video this ironic, this devoid of self-awareness. And then next week we see one even worse. It never ends.
It's all politics. This is what turns people off to politics because
Yes.
it's all bullshit, man. She's putting on a performance here. She's acting her little heart out. Like come on, this is nonsense. Right?
So do you think that the fear she felt in the beginning was real, and this is a performance, or do you think it was all performance?
Well, I have no idea at this point. Yeah.
Well, obviously, neither of us know, right?
Yeah. I mean, she could have felt legitimate fear and be using it to her advantage. She's definitely using it to her advantage, whether she felt legitimate fear or not.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't. The thing is, though, like pushing it makes me kind of think she maybe didn't feel legitimate fear because she's being pretty fearless now. Like, you know, if your life was threatened, you might think, you know, I'll dial this back a bit. She's like, no, I want to get Trump. I want to get Ted Cruz shot. So, you know, then someone's after me. Like,
we're going to take him out the old fashioned way in Minecraft. Okay?
Is she not? Like, is she not thinking this through? Like,
look, if somebody pushes Ted Cruz into lava, then maybe you can say that AOC incited the violence, but otherwise, no.
This kind of, like, maybe, I don't know. Now I'm leaning towards it's all just an act because, you know, if I was legitimately in fear for my life, I would think twice before I went on social media and started inciting this kind of hatred.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point.
She's calling to the crazies right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to do. If he's not going to resign, if the Senate won't expel him, we have to support a challenger to him in an election.
He's in a fucking gerrymandered district, all to hell. Like, you don't stand a chance.
Well, no, Cruz is senator, right?
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I would be shocked if Texas votes a fucking Democrat senator in, but
It's so funny, man. The senators are like, God damn it, I wish we could gerrymander our states. It sucks that we can't can you imagine gerrymandering states and states?
I know.
Like, you'd have California be like stretched all the way across the United States.
I mean, it's annoying because they're always like, oh, Texas is turning blue any day now.
Yeah.
Texas is turning blue. And it's like,
Well, Georgia turned blue. What happened there?
yeah, but there wasn't this. People have been saying this about Texas forever.
Half of California's moving to Texas. We'll see what happens.
Well, then, there you go.
What it is, Josh Hawley, Missouri, he took that seat from a Democrat. Democrat can take it right back. Democrat can take that seat right back if he will not resign. He should be ashamed. But of course they're not ashamed. Of course they're not ashamed. He fist pumped insurrectionists that killed 5 people. 4 people.
Wow. You know.
Did you see that? I remember that video where like they're like beating the police officer to death, and then Josh Hawley comes in, he's like, fist bump, yeah.
As they were beating him? I
I
thought it was more like he fist bumped it pre-insurrection.
Yes. As I'm sure when he was walking into the building, he fist bumped some random protest person. Yeah.
That's a pretty good face grab right there.
So it says Donald Trump beat Biden in Texas by 600,000 votes,
Well, that's pretty good.
which is actually closer than I would have assumed.
I would have thought it was over
But
a million.
still, is that really going to change anytime soon? I don't know.
We'll
I'm
see.
skeptical.
And potentially a 5th. We don't know. We don't know the full story. So that's what we got to do. We got to organize. And I think what we saw in Georgia is a really good example with Black women leading the way, with multiracial and multicultural organizations leading the way. They proved.
I love this. Biden literally poaches white people from Trump. Trump poaches minorities from Biden. But, fuck white people. They never get it.
They never got the memo.
Never get any. Never
Well,
get
white
any
people
credit.
are driven by white guilt. Like, that's the truth.
Nope.
You don't buy that.
No. I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, white people they always get the short end of the stick.
White people do. God, woke people get super triggered just hearing you say that. White people are oppressing everyone.
I mean, in terms of like this leftist rhetoric, it's always
white people.
White people must always be, posted in the most
white
negative
people
light
are the
ever.
oppressors. What are you
Of course.
talking about?
I
White
forgot. I'm
people
so
have
sorry.
everything coming to them.
I forgot.
Yeah. Jeez. So
In,
racist.
in 2016, Trump only won Georgia by about like 150,000 votes.
Oh,
Which is a
wow.
lot, but
He lost it by 12,000, right? 12,000.
yeah, and then he lost it by 12,000. And then, but in Texas, he won Texas by 800,000. So there was actually about a 200,000 gain for Democrats in both
in
states.
Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, in both Texas and Georgia.
He lost
But
the
then in Georgia,
suburbs.
that was enough to turn it blue. It wasn't enough in Texas.
He lost the suburbs.
Yep. Interesting.
Sitch doesn't believe my white guilt argument.
Nope.
that southern states are not red states. They are suppressed states, which means the only
They're depressed states.
Suppressed.
Oh,
way
She's saying
that are
the only reason red states are red is because all minorities are being suppressed by white people.
we got to
To
get some
vote
voter
for
ID in there,
Republicans.
so we don't.
She's
so
just this racial divide, race politics is so fucking toxic and destructive to our society. It's as destructive as this election fraud
yeah.
narrative. I'd say it's worse only because with the election fraud, the mainstream media wasn't supporting it. But with the race stuff, it's like 24/7. You just hear this shit being
Yeah.
regurgitated by all the mainstream media stuff.
They love it.
And part of why this is so insidious too is that I know if like my boomer parents, were to watch this, they would probably agree with like 99%
AOC?
of what
Oh,
AOC is
hell
saying.
yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, this is so great. Yeah, fuck Republicans. They're all racist." Like they get sucked into these rabbit holes too.
Yeah, the thing I'm doing on my channel with Isaac. Isaac buys into all this shit. Isaac thinks all Republicans are just racist. 100%.
It's so funny because if you like went back in time, if you were like, the election of George W. Bush, you're like, do you think all Republicans are racist? People be like, no.
I
But
mean,
now
George
it's
W.
like-
Bush spoke Spanish, for heaven's sakes, all the time.
Did he?
Yeah, hard to make that argument when you got George W.
I
Bush
can't envision
coming.
him speaking Spanish. I could barely envision him speaking English. So
He spoke Spanish at every opportunity. It was worse than remember all the Democrats speaking Spanish during the during the
Beto,
debate?
wasn't it?
Yeah. Beto, yeah, exactly.
he had like
There
that
you
whole
go.
like 1 minute of like or 2 minutes of speaking Spanish. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Like,
Well, I guess Republicans have more leeway because they're harder on immigration. So when
Right.
Bush speaks Spanish, nobody bats an eye. But when Beto speaks Spanish,
I don't
everyone
even
thinks
remember that.
he's giving the
happening.
country away.
our country is going to is through the actual liberation of southern states, the actual liberation of the poor, the actual liberation of working people.
Is she
This
talking about secession here? It sounds like,
She just went on a rant about how these dangerous, awful people are inciting violence and trying to destroy our democracy. And now she's like, these groups of people must liberate themselves from their oppressors. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? This is such incitement.
we're in strange territory here.
Yeah, this is crazy.
From economic, social, and racial oppression. That's the only way. That's the only way.
She's reading chat.
The only way forward, she just said, is liberation.
Yeah.
Liberation. Fucking
What does
ration.
that? What does that mean? What does that even mean?
No one uses the term liberation except in revolutionary terms. Nobody.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
the point of the word liberation.
It's dog
totally
whistle.
yes, it's 100% a dog whistle for revolution and for violence
Yeah.
to some extent. And it's baffling that she just went on and on for 30 minutes castigating her Republican Congress, fellow Congress members for inciting violence. And then she just turns around and is like, but my side,
Mhm.
we got to fucking be violent and riot in the streets. Liberation.
Well, I think both sides, and this is the scariest part, both sides seem to think violence is okay if the cause is justified. This is 90% of my arguments with the people who are Trump supporters. They want to tell me that it's justified because the election was stolen. I mean, that's basically the argument we got in with Sargon last week.
Right, and this is exactly why what he was saying would drive me crazy, because this is literally what the fuck AOC's saying.
Yeah. She's saying
It's what
violence is justified if the cause is just, and if America's a white supremacist place, then the cause is just, right?
Yeah, it's like,
If the election was stolen, then the cause is just, right? Yeah, sure. They're all fishing for a just cause for violence.
I know, it's terrifying.
It's sad, yeah. You're like, no, wait a second here. No, that's not it. Hold
like,
on.
I don't want
wait a
us to-
second here. Let's look at these stats a little closer here.
Right. I want to look at the facts. I don't want to delve into the fucking hashtag, trademark Tim Pool Civil War. Okay. Like, let's chill the fuck out here. And let's not pretend to be in favor of law and order only when it suits us. Okay. You gotta be in favor of law and order. You gotta be in favor of the rules all the time. You can't just throw them out the second you start losing the game. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't stack the court.
They're not. Joe Biden's already, I told you, he already said he's not going to.
I don't know.
Or he's already positioned like he's not going to.
He might be
He
watching
pussied
this
out when
video.
asked about it.
He might be watching this video. AOC is very persuasive. I feel
That's
myself
true.
getting persuaded. And I don't like anything she's saying.
We just got to keep pushing. But
Pushing, that's assault. It is. It literally is.
tonight, the votes that happened were to urge Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th. And then tomorrow we vote on impeachment. We will be impeaching the President of the United States tomorrow.
That happened, guys. Donald Trump
Go,
did get
girl.
impeached. Yeah.
Oh,
That happened. Supposedly they're setting up for a trial in the Senate. Things are getting weird.
it's going to be so dumb because it's not going to happen until after he's not president anymore. Like, it's fucking so stupid. It's the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah, totally dumb.
And while it's a little late for some Republicans to try to scramble together a reputation, maybe if there's anyone in that party left who is willing to not only act out of selfish interests, maybe you should vote to impeach him, not because of the way it'll game out for you politically. Maybe you should vote to impeach him because he's an active threat to every single American, and that you should help us actually save our country for once.
How's he going to be an active threat to the country when he's not president anymore?
Yeah. Once he's gone. Yeah, they're just
This
using-
week.
They're using
This
him to
fucking
raise
week.
money.
Trump is not going to be president anymore.
I know. It's just we're recording this on the 17th, and
Yeah. Couple of days.
yeah, it's over. It's
Couple
over
of
this week.
days. Yeah, his inauguration. Okay. It's happening.
Man, I hope
So,
it's uneventful. I hope the inauguration is uneventful.
Yes, so do I. So I mean, look, there's so much security there. It's like insane.
Yeah,
They've totally locked this down.
yeah. Enjoy it from home, they say.
Yeah.
They're just making it. They know like 5 people were going to show up for Joe Biden.
Shut
They're
up,
like,
man. Shut up.
They're
Shut
like,
up.
Joe Biden.
Don't give
nobody-
me the fucking. The
No,
talking
COVID
point.
is like the perfect excuse for the
Don't
geezer that
give
nobody
me the
likes.
talking point. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for COVID, the defeat of Donald Trump, there'd be a million of those fucking pink-hatted pussy hat people.
Oh my God, the pussy hats.
Side just fucking coming in the streets that Trump is defeated. Okay.
Trump would call them the Pence hats.
Yes.
The
The
Pence
Pence
hats.
hats. That's right. That's right. They'll put little instead of the pink ears, they got little white heads on the top.
Maybe you should just do it because it's the right thing to do, instead of what you can build a freaking email list off of, or whoever's paying you or paying your campaign to do whatever it is that you do. Why don't you just vote because it's the right thing to do? And maybe you can vote tomorrow on a different.
It's so funny. I think someone brought this up in a super chat earlier. They're saying, because remember, she was criticizing the budget bill. She was like, "This is hostage taking." Then she turned around and voted for it.
Yeah.
She was all in favor of pushing the Medicare for all vote, and then she wasn't,
Yeah.
because Nancy Pelosi had the talk with her and calmed her down and said, you need to be a team player, AOC. Okay. Otherwise you're never going to get far in Washington. And yet she turns around and levies this accusation at everyone else.
Well, they have the perfect person to show her that unless you're a team player, you're not going to get very far. Trump. Like the
They're
establishment.
gonna say Bernie.
Well, Bernie too. The establishment. Trump was an anti-establishment guy. The establishment turned on him, and they did a number, man. They definitely did a number. Yeah, we're in a weird situation. You can't really stand up to the establishment.
I tried to look for the clip. I couldn't find it. I heard that when Bernie was on Colbert recently, that Colbert was trying to push the whole like, if the protesters were black, you know, they would have shot them before they entered the Capitol.
Oh my God!
That Colbert was pushing this, and I heard, so maybe someone can confirm if they saw this, that Bernie actually like wouldn't affirm that. Like he would just like try to, like Colbert kept bringing it up, and he kept trying to like dodge it.
Well, good for him.
He didn't want to repeat the talking point.
Good for him.
So
Bernie is
true,
a good guy. Yeah, Bernie's a good guy.
Different thing based on you thinking it's the right thing to do. And the day after that, maybe you can vote on something else in the way that you vote on it because you think it's the right thing to do and not because of the political pressures of the donor class and what they put on you and the way that they make you feel like you can justify it to yourself.
It's the voter class.
Yeah.
It's the voter class.
Yeah, totally.
And she just went on and on about the sacred democracy. Bitch, that's how democracy works. You're here bitching about impeaching Donald Trump because your voters are like, impeach Trump, impeach Trump, impeach Trump.
Right.
You're doing it because it's politically expedient. If you were in a dark red district, you'd be, we'd see a completely different AOC.
So I believe Trump's approval ratings have taken a big hit after the riot, though.
Oh, did it? I thought it was up pretty high. I was like, wow.
I think it was before the riots.
Yeah.
One poll, this is just one poll, and the polls are not, as we learned from the election, the polls are not great. It says only 34% of Americans approve of the way Trump is handling the presidency.
Oh, wow.
Down from 42% pre the election.
That's a big drop. That's a huge drop.
That's a pretty big drop.
Well, I know he's lost me. I know definitely.
Right.
Like, and I consider myself a pretty reasonable guy. I don't know.
I think he lost Scott Adams, and if Trump loses Scott Adams, I think that's a bad sign.
He definitely lost Scott Adams. I mean, he destroyed. I don't know. Scott Adams' mojo is gone, completely eviscerated. Yeah, I unsubscribed to Scott Adams today. Like I can't even watch it. It's like a huge train wreck.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, him trying to dunk on Biden is just not really. It's like
it's not doing it for you.
Well, it's like a bum fight. It's like two old geezers like fucking smacking each other around. No one wants to see that.
I am curious. I'm super curious as to what his content is going to be like for like the next year with Trump gone.
Remember the meme that Trump always shared that the one guy did. I can't remember his name.
The one where he's president forever.
Yeah, president forever. Exactly.
Yeah.
I had bookmarked that meme, and I was going to share it before Trump got yeeted off of. And I kept thinking, well, I guess we were wrong about this. He wasn't joking. But so much of that thinking, the idea that, this is just a joke, Trump is just joking around, came from Scott Adams. Like,
right.
Scott Adams led me to believe that Trump was a reasonable person that would never take it too far. And man, boy, that was a miscalculation.
Well, to be clear, I guess this is where our disagreement lies, because to me, I think Trump's issue is pure negligence, which is definitely awful. I don't think he gives a fuck about the institutions of this country and whether he destroys them or weakens them or any of that stuff. But I don't think his intention was ever So I guess his intention was to be president, because you're right. Why else would he call Mike? I mean, assuming that's true.
Yeah.
He calls Mike Pence a pussy. And I mean, he did call the Georgia guy, because we have that on, the phone call.
Paranoid delusions. Well, I don't know how much of it is delusion when literally the whole country is out to get you. I mean, there's no way he could get an honest read of the election, because no one was. I mean, they were doing that same thing that they were doing to Trump voters, poking people in the eye. They were doing to Trump. You listen to that phone call with the Georgia guy, and that guy was just like, fuck you. Like, reading between the lines, that was just a huge fuck you, Trump.
Right. Well, but part of the issue, though, too, is that this has been Trump's repeated pattern.
Mm-hmm.
When, he did the same thing in the primaries. When he was running, he was like, the votes are rigged. The election's rigged. Like, this is what he says. People just forget. Before, he was saying the same thing for the normal election with Hillary, the primary. Before every election, he would say the vote's rigged. And it's like he's providing himself a preemptive out in case he loses. They just say, oh, it was rigged. And so if you've been saying for months and months and months that it's rigged, and then you lose, and then you say, oh, it's rigged, it's like, okay, well, like, I mean, what's happening here?
Trump's, I've heard of, it's not Scott Adams, it's Robert Barnes. Robert Barnes has said many times that Trump always says plan for the worst and hope for the best. But Trump did none of the planning for the worst here, because I was like, the worst would be, he seemed to believe that he could win the election, and he didn't see any of the potential downsides if violence potentially broke out, even though we've been in the middle of a pandemic. And I don't see how you could think something like this wasn't at least possible, and that would have thrown your entire legacy and political future into turmoil. I guess he had said famously that, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. I guess he really honestly believed that. So this is like his shooting someone on Fifth Avenue moment. I just
think he's so, I don't think he's a deep thinker.
Yeah.
I think he just was not anticipating. Well, I don't know. I hate this. I hate that you can't trust the newspapers, because I am really curious. I do want to know if he actually was excited about this at first, and then people had to tell him that this was bad, or if that's all fake news.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, was he either just, Trump is very ignorant and just so blinded that he didn't even foresee this, what should have been, I guess, a very obvious step in that direction of towards violence and rioting, because we've been seeing it all summer on the left, or was it that he enjoys it, or he wanted it? I'm more on the side of ignorance than that he actually wanted that to happen.
It's crazy to me, because I feel like you and I do more planning over stupid bullshit than like if something like this was going on, like you and I would sit down and talk about, well, what's a potential outcome of this January 6th thing? How is this going to look, right?
Right.
Like what's going to happen here? What are we looking like? What's the outcome that we're like? You and I strategize over stupid shit. I can't imagine, like, why wasn't like who did this talk with Trump, and what was the? I mean, how did they not come to the conclusion that this was a possibility?
I think it's funny, because I think that's why. I think that's the real reason Scott Adams has lost faith in Trump, is because Trump has basically proved Scott Adams' thesis statement incorrect.
Totally. Yes.
Because we had 4 years of Trump tweeting something or saying something that comes off as like very, ill-planned, not planned, ill thought out, just like off the top of his head.
Right.
He just says stuff. We had so many reports of like Trump wants to pull troops out of some place, Trump wants to bomb someplace, and he just says it and like wants to do it immediately. And everyone's like, well, what the fuck? Like, we need to think about this. We need to plan this. And for this entire 4 years, Scott Adams would be like, no, that's all fake news. Trump's super smart. There's always a plan. He knows exactly what's happening. And it wasn't just the rhetoric about the election. And as you're saying, the idea that he didn't foresee violence. And even from a completely selfish point of view, you'd say, okay, if he's completely selfish, he'd say, I have to be careful with my rhetoric because if there is a violent riot, it will destroy my candidacy, my history, my potential to run again. So even from a selfish reason, that should have been apparent. But
Right.
not just all the riot stuff. The way his legal team handled the election fraud cases was so fucking awful.
Yeah.
Like he has Rudy Giuliani putting, Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood front and center with like the most outrageous claims they can possibly go with. The Dominion voting machines were created by, the Venezuela and they're routed through
Oh
Europe.
my God,
and
I know.
Like this is so incompetent. This is so shockingly incompetent. Even Robert Barnes, who's claiming, I think, that he's either on Trump's legal team or has some connection to Trump's legal team.
He's definitely a Trump loyalist, that's for sure. Yeah.
Right. And even he's like, I'm trying to warn the Trump camp that, Giuliani and Powell and
Lynn Wood.
and Lynn Wood are like fucking unhinged and they're going to destroy everything and no one's listening to him. And it's like this is just the incompetence. It's on such a fucking level. It's crazy.
Yeah, Robert Barnes was saying that Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell fell for a disinformation campaign with QAnon. And
Right.
like Lynn Wood might, because I think last time we brought up that Lynn Wood thought he had a actual videotape of some ritual sacrifice with Hillary Clinton and a baby. Like literally.
He's claiming something like that.
So but this is the kind of thing that the CIA fucking loves to do. Are you kidding me? Like contact somebody and say, listen, I have the videotape of,
Right.
Yeah. When no video, I mean, isn't this what happened with the Trump P tape and all that stuff? All that stuff
Right.
turned
Yeah,
out to
exactly.
be disinformation.
Exactly.
It's the same exact thing.
Right. And for those that don't know, like Lynn Wood, who was Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer, unfortunately he's not anymore. He was Nick Salmon's lawyer. He's like a defamation lawyer.
Right.
And for some reason, he somehow got sucked into all this shit. He's saying, he's saying that Epstein is still alive. He didn't actually, get murdered in jail, and that he has tapes of Mike Pence and all politicians, committing ritual sacrifices or having sex with underage people. And that's why they're not supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's the reason. And it's like, why would you want this guy even remotely associated with your campaign whatsoever? If you want to be taken seriously, that is.
Well, the answer
Actually,
is the real answer is that you've run out of people that are credible. Like you're down to your last.
Well, no, he could have
people
fucking
involved.
put. I don't believe that. Because
Really?
Look, you got Robert Barnes fucking shilling for Trump, every week. And look, even though he believes the conspiracy theory stuff, some conspiracy
You're
theory
like-
stuff. Well, I was going to ask you about that in a second, but he's 1,000 times more credible
But
than
you don't.
fucking Lynn Wood or Sidney Powell. Why did they put him out there?
Trump
fucking-
only wants people that he's had a long time relationship with because he doesn't trust anyone. He's completely.
I don't think
paranoid.
he has a relationship with Lynn Wood or Sidney Powell or any of these fucking people. He's just trusting maybe Giuliani did.
Maybe
he's just
Giuliani
trusting Rudy
did,
to do
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, maybe Rudy Giuliani had some kind of long term. I don't know.
Well, but this is what I
I'm
was going
just
to ask you.
guessing
is that,
here.
do you think, because Robert Barnes's claim is that QAnon and all the Dominion stuff is an intentional false flag by the government, by the Democrats or something? Not the QAnon. No,
I
don't know if he's-
think it's
I
a
don't know if he said
very
who it
credible
is.
claim. I have
Mhm.
not seen any evidence, but I think the situation leads me to believe that it is credible. And the way that Barnes frames it, and Barnes is a completely logical guy, that's why I like him, is that in putting something like this forward, whether it's done specifically by the Democratic Party or whether it's done just by people, who are sympathetic with the Democratic Party, you waste all of these resources that would be going
Right.
towards you getting elected on these fucking crazy, like literally the QAnon phenomenon makes it so if you believe in that stuff, you really don't even need to vote, because God's going to help Trump win the election anyway, right? What's the point in me voting when obviously it's providence for him to win the election? No, that's not how elections work, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but that's my problem, is that with the intentional disinformation campaign, it's true that looking backwards at it, you can lay out a completely logical course where you can say, okay, obviously this was a disinformation campaign because it totally, fucked up Trump. It totally sunk Trump, right? But I feel like you can do that about almost anything. You can look backwards and construct a narrative. Because to me, well, that's definitely possible. It definitely could have been an intentional disinformation campaign. It's also seems like I can so easily also envision that this is just, a bunch of small parts moving in a direction that can be conceived as a whole. It could just be, Powell's looking, exactly, the ghost in the machine, or the standalone complex. Powell's looking for fraudulent claims. She finds some fucking wackadoo somewhere who's just feeding her some nonsense. And she's just like, oh, this is perfect. This is what I run with. And it's the same thing with the QAnon people. It's just, oh, someone or some group of people get internet famous for saying stupid shit. So they keep saying more stupid shit. Like, I don't see, it doesn't have to be a disinformation campaign. That doesn't mean it isn't, but I could just so easily see it not be. And I guess that's my problem. I would want to see something a little bit more tangible to show us that it's a disinformation campaign, as opposed to just like someone else's intuition about it.
Yeah, we want to see evidence. We want to see real. We want to see these claims vetted. It's infuriating that none of the claims were vetted to anyone's satisfaction, but I feel like it's really weird, because we're talking about institutional breakdown and all of that stuff. And I honestly feel like the claims weren't looked at seriously for two reasons. One, they may have had some validity to them, which is scary as hell, because everyone on the left hates Trump. And just to poke a finger in the eye of the Trump supporters, to say, look, we have this power. Don't you wish you had this power?
Right.
We tied up your court system for 2 years, your court systems and your media for 2 years with Russia collusion, and it went nowhere. And look, we're not even going to look at these claims of voter fraud. Fuck you. It's horrible. It's completely horrible. And now, not only after the Trump people have been poked in the eye by the media and the establishment over all these voter fraud claims, now they're going all these people are white supremacists, and we need to keep lists of them. And they're turning this thing that happened at the Capitol, which I think is just don't blame malice when stupidity is far more likely the case. I think both of us agree with that.
Right.
It's just stupidity. It's complete stupidity. But they're going to capitalize on it. They're going to use it to their advantage. And now it's going to be, there was a siege on the Capitol. Oh my God. We live in a white supremacist nation. Even though white supremacy will never win. We're in kind of a weird netherworld right now. And your thesis about Joe Biden turned out to be completely, I feel like, has already fallen apart, just in the fact that
he's not even president yet.
He's not even president yet.
Wait. You can't even say.
But he's not even president yet, but he's already catering to the woke people.
No.
He is?
No. That was not, no. My thesis hasn't been even remotely had an ability to be tested yet.
I don't know.
Because remember, the crux of my thesis is what I said, is Joe Biden is going to be president. He's going to pander, and that pandering will not be enough. And they're going to start to get more and more agitated and get more and more angry. That's the crux of my argument.
So you're saying You're saying the recent minorities are going to get the vaccine first, or the aid funds first, or whatever
Yes,
it is.
this is all part of the pander play.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm saying that when he's president, because we all know what's going to happen. It's like with Obama. Like everyone's like, oh, Obama's going to be president, and then it's going to usher in an age of fucking magic unicorns and enlightenment. And then nothing fucking happens, of course, because that's not how reality works. And then people will go, oh, Obama's really a neoliberal shill. And they're all like, all those fucking leftists are like, fool me once with Obama. And he was black, right? Biden's a fucking old white guy. So he doesn't even get like the cover. Right? So that's what I'm saying. We haven't even had the ability to test my theory yet.
What about the cabinet pick? The one of the woman who wrote about the melanin being a superpower.
Well, I wrote a big tweet thing about that.
I did, yeah, I shared it.
She needs to be. I would be shocked if she's not. If she doesn't.
Recant.
Not. What's the word when you like? I can't think of the word. Not resign, but because she's not in the position yet. But
retract,
I guess. I don't know. I would be shocked if she gets into the position. If she does, that's a bad sign.
Right.
A bad sign if she does get.
Well, it's good that we have you on the record admitting that it's a bad sign.
That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign if she gets it. Yes. 100%.
All right, let's get back to this craziness.
Maybe we should just start voting on things based on whether we think it's right or not.
I thought this was a democracy. I thought you were supposed to represent your constituents, not just do what you feel in your heart of hearts is the right thing.
There you go.
Stop pretending that this shit's complicated.
Ooh, 2 cuss words.
Because it's not. You're either with the people or you're with that mob.
Or you're with the other people. You're either with the people or you're with the other people.
You're either with me or you're against me.
Pretty clear
Anakin,
cut.
AOC, only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Ooh. Got her.
Anyways, I'm going to answer some questions. Now that I went off on my rant, happy to answer some of your questions. I want to pull up the question tab real quick, see what I can do. Someone said, can you please save this live? I jumped in late. Yes, I can save the live.
Got a lot of dead air here. What's going on?
What does it mean to impeach Trump for a second time? Well, what it means is that the House has found him or will be finding him guilty of another crime, a second crime.
He was never found guilty of a crime in the first place. The first impeachment was there was no crime. Right?
He wasn't found. Yeah, obviously, he wasn't found. Well, he wasn't accused of an official
He wasn't accused
crime.
of a crime. No.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was a specific crime.
Fake news.
This crime, the article of impeachment that will be filed, will be insurrection against the United States.
Well, that's a crime. That's a big one. Can you imagine? Insurrection sounds like something nobody's been accused of for like 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
Insurrection.
Ordered an attack on this country. If another head of state went into that lawn and did what he did, I think it would be considered pretty widely by many people as a very violent and provocative attack. And there would be a response. And there should be a response to this violent and provocative attack. So the thing is so what happens when impeachment gets voted for? So impeachment managers have been announced, and impeachment managers are several members of the House. I don't have the full list in front of me, but Jamie Raskin is an impeachment manager. Joe Neguse of Colorado will be an impeachment manager. Stacey Plaskett. So my Virgin Island fam, your member of Congress is going to be an impeachment manager. Joaquin Castro will be an impeachment manager. Several others, I apologize, I don't have the whole list in front of me, will be impeachment managers. And essentially what that means is that once the House votes on impeachment, the impeachment managers essentially walk over the articles of impeachment to the Senate. The Senate essentially convenes into kind of like a court in its setup. And the impeachment managers essentially act as prosecutors in the case against the president. And so that would be the next step in the impeachment proceedings against Donald Trump. And if he is convicted, if enough Republicans are vote to convict the president, he may be removed from office. He will be barred from ever pursuing federal office ever again. And there's also the potential for him to not be able to pardon himself in crimes associated with the impeachment charges. So, that among, potentially other consequences are what is up for impeachment. And when we talk about removal from office, there are several ways that Donald Trump can vacate.
So while AOC has been blabbering on, I haven't been listening to anything she's been saying. And you haven't been pausing it, so I assume she hasn't said anything of value.
Nah, she's talking about impeachment.
But
he's already been impeached, and they're setting up a trial, but the trial's not going to take place. It's going to take place in 100 years, I guess. I don't know. Guess who's going to represent Trump? Alan Dershowitz. In case you didn't know, guys, Alan Dershowitz is representing Trump.
He will 100%. Yep. I was trying to see if the lady that we were talking about, the deputy AG lady, whose name's Kristen Clark, if she had given any comment about her record.
I knew you were like digging in. You're like, I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong.
It's not a question of being wrong. It's a question of, like, you have someone, think of the reverse of this. Someone that Trump is appointing to be the head of the department on the deputy attorney general,
appointed an actual neo-Nazi. It would be
for civil rights. And there's some comment they had in college that's like literally white supremacy. Okay?
Yeah,
this would be blasted nonstop, 24/7 on the news.
Yep,
that's just evidence of
front
Trump
page, New York Times, every day for a month.
Right, and so it's crazy because when you look it up, all you see is like
nothing.
Fox News was like the only people that fucking talked about this. Like no one else talked about this.
One time they talked about it. They were like,
And so I was like, there's no way she can like ignore this. Like she didn't respond to this on her Twitter feed. I was looking for some response that she gave.
AOC
if she had
responded?
No. If Kristen Clark had given any response or explanation.
You're not blocked by Kristen Clark?
No.
Okay.
Of what she said. And so it's funny because I've only been able to find it in one place. And it's
Fox
the
News.
Forward, a Jewish publication.
Oh, shit.
And it's funny because the only reason, and this is what's kind of despicable, it's the same thing with like Louis Farrakhan. It's really gross that when like people are super racist against white people, it doesn't get focused on. It's only the anti-Semitism angle that gets focused on.
Well, that's really all you got.
And it's funny because, the white nationalists and the neo-Nazis hate Jews so much, but on some level, like the Jews are the only ones that can call out when people are racist against white people.
Yeah.
and it's this Jewish publication, Forward, is the only one that actually gets her to fucking comment on the story. And so she gives the exact defense that I anticipated that she would give about how she didn't actually mean the comments. She was just saying it because she was trying to make a point about how crazy, the bell curve racist science was. So she's going to try to give, be her example of the crazy racist science in the other direction or whatever, which is what I anticipated.
Yeah, that's what you said.
I think it's a high possibility that that's true. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because we can't trust that that's true anymore in this current situation in this country, and she cannot be allowed to be the AG after those comments.
After
whatsoever.
those racist comments,
After those crazy racist comments
anti-Semitic comments,
and anti-Semitic comments, yes.
Alan Dershowitz was going off on her, talking about how crazy it is for Biden to nominate her.
It is. It's really crazy. It's a bad sign.
He's got to suck off the woke people, man.
It's a bad sign. It's a really bad sign for things to come. If that he didn't pull her out of that after that came out.
You also have to say it's a huge sign that you were wrong.
We'll see.
Everyone was wrong.
We'll see. We shall see.
Everyone was wrong in this election. Why couldn't they have just nominated Andrew Yang? Andrew Yang would not try to tear the country apart.
Oh, we have an Andrew Yang thing to talk about after this.
Oh, great.
So
Cool.
remind me.
Vacate his seat. He can resign. As you can imagine, the odds of that are relatively slim because he's a narcissist. But
My God.
he could resign. That is one option. There is the 25th Amendment where the vice president and the cabinet remove the president. And there is.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's true. Trump is a
It's
total
true.
narcissist. But
Totally true.
it's just like, I don't know. I feel like maybe AOC is a bit of a narcissist too.
Well, look, that's why she's so good at calling it out, because she's right there with him.
Yeah. She's like, yeah, I've been talking to my therapist about my narcissism for 14 years. I know it when I see it.
There is impeachment. And, some folks have also looked into the 14th Amendment, which explicitly talks about removal due to insurrection. And so there is some kind of exploring there, but the task ahead of us and the most clear-cut path right now is impeachment or the 25th.
Wouldn't it be great if we were talking about COVID relief right now, AOC? Aren't there a lot of people in need? What if we were talking about businesses, how businesses need funding to keep their doors open? No, let's spend a bunch of money on impeachment.
If I recall correctly, she lumps business owners in as being part of the evil white nationalist suppression.
What? That's coming?
If I recall correctly.
Holy
yeah, that's
shit.
coming up. Yeah.
Mike Pence has said that he doesn't want to invoke the 25th, and so we are pursuing impeachment. Looking at some of your other questions here. Tomorrow, we will know the consequences of the House vote. So we will know if Donald Trump will be impeached tomorrow. So let me back up. There's two parts of actual removal of the president. There's impeachment and then there's conviction. And so we will find out if the House will impeach Donald Trump tomorrow. Spoiler, is probably going to happen.
Spoiler, it already has.
Have the votes, but we will officially find out tomorrow if the House will.
She's like, spoiler, we already have the votes. Ooh, dee dee dee, woo woo woo.
Has a successful vote on impeachment. So we find out the president will be impeached tomorrow, but now on his conviction and whether he is convicted and whether he is removed, that is then up to the Senate, and so. It's just like a
spoiler, it's never going to happen. Totally never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Well,
right?
How much do they need? 2/3 of the Senate to impeach, or is it just a simple majority?
I think it's 2/3. And also, I mean, they're going to have a case, and Trump is going to have attorneys, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's 2/3. Yeah, no fucking way.
There's the reasonable doubt is just he didn't say unless they find that phone call where
if it was a simple majority, you'd say yes, because the Democrats will hold the majority of the new Senate. Or it'll be tied, and then Kamala will be the tiebreaker. But if it's 2/3, yeah, there's no fucking chance in hell.
It's 2/3 for the impeachment, and then also I heard that it was a simple majority for the second vote on whether or not he can serve in public office, which is like that they might not impeach him and still make it so he can't run again for public office.
How do you do that?
There's 2 votes. There's a vote. There's like a vote and then a consolation vote. Oh, you didn't get the vote for impeachment. Well, maybe he can't ever run for public office again.
There's a legal process where Congress could just dictate that someone can't run for office.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's one of the reasons why they want to do it. Yeah.
No,
but
I
guess
knew if he was impeached, he couldn't run for office.
The legal theory hasn't been tested or something like that. So this is like their.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I've heard people talking about it. Yeah. Yes, definitely. Unless I've fallen for the fake news.
I don't think Congress can just say you can't run for office.
Look it
I think
up.
you have to be convicted of a crime or impeached or something.
Look it up.
Well, what is it called? Do you remember what it's called?
Trump can never, just type Trump can't run for office again, impeachment. There's a bunch of articles on it. I'm telling you.
Type super loud. Trump can't
Type super loud.
run for office.
Impeachment. Yeah. Yes. There'll be a bunch of articles.
I'm saying Senate GOP set to argue out of office Trump can't be convicted in impeachment.
Yeah, that too. Never mind.
Could
Just
the
trust
Senate
me.
ban Trump from running for president in 2024? I guess that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you go. There's arguments on both sides, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
So
It is. It's totally complicated. I don't think I've watched a Tim Pool video through all of this.
I know. I haven't either. Save my brain cells.
we find out if he's being impeached, almost like when you have indictments or charges, etc. That's what's happening in the House. The House then walks over those articles, and then the trial begins. The trial happens in the Senate, and then we find out if the Senate convicts, and so that will happen at a later date. We don't have a specific day or date because there's still some things happening in the Senate, so we'll learn more on that process as time goes on. But that is what will happen there.
Oh, she didn't say about the thing. About the keeping him out of office.
Will the trial continue out after he is out of office if needed? Yes. There is nothing that prevents. There is nothing that prevents an impeachment hearing, against Donald Trump, even if the trial kind of bleeds into or after he leaves office.
Do you think Trump would have done this even if they hadn't impeached him? If the Russia collusion impeachment shit never happened, do you think Trump would have been more magnanimous about?
No.
Okay.
No, not even remotely.
I knew you were going to say that, but I just wanted you to say it out loud.
Do you disagree?
I mean, it's a completely different world then. I mean, he feels like he didn't get a shot at even being president. He feels like the Democrats.
Was he not saying this in 2016 against both Hillary Clinton and during his own primary?
Yeah, no.
There was no claims of Trump, Russia collusion, impeachment, or any of that stuff when that was happening.
You could very well be right. You could be correct. We'll never know because that universe didn't play out. Supposedly,
Okay.
in the multiverse thing, it did play out in one multiverse. I
There
don't
you
know,
go. We'll check out the multiverse.
where they didn't impeach Trump.
Yes.
Where Rachel Maddow didn't get a huge hate boner for Trump for like 3 years.
No, that doesn't exist. That was
Oh,
always
that
in the
universe. There is no universe.
That's every universe. Yeah.
That's true. But there is one universe where Rachel Maddow's a man and has that weird Spock beard.
That's true.
But she still has a hate boner for Trump.
Yes, she's reversed in every opinion except for that one.
Donald Trump from ever holding federal office.
Oh, here it is.
Point in conviction after inauguration? Yes, there is. One of the biggest points is that it prevents Donald Trump from ever holding federal office ever again. And so, as you know, he lost Donald Trump lost.
Lord of the Nerds, she's talking to you right here.
Oh,
Here you go.
oh my God. Ouch.
Here it is.
The election. He lost. He didn't even win the popular vote last time. So I don't know why so many members are surprised that he lost this time. But he lost. And so
Look at that glee. Oh my God. It's such a sore winner. This is so painful.
The right has been sore winner for 4 years. So I don't know.
Oh, really? You think so?
How many times did we see the video of that girl screaming when Trump won?
But that's funny, Stitch. That's funny.
It was funny. It was hilarious.
That's funny, though.
Right. I see. If this was funnier.
Please do not. Oh, my God. Can you imagine if there's right-wingers out there? Oh, my God. Do not do that at inauguration.
Do not scream into the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, do not scream, no, Joe Biden. If you scream Kamala Harris, you get a pass from me.
Well, that's going to happen to some extent because there's still some QAnon people who think that some magical thing is going to happen on Wednesday and Trump's going to somehow still be president.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you're kidding me.
I'm not kidding. I saw there's people were screenshotting. Like there's like a thread of it on Twitter.
Nah.
It's you'll see. You'll
No,
see.
please don't.
It's
Can you
gonna
imagine?
happen.
Can you imagine if they were wearing a Stitch and Adam shirt? Oh man, we'd be the laughing stock.
Whatever you do not purchase a Stitch and Adam T-shirt and then scream into the sky that no, Trump lost the election, and then publish it.
Our brand would blow up on a meme.
Don't do it. Don't
Of
do
the
that.
right wing SJW. Oh, good. Lord of the Nerds sent us. I was afraid I had gone too far with Lord of the Nerds. After Lord of the Nerds is like constantly.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, "I'm happy he lost, you dolt. I hope they hang him, proving what good boys and girls they are. I'm not you. I define wins and losses differently." Ooh, interesting.
I don't know what that. I don't want them to hang him. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly
Yeah.
what Lord of the Nerds wants, but there you go.
Oh my God.
There you go, you dolt.
It's my fault.
would potentially mean, technically, that he would be able to run for president again. And so conviction, even after the inauguration, would prevent him from ever being able to run for president again.
So they're trying to take him off the field in 2024, basically. It's completely cynical, political nonsense.
Yeah, but they're not even trying to do that because there's like no chance it will happen.
Yeah, he's off the field already. The Republican Party wants to disown him.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but I mean, the only chance this would happen is if they had a bunch of Republican senators vote in favor of it, which I just can't fucking like. If this was,
They don't want to risk the ire of the Trump voters.
yeah, they're not going to gain anything. Like,
Yes.
look, if this was like 2 years into the presidency, and there was some crazy, like the 2018 midterms, and Trump inspires a riot to run into the Capitol, then I'd say, okay, I think there's a good chance some Republican senators could flip on him. But when he's not even fucking president anymore, like,
Yeah.
of course not.
Yeah.
They're not going to take the risk. There's nothing to gain from it.
It's so weird. This has happened. Man, remember Bush? Bush got left office and they didn't even want him at the Republican National Convention. Like Bush and Cheney were anathema to the Republican Party. They wouldn't let him even campaign for him. Is that going to happen with Trump? Maybe
It
so.
might. Well, Bush's, I don't remember what they were. Bush's approval ratings before before Obama won were just like really bad.
Yeah. Well, and because of the war and because of the financial crisis. Oh my God, he's leaving office and the economy is cratering.
Well,
Everyone's
he got
like,
hit with everything. He got
Yeah.
hit with endless wars, Hurricane Katrina.
oh yeah,
and then the economy
Katrina. I forgot about Katrina.
It was like the trifecta of like.
Yeah, they didn't even want him speaking at the RNC convention. They were like, "Fuck that guy. We never knew him." So much for loyalty, right? Oh my God.
Right.
But is
One-
Trump going to be speaking at any? Is Trump going to be campaigning for other people? Not
I
if
don't
he's
know.
impeached. Yeah, I guess they want to take
Well,
him off
but
the
maybe
field.
like so. This I'm looking at one chart. One chart says that Bush's approval ratings were somewhere between 25 and 34%.
Oh my God!
So pretty fucking low. Like,
Oh my God!
but if Trump's it might be in that same range. I mean, he's not at 25, but he's at 34. So
34.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, the media. You turn on the media and it's nonstop, just fucking punching Trump in the face. I've turned it on a couple times and it's just, I mean, that's infuriating for me because 90% of it is fake news. 90% of it is nothing
Right.
that he said. Like the one thing that is a complete talking point on MSNBC now is looking at Trump's presidency through the lens of from Charlottesville to the insurrection. It's like
No.
they're literally
Oh,
pitching it on
no.
MSNBC as the white supremacy president.
Well, look,
that-
if if you
talk
I
about
don't
the
watch-
fine people hoax. Like Scott Adams tried to kill it for so long.
if you find some good clips, we should do like a an MSNBC video for one of these streams where they talk about this shit.
Turn on MSNBC for 5 minutes. You don't have to find clips. I'm serious. Pull your phone out and aim it at the TV. It's like 24/7. Yeah. Yes.
No.
They're like Donald Trump is on the ground in a fetal position and they're kicking him in the head. That's what's going on here. I can't watch it. It's complete fake news, but they put these panels together, all these people, and the underlying tone of it all is, we told you so. We told you we lived in a white supremacist nation. We told you that Trump was stoking insurrection. This is like a huge it's funny because, so many people talk about cognitive dissonance. This is the finally they can stop having cognitive dissonance moment. Like,
Right.
we
That's
finally
right.
have the evidence.
Well, it's like with AOC. It's like, can they claim to be afraid when they're so like, they're rapturous with joy and jubilation about this? 'Cause
No, yeah,
it
exactly.
finally, as you said, it proves that their worldview is correct,
Yeah.
or it gives them, something they could wave to say, "I told you so." I don't think it doesn't actually prove their worldview correct, but
It doesn't prove their worldview correct in any way, shape, or
Right.
form, but
they think it does.
it does. Yeah. To them, it's like the one tiny thing that they can point
Yeah.
to. They've been grabbing around in the dark for any kind of evidence for so long. They're like, we'll take it. Well, they did. We've talked about this before. How they did the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse was not the evidence they were looking for, but they're like,
Right.
we'll just do a little magic here. We'll turn it
Yep.
into that evidence.
It's because we had a year of Antifa, Black Lives Matter riots, and it's
Yeah.
like for so long they're like, oh, it's these right-wing white nationalist groups that are the groups that are really the danger, the threat to our society, to the fabric of America. And everyone's like, yeah, but they're not the ones rioting and destroying the country. And so they've been groping around for like literally anything, and then finally now they're presented with a very real thing, but they're finally presented with something to hold up and say, see, we were right. It was the right wing the whole time.
Sad. Very sad.
Very
Again,
sad.
or ever even being able to threaten to run for president again. So it does have
Like that when Donald Trump says he's going to run for president. It's a threat.
Yeah.
It's not
I
a
think-
threat. That's a promise.
I think the Republican Party overall would be happy if Trump couldn't run for president, but I don't think any individual politician would be willing to fall on the knife to impeach him,
Yeah. Yes.
to try
totally.
to get that, except for like Mitt Romney and the ones that already don't like him.
75 million voters. That's what they're looking at. They're like, it's so much exactly like YouTube because
Yeah.
when you become a bigger YouTuber, you start thinking, well, I don't know if I want to make fun of that guy because, we probably share audience. Like we probably
My
have
fans are gonna
fans
get
in
mad.
common.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
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 And Of course, Sitch and I, we don't live by those rules because, like, we fuck with.
Of course not. We're renegades.
Well,
We're
also,
mavericks.
we don't give a fuck.
We piss everyone off. Fuck you all.
But
Except for those that give money. We love you.
what's the same? It's the same thing with the voters. They're like,
Yes.
you know, old Mitch McConnell knows. Well, I got Trump voters in my coalition. Although Mitch McConnell went hard at Trump, man. I was surprised.
Well, no, but
I
he
was
really
very
didn't.
surprised.
He just kind of like, he did the Pontius Pilate. He just like, I wash my hands of the...
What do you? I'm talking about the speech that he gave before Pence started counting the votes, the electoral college votes.
Oh, what was the speech? I didn't hear
You didn't listen to that? Oh my God.
No. He goes hard on Trump?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. He basically says the idea that we can overturn the election is just ludicrous. The idea that anything good would come out of that is just crazy, is insane, basically is what he says. Yeah. He says it would destroy the nation. It would rip the nation apart. Like I was the whole time going, I hate this guy, but I fucking agree with everything he's saying.
Well, his power, Mitch McConnell's power can't exist if the country's destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There's actually a Newsweek article that says
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell came out guns blazing.
Yes, he did.
Senate debate objections.
Yeah. He and Pence is Pence from the Senate? I think he is. Yeah. So you know those guys work.
I thought he was
together.
the governor or something.
I don't know. We're terrible. This is how you can tell we're libs. Like, don't know any of the Republican. We did watch a debate with Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke, and Ted Cruz totally annihilated Beto.
I never understood people saying Beto was some like good speaker or some charismatic guy.
Yeah.
He comes off so weak and pathetic to me.
Yeah.
Like from day one, I'm like, what the fuck?
Ted Cruz was beating Beto O'Rourke over the head. Evidently, Beto O'Rourke was in a drunk driving incident and fled the scene. What the
Pretty bad.
fuck?
Pretty bad.
And his daddy got him out of it, too. Talk about elitism. Jesus Christ.
So we're both right. Pence was both a U.S. representative and
a governor?
a governor.
Oh, okay.
So
So
there
he
you
was
go.
in House of Representatives. He wasn't in the
Yes.
Senate. Yeah.
He wasn't a senator.
Yeah. Pence has been an amazing view into human psychology because he's been very good about whatever, like repeating what Trump says, but the non-incendiary version.
Yes.
Yeah, which is kind of cool.
Mitch McConnell said that the election was not unusually close, and overturning the election by mere allegations from the losing side would send America's democracy into a death spiral.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds like he should take AOC out for a drink.
There you go. And I hate Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Don't you hate it when people that you hate like say things that you agree with?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
It is.
I want to be tribal too.
Me too. It feels good.
I want to let my gut decide how I should feel, not my brain.
Yeah. Just shut
So,
the brain off. Brain gets you in trouble.
Do we think that Mitch McConnell is saying this out of some love for the principles of democracy, or because, he thinks this helps his political career in some capacity?
Both. Pence
I don't know,
doesn't.
because
Pence doesn't want to preside over the ashes, exactly like AOC said.
right, maybe, but I don't know. I would feel like my instinct is always to say that any politician does anything for political reasons, especially someone like Mitch McConnell, who I think is a piece of shit. But I don't see how this does help him politically, because he could have just been silent and done nothing, and the results would have all been the same.
Maybe.
So I don't know. Maybe there's some principle in that old turtle after all. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
Well, you might have been standing up for Mike Pence because Mike Pence is probably their best shot in 2024. So McConnell
Maybe,
wants to work
maybe.
with McConnell's whole thing is he wants to work with the president. He's like, I'm a fucking mover and shaker. He's like, I am the president's like man in the Senate. Like I get shit done.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, maybe he's made the calculation or the prediction. He's rolling the dice. He thinks that Trump's legacy will be one that's bad and that will be reflected upon poorly in 4 years from now. And so
Yeah.
he wants to make sure that he has his name out there saying that this was
Yeah.
ludicrous, at least at the end.
I think it's a good move politically. I think, you know, as Trump's poll numbers collapse, he's basically said, yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah.
Classic. So maybe it's you got classic Mitch McConnell. He's steering the ship as long as Trump's got the poll numbers, and then he's the first rat to jump off the second it starts to sink.
He rode Trump like a horse, man. He did.
He rode Trump like Yoshi, and as soon as they got to that pit that was too long to jump across, he just dropped the Trump Yoshi down that pit to die.
Yeah.
Across the finish line.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Politics it ain't beanbag.
Yeah, but I do agree. I don't think Pence has a fucking chance in hell to be president in 2024.
Really? Oh my God. I think you're completely wrong.
Who does he appeal to? He appeals to the religious rights conservatives who do not make up, who are a strong base, but they don't make up like the majority of the party.
Yeah, I don't know. People are wanting calm now, and Pence just screams. He's like Biden, but without the critical race theory, which seems like something the country might go for.
Yeah, he's like Biden, but with like it's crazy evangelical Christian values instead of woke shit.
But he's not talking about them all the time.
Yeah, because they're not popular.
Yeah. That's why you don't talk. That's what you do. That's what you do.
I don't think the populist right-wing Trump voters, I cannot perceive of them being big Pence fans, especially after all this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they may never vote again. Who knows?
But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We shall see.
Voter turnout is going to be way lower next time because
It's going to be lower, but I don't think it's going to be like historically low. I think it's just going to be like 2016 levels. It's going to just be like what it was before.
We'll see what the media whips up.
Here's the Sitch prediction for 2024. It's going to be very close, just like it always is. There's not going to be much moving in either direction.
Oh, totally. No.
Trump's 4 years are not going to have much of an effect on anyone. There's not going to be some big swing one way or the other. That's my prediction.
My prediction is Republicans nominate a black person, man or woman.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I disagree. That's not. I'm going to anti-predict that.
I'm standing by my prediction.
Okay. Okay, we shall see.
Time will tell.
Because he lost.
Oh shit! I forgot. She's still going on about.
She's still going off.
Because he lost. I'm waiting for the neener. Look at how, dude, the zeal on her face. She's so excited that she got to say that like 10 times.
Yep.
Oh.
Someone said, do you think violence will continue after the election? It is my prayer that it doesn't.
Unless, of course, it's Black Lives Matter, then okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I hope that it does not. But that...
Did she just pick her nose in front of us? Oh, my God.
She itched her nose at him.
I feel like she might have snuck one in the corner of her mouth, though. I feel like we saw some...
You think she Nick Fuentes it? She ate a booger on stream?
It looked like it.
She went full Nick Fuentes?
I'm starting to question my belief in her economic theory now.
Does America first mean you eat boogers first? Is that what you're saying?
Being said, you know, we saw this violence before the election. What we saw in Kenosha with the...
Oh, my
There-
God!
There it is.
Oh, my God! No.
She did it. She brought up Kenosha. Oh, full Rittenhouse.
No. You
What we
literally
saw- the violence that we saw in Kenosha.
You literally have CNN clips of people standing in front of burning buildings talking about mostly peaceful protests. Yet
Look.
she's going to go to Kenosha. She's gonna...
Adam, when the mob came for her, she was afraid for her life.
Oh
But when the
my
mob
God.
came for Kyle Rittenhouse, he should have laid down his arms and let the mob take him.
When Kyle Rittenhouse came for the mob, what are you talking about? I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
Of protesters, what we saw in just mass shooting after shooting after shooting. They're often done by radicalized.
Ooh. We haven't had a mass shooting in forever because of COVID. There's no place for a mass to shoot.
Finally.
Yeah.
Some
We've got a
positive
long
outcome.
time.
There you go.
Yeah, we've totally put the kibosh on mass shootings down.
There you go.
White supremacists. And that is a problem that doesn't go away. You can't vote that problem away. And that really, at the end of the day, is just the ultimate severity of the issue that we have at hand. The people who are dangerous today will continue to be dangerous the day after the election. And it's going to take a lot of work to, heal. I will.
You could just splice these clips in with the clips of her saying white supremacy will never win, and it just would. She sounds like psycho.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. I'm doing it.
Back to back.
So, correction. There actually were more mass shootings last year.
Oh, they just were never covered? Oh, shit. Shit.
They weren't, because, okay, so the definition of mass shooting is just three or more people shot
yeah.
in one incident. I don't remember them being like
So Kyle Rittenhouse
religious
is
or
technically-
racial based. Like they're just like horrible acts, but they're not. The media only cares if it's like a race or an ethnic or a religious shooting. Otherwise, they don't really care. But
Yeah,
there's a lot of mass shootings
That's
last year.
sad.
It is sad.
Are any of them white supremacy based, or does it say?
I don't know.
Are you looking
Doesn't
at
say.
the ADL or the?
I just look on
Watch out.
Wikipedia. There's just a list, like a huge list on Wikipedia.
They had an interview with someone on the ADL, on from the ADL on PBS, and he said the same thing about the white supremacy presidency, Charlottesville.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard multiple people say that. So some white papers going around saying this is how we really stick it to Trump and his 75 million voters. We want to make sure that we shame them into never showing up at a public election again. That's what they're going for. But vote, guys. Don't let them shame you. Fuck these people.
Say that it is possible. We held these. We did these hearings. I serve as the vice chair on the subcommittee for civil rights on oversight. And we did a lot of hearings about white supremacy and white supremacist groups last year, how they try to infiltrate law enforcement. There were people who testified that a lot of these white supremacist organizations, he testified about his experience, and he was a person who was a neo-Nazi, and through a transformative experience that he had in his life, he de-radicalized. He was able to.
It was Caleb Kane. He was in front of the.
There's some other guy who's running the Caleb circuit. I forget his name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why
Because
Caleb's
someone
upset.
sent me a message about him. I forget who's been going around saying, basically doing the Caleb story.
Viva Fry was going to have him on, and Viva Fry said he didn't believe his story.
Caleb?
He didn't believe Caleb's story. Viva.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I believe his story. I think the way he's acting to me confirms his story. The way he's acting
Caleb's
now.
story?
Yeah.
What, that he
'Cause
was
he's just-
radicalized?
Yeah, because he's just being radicalized by the left.
No, now he's totally. Yeah.
It's totally like going down that rabbit hole, being radicalized. So it's like, oh, okay, well, because it's always funny when people are like, I used to be like super conservative, but now I'm like super left wing.
Yeah.
And they say that like as if that proves that their belief system is valid. I'm like, that doesn't fucking like if you go from one extreme to the other, that literally to me proves the exact opposite. That means your belief system is less valid because you're just an extreme person going from one extreme to the other. If you were like left or right and then you just kind of like become an enlightened centrist, or you become moderate and you say, okay, I understand that there's like good arguments for both sides and things are complicated, then I'd say, okay, then you're thinking for yourself.
Yeah. No, you're looking for an identity. You're looking for a tribe.
So last year, August 9th, the largest mass shooting last year was in Washington, D.C. One person killed, 21 injured.
Wow. But no deaths, only injured?
One killed.
One
a
killed.
17-year-old boy was killed and 21 injured.
Was it a school shooting or?
No, it was at like a block party or something. And they said there were 3 shooters.
No one was wearing masks?
I don't know. It doesn't say that. But they think it's related to gang violence.
Oh, okay. So. Gang violence. Yeah. Interesting. That's why it didn't make the news, because it was black on black violence.
Yep,
what?
There you go.
We can't destroy our narrative there. Black people killing other black people? Yep. What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys can't hire white people to come shoot you? Give us a story out of this, right?
Says so. That one of the highest shootings where people died, 7 died, was at a large marijuana grow house.
Oh my God.
In California. So there you go.
I can't. That's so weird because it's legal to grow. Interesting. Got to be some criminal element.
That's right.
Extract himself from that. And now he has dedicated his life to trying to de-radicalize others and educate people about what he saw and what he experienced.
Can we tell them that we were a part of the radical left and now we're trying to de-radicalize people? Is that a viable option for us?
That's not a viable option.
How do we get in front of Congress to talk about this? I want to talk about it. I worked for the Young Turks. I was a radical. Come on.
That's it. It says this was in large-scale illegal marijuana processing center.
Well, what was the address? I'm going to go check it out.
And it looks like it's in the middle of the desert somewhere.
Oh, it might be far. Nah, I'll pass. You know, Southern California like flipped a light switch. I don't want to say it's climate change or anything, but like it went from being freezing to like 90 degrees now. It's crazy hot right now.
Climate change. It's happening, Adam.
Maybe, I don't know.
In his time being radicalized in a white supremacist organization.
I wish when I worked for TYT, AOC was there. That would have been a lot cooler. I could have met AOC.
Oh my God.
Organization. And one of the things that he had said was that in his group, in the group that he was in, they were actively told to not get tattoos and to not get specifically white supremacist affiliated tattoos because it would make it easier for them to get into law enforcement. Because if you have those tattoos, you can be disqualified.
Isn't that so disgusting? Fucking one officer gave his life. Others were, seriously injured, protecting her and her fellow congressmen, and she's still going on and on with this fucking narrative.
Yeah, she's undermining the institution.
There's all these secret white nationalist racist cops roaming the streets.
Yeah,
like fuck you.
Yeah, as soon as you get pulled over from some cop who he's in the middle of a divorce, so he's having a bad day. Now all of a sudden it's like he's racist.
Yeah, the second, she needs a cop, right?
Oh yeah.
All that goes out the window.
Yeah.
And then when she's in the safe location, then it comes back. Oh, these cops are gonna sell me out, guys.
Yeah.
I almost wish she could have been live streaming. I want to see that video. I want to see the video of panicked AOC sitting in a room, like with the phone really close to her face, saying like, "Okay, I'm in the panic room. The fucking mob's coming for me. I'm surrounded by cops and Republicans. They're all out to get me, guys. Oh my God, these cops, they're all going to turn on me. These Republicans, they're texting my location. I want that video.
Yeah, me too. That'd be great.
Quite early. So I say that because it just indicates just a crumb of the work that we have to do, because a lot of people have drank the poison of white supremacy. And that's what Donald Trump represents. Just is. And if at this point you haven't recognized that and you don't see it, maybe you have a lot of work to do too.
Do you know Haidt buys this stuff? Jonathan Haidt?
Advise with what stuff?
Did you listen to Jonathan Haidt did a talk with Andrew Yang?
Oh, I still haven't listened to that.
And Andrew Yang was kind of laughing off this whole narrative that 75 million voters are Trump, are white supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's good.
And well, Jonathan Haidt kind of stopped him and was saying, well,
oh no, you can't say Haidt's on the board.
No, Haidt is on board.
Oh no, Adam, no.
I'm sorry.
No.
This is, I know it's a hard black pill for us guys.
Oh no.
He's all
F's in the chat. That's a big loss.
So he there's that research, and I'm spacing on the name of the social
Karen Stenner.
Karen Stenner, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Karen Stenner has done some research and sussed out the Republican Party being 1/3 libertarian, 1/3 Burkean Republicans, and 1/3 authoritarians. And the 1/3 authoritarians are usually pretty mellow until things reach a breaking point, and then the authoritarianism snaps up. But he basically said in that talk that the authoritarians are the only ones that Trump is listening to, that the authoritarians are basically running the show now for the Republican Party. I don't buy into that. I don't think I think he's incorrect. But it just goes to show you.
Goes to show you.
Yeah. Well, he's he's a New Yorker. He lives in New York. Goes to teaches at NYU. He reads the New York Times. I mean, he probably hangs out with New York Times. He's supposed to be
like the moderate guy.
He wrote The Righteous Mind to help
I know.
He started writing it to help the Democrats. So
yeah, but
he just settled into his old ways. Well, he settled into his old ways. His old partisan ways, I think.
I mean, look, I'm more sympathetic to Sam Harris's position than that position. I'm more sympathetic to the idea that, yeah, it's incredibly dangerous to weaken the institution of voting in this country. It's incredibly fucking dangerous to do that.
Yeah.
So I understand that outrage, but the white nationalist stuff is, I mean, I'm sure there's some white nationalists voting for Trump. I just think that they're a very small minority of people.
Well, the thing that I didn't like that he said that kind of bugged me was authoritarianism doesn't have to be linked to race. It can easily be linked it can be linked to party.
Anything.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're like, yeah, if you want to say 1/3 of the Republican Party are authoritarians, I'm on board. If you want to say 1/3 of the Democratic Party is authoritarians, I'm on board.
If you want to just say 1/3 of the population
is authoritarians, I'm completely on board. Yes. Yeah. They sense the social environment is changing quicker than is safe, and they want to knuckle down to the social norms of the time. But if the social norm is racism, yes, they're going to knuckle down to racism. I just don't think we live in that environment anymore. I think the environment is different than that. So I think conflating authoritarianism and racism is really the problem that I see. But facts and evidence reign supreme. If people want to prove me wrong, I'm happy to be proved wrong, but I'm not going to be proved wrong by someone's fucking gut intuition about things. And I
No,
follow
I mean,
I follow Karen Stinner, and Karen Stinner seems like she's got a little TDS going. So
well, to me, it seemed like the concern of the authoritarian who thinks that society isn't progressing enough, fast enough, seems to be more of a concern to me than the authoritarian who thinks we're progressing too fast. At least in this current moment. This could all change in 4 years, but right now, this is the way it looks to me.
yeah, authoritarians are like the hall monitors of society. They're like, you fucking follow the rules, you fucking piece of shit.
Well, no, see, but I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Because the left-wing authoritarians aren't like that. They're the opposite.
What do you mean? They're constantly on Twitter trolling for someone who did the least little microaggression towards anyone in the LGBT community, or someone who said,
I guess that's true. They're
the
creating
wrong
their
thing.
new rules. I guess
Yeah.
that's true. They are creating their new rules that you have to follow,
Dude, they're-
like super strict.
they're worse than Nazi prison guards. Are you kidding me? They
I guess
fucking
that's true. I take it back. I take it back.
they're constantly running around and enforcing the new orthodoxy. And if you stray away from that moral order, it's so weird because it's like such a new nascent moral order. But if you stray from that orthodoxy, God forbid you question anything the trans activists want to say, you're fired.
If you take one step off the path, you will plunge into eternal darkness forever.
You're canceled. You're totally canceled. Yeah.
The void of being canceled.
Maybe we have a lot of work to do. But that's a real big issue that we have. Someone said, I'm seeing here $2,000 checks. Is that also a priority? Yes, it is a priority. We are fighting, the first thing that's on the table, I think, is a real COVID relief package, because people didn't get a real COVID relief package. $600 is a joke. And so what we're fighting for is for retroactive unemployment, for $2,000 checks, for expanded state and local funding, so schools can actually be funded to do the retrofits that they need to be healthy. We can fund mass testing and tracing, all of it. So it's absolutely a priority, and I'm just looking forward to us.
I'm annoyed. Mm-hmm. I fell for the Bernie Bro lie. Mm-hmm. The Kyle Kalinske, Jimmy Dore lie. Because remember, there was like this story. They're like, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin said he won't support the $2,000 COVID relief checks. Mm-hmm. All the Bernie busters were pushing this fucking story, and I believed it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then I go and look it up.
Oh no, never look it up.
He was saying that he wasn't supporting a blanket $2,000 check for every American. He wanted there to be some sort of means testing,
right?
So for people that were under some sort of economic level would get the $2,000 check.
Why are you trying to nip my $2,000 check, Sitch? Jeez. I like money. I like money. Come on. Buy me a new skateboard.
There you go.
I'm getting me one of them rifles that like Kyle Rittenhouse had.
You can get a pack of rifles and beanies, right?
Hell yeah. Spend my money on American flags.
Yeah.
Getting past this nightmare. But we are going to get past it. And this is something we're going to have to live with. Student loans, yes. Absolutely, that's going to be a huge priority. Climate change, huge priority. Let's see. Any discussion in
if everything's a huge priority.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing is.
Yeah.
Congress about federal truth and reconciliation or media literacy initiatives to help with healing. I definitely,
No.
I can't say, I don't think that the response, this kind of like medium term response has fully crystallized yet. But what I can say is that there's absolutely a commission that's being discussed, but it seems to be more investigatory in style rather than truth and reconciliation.
Basically what she's saying is, yeah, on the truth, not so much on the reconciliation part. Yeah, we want to get them.
And so I think that's an interesting concept for us to explore. And, you know, I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy, because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to
Media literacy translation. I only want you to listen to my media.
Yeah,
and
my
not
narrative.
to listen to the other guy's media.
Yeah. Our narrative is true. Their narrative is
Yes.
false. Yeah. Their
That's-
narrative is fake news. That's why they got so mad at Trump, always calling them fake news. They're like,
Yeah.
you're fake news. What are you talking about? We're real news. You're the fake news.
have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false. And so that's something that we're looking into. Some folks are asking what I'm doing for my own healing. Thank you for that question. You know, I think I'm still figuring it out. So far, I've just been trying to give myself a lot of rest. And I definitely know that my body and my brain have been at work, because I've had like 2 days since the attack where I just slept a lot more than I usually sleep. And that to me is telling me that my body's going through something and my brain is trying to heal. And so I'm just trying to give myself as much rest as possible. I'm sure I'm going to talk to somebody and just, seek and discuss with a counselor, just to make sure that we can get started on that path on the right step. And I'm not ashamed to say that, because I think nobody should be ashamed to say that if anything happens to you, so many people in our country have lost a loved one due to COVID. And the trauma of this past year has just impacted, I wouldn't be surprised if it was millions of people.
She's comparing someone losing a loved one to COVID to like her experience
Yeah.
in the Capitol. That's in poor taste.
Yeah, I think so too.
Especially because so much of this is her own creation.
Yeah.
Like, if she didn't have this idea that the police and that the fellow, Republican Congress men and women, we're gonna like get her, would she really have this like traumatic response?
Yeah. I mean, I sure wish I lived in a position where I could just take 2 days off and sleep. I mean, geez. Okay.
Millions of people have been traumatized in the last year alone. And so if I want to be
I'm just like
a
you.
good leader and set a good example, I have
I'm
to
so
show that I'm
brave.
willing to do the steps that I think everybody should be willing to do if they've gone through trauma. And so I will keep you updated. Honestly, I will admit that I haven't done a ton of work on that front since Wednesday. I've just been resting and sleeping.
Resting and sleeping. A lot of sleeping.
What about Kyle Rittenhouse's trauma?
Sleep it off.
Kyle
Oh,
Rittenhouse
yeah,
was
yeah.
not only beset upon by a mob, but he had to kill two
Yeah.
people.
I know. Yeah.
What about his trauma? And then he had to go to jail
And then
for
he had
months.
to go to jail. Yeah.
Yeah, what about his trauma?
They moved him to an adult prison.
Yeah,
Imagine
what about
that
his
kind of trauma.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And I have been doing work because I have to work, but I've been sure to not try to bury what happened in work. which, you know, if I'm going to be completely honest, I was 18 years old when my father passed away. Also a traumatizing event. And he was, you know, I was with him. I saw it happen. And when I was 18 years old, I know that my response was to bury myself in work. And I was, you know, we all have different responses. And my response was to be like very, you know, I went back to school and I tried to raise my GPA and like I was doing all these clubs and all this other stuff. And it was really just, you know, dealing with it by not dealing with it in a way. And I think as a consequence, it took me a long time to really process what happened and the loss of my dad at a young age. And I feel like it really took me maybe 10 years to really process what happened because I kept not processing it. And so, you know, I think that's just because like you're okay, or just because you know, you're able to go to school and do well and maintain a job and, you know, what have you, it doesn't mean that that thing hasn't hurt you.
All right, we got to go to super chats. This is getting unbearable. I mean, I feel bad that she lost. Like anyone who loses a parent when 18 is pretty young to lose your parents. So I feel bad about that, but just I don't like the pop psychology stuff. I mean, people deal with pain in different ways, and I don't think there's any one specific way to deal with pain. I think it's counterproductive to say this way is going to help you and that way is, I mean, not going to help. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So
well, we can lighten the mood by watching a different video.
Oh yeah, let's play a game. Let's play a game. Do you guys want to play a game with us real quick? It's called How Uncomfortable Can We Make Adam? That's the name of this game. Are you ready? Are you ready to play? Who wants to play?
So, Enlightened Centrist, our dear friend of the show, Enlightened Centrist, has made a wonderful video.
Hold on, let me take the kitten down.
A wonderful rap. And he's put his face in it, too. This is a face reveal for Enlightened Centrist.
Yeah.
As he makes this wonderful rap. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys prepared for these sick rhymes?
You know Enlightened Centrist is S-Class, right?
He's 100% S-Class.
He is 100% S-Class.
It's in his name. But I think after watching this, I think he might be. He might
be switching teams.
Might be switching to A team. I'm a little concerned. Maybe I'm not that concerned. But he might be trying to quote unquote board the A team train. If you know what I'm saying.
Do I feel like maybe I should put my laser graphic up. I don't know if I want to be on camera.
Let's people want to see.
I know. People want to see my reaction. Okay.
Okay, you ready?
I'm practicing my stoicism here.
Okay. Don't get PTSD like AOC here. Okay, be strong.
Enlightened Centrist.
We're live yet? Upstanding, responsible adults. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But you know what I'm talking about?
I feel like we're live now.
I'm talking about.
It's your boy PSH with another Sunday live stream in this beach. Got my friend Adam Friended on the side. He's my sidekick with a small side stick. He is my side chick. Joking aside, I need the thick thighs, red shots, big butts, legs long, pussy tight. He's my man, but well, my dick sweats swollen. Play with my balls, this is golf. I want a hole in one. Let me in your hole for once. I have to admit, this is my mission. Adam. Time for transition. Okay. Okay. When I come along, I make all the bitches moan. Think you got me, think again. Call me Adam Friendzone, married man. Jesus on my side with a big guy, also big guy between my thick thighs. You won't cut it. Lost the election, but this erection will not stop it. I won't drop it, you can touch me, I suck it, but it's heavy. You would drop it, I would drop kick your soft dick, you sick bastard. You wanna stick it to the man? I stick my little man in your madam. Damn.
Oh my god.
Oh, amazing, wonderful, beautiful. That might be the best rap I've ever heard in my entire life. I think it is easily top. That's on my list. That's my top one rap. People are gonna be like, "Who's your favorite rap artist?" And normally I say I don't really like rap, but now I'm gonna say Enlightened Centrist.
That's what you
I mean,
should
who's
say
that? I'm
every
like,
time.
oh, let me show you. And I'm whip my phone out and be like, bam.
Oh man. Oh man. I'm not sure I fully understand this song. But
We understand.
but good job. Good job. Excellent job. I thought it was an excellent beat. Yes. Easy to
That was
dance
great.
to.
That was really great.
Easy to groove to.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! All right.
Anyways, is it time for the super chat?
Fun times. Yeah. We also have some art.
And we have some art. That's
Look
true.
at this. Allegis
What am I
art
looking at?
again.
Ah, Allegis.
With a
Yes.
sleek,
Beautiful.
sleek A team here.
Look at that sexy 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, Adam for a long time has been trying to figure out what we're going to do for the A team cover.
Mm-hmm.
And who came up with the best idea for it?
Me. It's halfway
Your
done.
boy PSA Sitch came up with the best idea.
Well, don't get him. That we're not going to use.
I'm
that
not
one.
going to tell him
Yeah.
what the idea is.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
going to be a surprise.
Yeah.
But it was a good fucking idea. I just want people to know.
Oh, don't
Is that
worry.
kind of funny? The idea for the S-Class cover was you.
Mhm.
And the idea for the A-Team cover was me.
Yeah.
I
yes.
like it. It's perfect.
Crisscross, just like that movie. Crisscross.
Crisscross. So, of course, Adam does all the work because I can't draw.
Yeah.
He's my draw slave.
Yeah.
Draw faster. Draw better.
I wish.
Anonymous Cower for $5 says AOC and the squad are fake progressives. Think about all she's done. It's grift tweets of things she'll never act on. Look at her feed or Congress hearings. That's right. Look, guys, there's work to be done. There's work to be done. AOC says. Just keep electing me in the office. I'm not going to be able to get it all done because it's just so much work. But you know, I'm gonna virtue signal like I'm getting something done.
16 to 25 years of work here to be done, at least.
At least.
Yeah. Unless,
At
of course, a
least.
presidential run comes into my future, then we might actually, then the work might be accelerated a bit.
Digginies, our favorite Digginies for $10.
Diogenes.
No, there's no O. It's Digginies.
Diogenes. But anyway.
Digginies for $10 says, about to start working, so I'll have to tune in later. Adam, can QAnon Shaman be A-Team's new mascot? He exudes A-Teamness. Also, obligatory demand for call-in stream.
The shaman guy, I don't know. Is he still around? I heard he was on a hunger strike.
I heard. I don't think he is that good. I would not think you'd want A-Team associated with QAnon.
Was Shaman Man?
With Viking Shaman, yes.
Yeah, that might be a tough.
Is that who you want
might be a
to
tough
be the
sell.
A-Team mascot? I'm not sure.
Maybe we could use him on the A-Team cover. Maybe he could be part of the A-Team. What do you think?
I think that's a terrible
Put him up
idea.
there with Traffic Lord.
I think that's the worst idea I've ever heard.
Okay, maybe not.
The Butter Anvil for $5 says saw Woody's gamer tag on PKA unironically repeat the white supremacist gang sign line. Destiny sort of defended Kyle, but not really. Also go on EFAP. Yes, there is the story. I feel like, did you mention that in the stream? I don't remember.
No.
There was Kyle Rittenhouse was at some bar wearing a shirt that said free as fuck.
Free as fuck. Yeah.
First of all, if I was
Kyle
Kyle Rittenhouse, I
Rittenhouse
would.
is 18, like barely 18 years old, right?
First, yeah. If I was Kyle Rittenhouse, I would not go out to a bar. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they're going to be gutting for you, like, you know, for whatever, anything they can hit you with.
But no,
But anyway,
you're 18 years old though. Of course, you're going to be like he feels himself a celebrity now. He's going to go.
he was
out
there
and
with
do
his mom. It's not like he was there with like friends
what?
being crazy or
Oh my
anything.
God.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Totally
But there,
undermined
apparently
your
there
cred.
was, yeah, there was some Proud Boys supposedly or something somewhere, and they took a picture, and he was flashing the okay side.
Yeah. I did see that. Yeah.
Proof. Guys, we finally had the proof that Kyle Rittenhouse was a secret white supremacist the whole time.
You know, everyone I know outside the internet
Yes.
doesn't know that the OK sign is a symbol of white supremacy.
You should ask your friend.
I feel like a lot of people are not understanding that.
Ask him how he feels about your SGW red pill friend, how he feels about the okay sign.
No, he tries to get me to do it in pictures.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Ah,
To set me up. Yeah,
He's
exactly.
trying to set you up.
He is, yeah.
I see. I gotcha.
He knows about the OK hand sign because he's a SJW. Of course he knows about it.
Lieutenant Amsel for $5 says, dye jeans, more like digging these nuts.
Digging these nuts. Okay.
I like it. I like it, Amazon. So, I sent you another picture on Twitter, and I sent you an animated GIF on Discord.
Oh yeah, I never
Someone
looked
made
up the animated GIFs.
Someone made a good animated GIF of us, and
It's
Twitter, for
it's a
some
GIF.
bizarre reason, does not let you send animated GIFs. I mean, you can't download them. You can send them.
You mean
download them.
GIF, right?
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't say that, and then so I wouldn't have to kick you off the show forever.
It's a GIF.
Yeah, it's a GIF, right?
Like a gift.
Yes, exactly. Zero Richards for $2 says the Capitol was a peaceful protest. There you go. There you go.
Mm.
You read my next joint is dedicated to you, Adam.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I'm
Mr. J
coughing
for
a lot on
$10.
this stream. Yeah.
A Team for Life.
I'm coughing a lot. I get
TK22 TK22 the Tunguska for $5 says Red Cortez is painfully unattractive. Ooh, he disagrees with you, Adam. He says AOC's ugly.
Not painfully though. I mean, it's not painful. I've seen some painfully unattractive people in my time, and AOC is not one.
No, you disagree. I have to disagree with that too. I'll disagree with that.
You don't like AOC?
No, I disagree that
Oh,
she's
okay.
painfully unattractive.
Okay, good.
I don't think she's as hot as you do, but I don't think she's ugly.
Right. Okay.
She's got a little bit of crazy eyes. It's a little terrifying.
Those are sexy.
Told you. She's gonna unhinge her jaw and like try to swallow me whole. It's horrifying.
You don't like sexy eyes?
I don't. Unlike Baron of Bellingen for $2, bold of you to share your vor fantasies on stream, Sitch. No, Sitch is firmly anti-vor. Firmly anti-vor.
What does that even
Disgusting.
mean?
Vor is a fetish where people have of being consumed and swallowed by someone else, or seeing someone be swallowed by someone else. It's really fucking weird.
Seeing someone be swallowed? Like
Yeah.
like a BJ?
No, like their entire body,
Oh.
like
oh.
to be eaten.
Oh. Cannibalism. Oh.
It's really fucking weird.
This
Yeah,
stream
I don't get it.
took a dark turn.
Yeah, I don't like it. Not a fan. Black Hat 0061 for $5 says, "Hey, Sitch, fellow Eagle Scout here. Hey now.
Whoa.
Finally caught one of these live. Got to ask, between swimming, hiking, or cycling merit badges, which did you pick?" Why, I went with cycling. That's right. I suck at swimming, and I'm not going to take a 25-mile hike. So instead, your boy Sitch went for the 50-mile bike ride. That's right, 50-mile bike ride for my cycling merit badge. Yep. Adam doesn't care. Adam's never exercised in his life.
50 miles on a bicycle? Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Was it electric bike? I mean, I like to relax when I bicycle.
Warrior Vice for £10 says AOC has the same energy as Gogo Yabari from Kill Bill. That was you remember the girl in the school girl's outfit with like the ball and chain?
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah.
saying AOC. I agree. AOC does kind of enact that vibe. I don't know why.
I don't know how I'm going to share this.
The
I don't-
picture? Is
yeah.
it?
I think I can. Maybe.
Why can't you share it? What do you mean?
Because like it's in DMs and like my whole thing, and I don't know how to.
You can't just save the
Oh,
picture.
save image as. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. That works. Dur and dur.
Come on now. Sentry for 2 Aussies just now said, "You don't reveal AOC's bazungas. You unfurl them." All right.
What?
I like it. The Wooster for $4.99 says the American people should sue Congress for this joke of an impeachment. I don't even think that's a thing that can happen, Wooster. But I like your moxie. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, "No, Adam, you inferred a call to violence. The speaker implies, the listener infers. A man who runs writers' workshops shouldn't make that mistake." Eye rolling emoji.
What mistake did I make?
About you were saying the Trump speech was a call to violence. The speaker, he said, you said
Yeah.
you inferred a call to violence. The speaker implies, the listener infers.
Well, I think I made my position pretty clear about the, just the media environment. Like you being taken out of context is something that you constantly have to worry about. So that's my position, obviously. Like,
Well, I
yeah,
thought your position was that he was. Well, my position is that he's been vague to the point of negligence
hyperbolic.
and hyperbolic to the
Yeah.
point of negligence. Yes.
Yeah, negligent homicide is a thing.
Okay. I'm not going that far, but John Masters for $5 says, if Trump is held responsible for this, AOC and Bernie should be held responsible for the baseball shooting and attempted detention facility attack. True.
Do you have to explain this gift to us? Because I'm not sure I fully understand it, or condone it. Let's say.
Two Programming. Thank you, Two Programming. He made this GIF in response to last week's stream, Sargon, where it says, "When the mob attacks." It's the scene from Rick and Morty where Jerry is looking at the other like worm Jerrys, and they're like shaking in fear of him, and he's disgusted by the butt. And so there's Sitch disgusted by the butt shaking of when the mob attacks.
Fascinating.
It's funny. Sorry, Sargon.
But
it's
funny. Okay.
John Masters for $5. Oh, not the one. 95 key for $5 says, Sitch defends Trump when Adam slams him. Maybe Sitch just had Adam derangement syndrome this whole time.
Had Adam derangement syndrome? Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
because that was the truth. That's what's really going on here.
You just don't like
I
it
never
when
had
disagree.
TDS. I had ADS.
Yeah.
Evar Jans for $5 says, "Dear Adam, why are you the creepy teacher in Life is Strange? P.S. Love you guys and what you do." Thank you, Evar. You do look kind of like the creepy teacher in Life is Strange.
Now I have to look it up. Maybe.
Type in Life is Strange creepy teacher.
We'll do it.
Reverend Delicious for €10. Thank you, Reverend. Says, Trump is a businessman and tried to run the country as a company with all the tricks he knew. Too bad countries aren't companies and he underestimated the call. Crap politician, so-so businessman. Yeah, I would agree with the notion that he tried to run the presidency like he ran his businesses. And obviously those are very different animals and you can't do that. You can't do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of lax about rules, and I know it drives my wife insane. And I can see that working in a lot of different situations outside of being president of the United States. It's just like if you're president of the United States, it's a completely different environment. You just can't be that way. Yeah.
True.
You got to be
True.
like a rule follower to be president, unfortunately. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I approve of this, but I brought the creepy teacher up. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's and I've never played Life is Strange, but I think he's like a serial killer or something.
Oh, great. Awesome.
So there you go.
Oh, look, I'm
I
taking
believe it.
over.
Yeah. Jacob Collier for $2 says, "Excuse me, sir. That's a minor attracted person." That's right. Don't call him a pedo, Adam. That's very that's very hateful.
Oh,
minor
sorry.
attracted. Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, pedos.
Especially next to the Alagus picture. Yeah, you're like that. You're that guy, Adam. You're that guy.
Oh, okay. I'll put side by side.
Oh, is it a spoiler that he's like a serial killer? Whatever. No one cares about that game.
Okay,
fuck
you
that
ruin
game.
everything.
Yeah.
I think I'm more like this guy. This is more me right here. Yeah, got my gold chain. Hell yeah.
What?
Jotaro.
Oh, the Jotaro picture. The guy you said was the gayest looking JoJo character. And now you're like, no,
changed my
no.
mind.
Take it all back. He's actually super awesome. And he's like my avatar.
I changed my mind.
There you go. You put up the other picture, the other artwork.
There's more?
I sent it to you on the Twitters.
Okay.
Lemon drop. Oh, no, that one. The Wooster for $4.99 says Trump will go down in history as the best president the U.S. has ever had, and the leftist corporate establishment will be kicked from the country. Wow, that is. I love you, Wooster, but that is some wishful thinking, my friend. Wishful thinking.
Yeah, how do they turn it around? I just turn on MSNBC for 5 minutes. Look at what the normies are saying. Oh my God.
Barbie Loose. Oh my God, I can't even read this name. It's a very crazy name, but thank you for the £1.
Barbie Loose.
Evil Hero Diamond Cat for $2 says, sad to see Adam become an anti-Trumper. Wow, look at the tables have turned. Oh my God.
Hold on a second here. Well, anti-Trump? What do you mean? I'm not anti-Trump.
Oh my God.
Anti-Trump what? I'm against impeachment. I don't think he should be impeached. I think.
God.
Yeah. I think he fucked up big time, but I mean, what the fuck?
This wonderful picture is by Zombie Squab. And it says, Adam is the judge of the court of bad film takes, which, first of all, Adam has some bad film takes of his own. So
No
I don't
way.
think
What are you talking
I don't think
about?
he deserves to be the judge.
I'm the judge. I preside over all film takes, okay?
No, you
do not
preside
fuck
over
with me.
bad film takes. Maybe that's why you're the judge, because you have so many bad film takes. You get to judge them. That
Do
makes
not fuck with me, okay? I'm appointed for life.
and I'm saying I stand by what I said. The Cat in the Hat is a better film than Blade Runner.
Now you notice how he's in shackles and he's about to go spend his life in prison after this film.
You
take.
know, I know Zombie Squad wrote this as a joke, but I think I stand by that. I agree with that statement. The Cat in the Hat is a better film than Blade Runner. Yep. I'm throwing it out there. I'm doubling down. I'm tripling down. I'm AOC quadrupling bug-eyed down.
Next time you go on EFAP, you definitely have to someone has to bring this
there you
take
go.
up.
That's the question. What's a better movie, The Cat in the Hat or the original Blade Runner? That's the $1 million question.
This is sinful what you're doing.
Obviously, The
right
Cat in
now.
the Hat. The Cat in the Hat is a cinematic masterpiece. Okay.
Film studies students all over the world right now are throwing up in their mouths.
I think all people across the world are throwing up in their mouth regardless.
They can't. Well, I mean, throwing up and swallowing it back down.
There you go. Render to Caesar for $1.99 says Nancy Pelosi has really big knockers.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Okay.
We're not going to judge. We're not judge. We're not looking at Nancy Pelosi. She's 100 years old. What are you doing?
I like the MILFs, but that's a little outside my that's a little outside my range. Okay.
That's like the Guga Gilfs, the great grandmothers.
The Guga Gilfs. There you go. Alex Karras for $5 says they didn't send in enough social workers to quell the riots.
Oh, I know.
never-
Oh my God.
They never do.
So
oh,
good.
the humanity. True.
So
True.
good.
Yeah, what are we gonna do when it turns out that part of the reason there wasn't enough police presence was because the mayor of DC expressly didn't want the National Guard to be armed or to be out there in full force.
This could be fake news, but I saw something, and it might have been Vice, where they talked about how that Trump decided to go march to the Capitol building on the fly. Like that wasn't part of the plan. CIA told him they couldn't guarantee his safety because he wanted to walk with the protesters, and they were like, yeah, that's pretty risky.
Mm-hmm.
So he decided against that. But normally the Secret Service knows like how the event is going to play out long before the event ever comes together.
Right.
And so the marching towards the Capitol is something that the Secret Service just heard there. Like nobody knew about it. Like I said, it could be fake news. I don't know. I think I saw it in like a Vice piece or something like that.
Well, here's the real question, Adam. Why couldn't the U.S. Capitol Police use Da Vinci Resolve to quell the rioters? That's the real question that we need to ask ourselves.
Because it's just a piece of software. It doesn't work for that kind of thing.
Justin the Fire for $2 says, a state without way of change is without way of conserving. Interesting. For another $5, Justin the Fire says, no, but seriously, read Edmund Burke. He predicted the Capitol riot, Gamergate, Brexit, Trump, you name it. S-Class. But Sitch has to denounce the sequel trilogy. Wait, when have I not... the sequel trilogy is fucking garbage. When have I not...
He denounces that on the reg.
I made 2 videos shitting on two of the fucking movies. What?
Just
and not only that,
again.
not
You're
only
pulling
that,
a total Trump here, by the way.
not
How
only
many
that,
times do I have to denounce
How many
white supremacy
times?
here?
the fake news media, they keep saying, Sitch, why aren't you denouncing the Disney sequels? And my fans, they know. They've heard me say it. I say it loudly and clearly many times, but it's never enough for the fake news media. But actually, even a couple weeks ago, I even changed my opinion, where I said, I'm now firmly in the camp that the prequels are better than the sequels. Where before I was saying it was impossible to judge because they're both awful. But I've changed my position. The prequels are still terrible, but they're better than the sequels. So there you go. Zay Richards for $2 says, submit to my mob. I shouldn't submit to your mob. True.
I'm looking through my DMs, and Orphan Gal wants me to remind everyone that Trump got 6 peace deals in the Middle East.
Okay.
6 peace deals.
6 peace deals. I've gotten 6 peace deals in the Middle East. Was anyone else got? None. 0. Zip. I had 6.
Now, if Adam was anti-Trump, would he have read that? No, obviously not. He would have ignored that.
Unless, of course, Adam's anti-Trump, and he's only pretending not to be anti-Trump by reading that to make it seem like he's not anti-Trump. It's all layers of psyops and disinformation, Adam.
I'm anti-Trump doing... I think we're live, so don't say anything too crazy.
Don't say anything about Adam being a big old boomer boy.
Big old boomer Adam. Adam the boomer.
Had to have a quick smack session after all that AOC. Oh, man. All that
A smack
AOC.
session. Oh, my God. Guys. If you're watching this in playback, there's just like a 10-minute break where Adam just disappeared and the stream went down.
Whoa!
I guess Adam, he was just so excited
Searching
about,
the internet for
about AOC.
picks,
He just had to
yeah.
cool off, you know what I'm saying? He just had the cool down period, right?
Where
course,
were
of
we
course.
when we were so rudely interrupted?
Of course. Hey now, we're back. I don't know. You were about to say something important.
Nah.
about how you're not a horrible neo-Nazi, but
Something. Were we talking about Trump? People were
I
saying
don't
I'm like,
fucking remember. Who knows what we're
I've
talking
turned
about?
on Trump. I feel like
Who?
didn't Trump really turn on us? I feel like that's really what's going on here.
Of course.
It was
Of
Trump throwing
course.
us under the bus. All of us together.
Brian for $5 says the protesters broke in to stop the electoral college votes from being confirmed. I thought both sides would be in favor of this bipartisan action. That's pretty funny. Sure you Barbie. Hoorah! For €5 says petition for an edited version of Home Alone 2 where Kevin turns and says, "Thanks, Mr. President. You're the best."
Oh, that would be a lot easier to do, wouldn't it?
Did you see that? Did they want to, or did they already cut Trump from Home Alone 2? Isn't that like
Man.
insane?
It's more that poking people in the eye thing. That's exactly
That's
what's going on
crazy.
here. Oh God, it's
That
so
is
bad.
crazy. If they actually did it, I don't know if they did it or they just talked about doing it, but it's pretty absurd. Dr. Cataclysm for $2 says, "Damn, AOC could palm a basketball." There you go.
Yeah, it's great.
Dirty Dan for $5 says, an attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. AOC. That's good. Except more than one person had the same joke. I like that. CMC Advanced for $2 says, you need to have It's a Gundam on your show. Massive.
Okay. I
Not
like his
familiar with
videos.
it.
Do you watch them?
I don't.
How do I know like everyone on YouTube and you like don't really?
Because I'm like in a fucking void. Okay. I'm like in cryogenic stasis, and then you just like unfreeze me for Sunday, and I go back into stasis.
Really? That's so
Yes.
sad. Live a little. Click around a bit.
Looks like he's got some good content. Wonder Woman 1904, genuinely bad. All roads lead to Gamergate.
There you go.
Toxic masculinity is the real reason for Anakin Skywalker's fall. Cool. I'm like in cryo. Sanity Now for $5 says, is AOC like a bread tuber in Congress? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. That's pretty accurate.
AOC, yes. Yeah, she is the congressional bread tuber. Yeah. Yes. Very much so. It's exactly like it is.
Exactly. Sure you Barbie for £2 says Joe Biden's election, a case of mistaken identity. How dare you, sir? Brian K for $2 says AOC is Gen Z's anti-therapist, undoing so much work. True. She spent the whole end of her video talking about like how you need to get help for anxiety and dealing with trauma and grief. And yet the whole beginning part of the video, she's like ramping up everyone's fears and anxieties.
Yeah. Yes. The great
Come on,
untruths. Yeah. She's never read Height's book.
Die Jeans for $5 says, poor AOC. She had to get a taste of what Black Lives Matter and Antifa have done to democratic cities for months. Abolish the Senate.
Yeah.
Yes. Die Hard Dougie for $5 says, I get PTSD from watching AOC because in my past life, I was a shop owner in Cuba.
Oh my God.
I like it. Davey Atkins for £5 says, any chance the home and business owners suffered any trauma this summer? Yeah, exactly. What about their trauma? What about their trauma? Watching their life's work taken from them by chaos. What about that? Stosk for €5.
Yeah. Fucking sucks.
Stocks for €5 says, when do you think this will be made into a movie? And who will be playing the guy who took a dump on Pelosi's desk? That
never happened. Pixar didn't happen. We never saw the dump.
But for the movie, they got to add it in. Automata for $2 says at 5 minutes and 27 seconds, she pulls her shirt to make sure it's form fitting.
There was lots of that going on. We're
So,
terrible people.
I've decided that I'm going every time I see Diogenes's name, I'm just going to say it differently every time. That's my new. That's my new
Why?
goal because it's funny.
How am I not going to
me.
be able to tell?
If I say anything
like to
remotely
learn the
similar
names. Oh,
to
it's
that name, it's Diogenes.
Diogenes. Yeah.
Diogenes. Diogenes. 5-speed, 1992 for $25. Oh, I read that one already, but thank you, 5-speed. Automata for another $5 says, by the way, he links the Rakita clip. Oh, I'm sad. I don't want to watch it.
No, let's watch it. Bring it up.
That's so sad. I don't want Rakita Law to be sad. He seemed like a nice young gentleman.
Oh, I don't have the watch together room up anymore.
Oh, Adam.
I'll pull it up though. I can pull it up.
Adam. How do you can you get the clip
shit.
from this jumble of text and words?
That didn't work.
I'm gonna here we go. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna DM Adam the link, the quote unquote link, and it's up to him to figure this out.
What do you mean?
And I'm gonna keep moving on.
Okay.
Also, Automata says, on an unrelated note, Dark City, Best City. True. Good ass movie.
Yeah, love that movie. Amazing.
Julian Aljavo for €5 says, AOC, I got PTSD from people not wearing their masks, but Republicans are cowards. Hypocrisy overload.
That's so good.
True. That's a good point. Raw 1381 for $5 says, wow, AOC is proving that all the feminist opponents were right. Women can't hack it. They are weak and emotional. She's definitely playing upon the whole, like, I'm a wounded woman, pity me, listen to me. I've definitely felt that being played up, which is interesting. Interesting from a feminist point of view.
Well, I made the argument before that she's the first woman to run for Congress as a woman, that most women run as, like, they try to compete with the boys. They compete in the men's
They run as
hierarchy.
gender neutral.
Well, they put on pantsuits and,
Right.
like, they, want to be tough on crime and tough on other nations and stuff like that. AOC is, like, feminine to the core. I don't know how you can watch what we just watched and not. Like, she's talking about all her pain and suffering and working through her problems. And, I mean, she feels it's like a girlfriend experience, basically, with your congresswoman.
Maybe that's why she gets all the simps. AOC, people think AOC is like the BreadTube president. She's really like the OnlyFans president.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, the OnlyFans house rep. She got all the simps back in her. Alex Karras for $5 says, can I please have a screen cap of that frame of AOC pointing the finger like that?
You sure can.
No. You're going to have to get that on your own, Alex. Shinso Beam for $10 says, I feel like if anything actually happens to Trump, it's going to be a massive poison pill for the Dems. The backlash versus the rioters is already going to cause issues. It feels like the nuclear option 2.0. I agree. I agree. That's why I think the whole impeachment thing is really stupid from all points of view. Mr. Dolphin for $5 says, is there a politician more performative than AOC? I don't think so. Also, thanks for calling out Sargon, Sitch.
I just sent Sargon the link, by the way, just so you know.
Did you send him the GIF?
He sent me a message earlier today. I want to follow up last week's chat, but I never log into Discord, so I'm just seeing it now. So I told him we're reading super chats and he's welcome to come in, but he might have already gone to bed since it's kind of late there. We'll get him on next week if he wants to chat. Yeah, all the way. Yeah, anytime.
I sent you the Rakita Law link on Discord.
Yeah,
I sent you
it's on Discord. Okay, good.
I mean, on Discord, on Twitter.
Okay, I'll find it.
I sent you some letters that you can somehow figure out how to get a link out of it.
Oh my God, what the fuck is that?
Automata for $5.
I got it. I can figure this out.
Okay. Says 3 months after the riots in Minnesota, police found a charred body in a pawn shop. Oh my God. Yet I keep hearing that there were just property damage from burning things down. True. David C. for $5 says, Adam, you're trying to read between the lines of Trump's speech is exactly what the media and the leftists have been doing for 5 years.
Yeah, totally. But the thing is, they're not. I mean, the facts on the ground don't match the reading between the lines they're doing with Charlottesville. Like the idea that Trump thinks catering to white supremacists is going to be good for his electoral chances in the future is just fucking bonkers. It's completely crazy. Trump isn't doing that in Charlottesville. What was Trump doing here? It seems like he was trying to get Pence to put political pressure on Pence to overturn the election. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong here.
David C. for another $5 says, what line does our government have to cross for y'all to consider them tyrannical? When the government no longer represents the people, we rise up. I think if our Congress overturned an election based on speculation and inference, that would be the most tyrannical, insane thing to ever happen in our country.
Which
like
is
beyond the
exactly
Civil War.
Which is exactly what Trump wanted to do.
Yeah, so
yeah.
That would be insanely tyrannical.
This
for that to happen.
You guys, we're completely.
I hate to quote Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, fuck. We're completely on your side. If you had, like, if you had proof, like proof is what you need. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, proof. Like everybody's just reaching into their gut and saying, we have proof. What are you talking about? The truck full of ballots, Adam. You know about the truck full of ballots. No, nobody looked into the truck full of ballots. Okay.
Obsolete program for $5 says, the ends justify the means, comrade. Now face the wall if you are against our great democratic institutions. No, coming from AOC, that is rich. Luke Ramsey for $5 says, I demand they start saying, oh, Irish? Oh, Irish? Irish? Aye, lad, Irish? I don't understand what you're asking. In a heavy accent the same way. Oh, Irish? I don't get it. Sorry, Luke. Gemini Samurai for $2 says, don't be shy, Adam. Take off the shirt.
Don't be shy. Take off the shirt.
Take off the shirt.
I'm fat under here, guys. You do not want to. I have not been to the gym in like years. Okay. I haven't been on my skateboard. I haven't been surfing. I haven't done I'm barely even getting out of the house now.
There you go.
That's terrible. I look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Come on. No, you don't. None of this.
Chris for $5 says, yeah, like I've been saying, layers upon layers of hypocrisy. AOC, and he has the O's looking like boobs, is just another hypocrite.
True.
There you go. AOC. I like that. That's smart. That's funny. And misogynist. Perfect. Wolfsbane 999 Wolfsbane for $9.99. Thank you, Wolf. Says, when the Star Wars politics is more understandable than American politics, we have a problem. Also, can we give to George for being so accurate to modern politics? Well, if Mike Pence or AOC says, I am the Senate, and then they overturn the election, then I think we're on to something.
I don't know.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, and when the people left and the custodians came to clear her office, AOC proclaimed, no, I need to clean my room.
I need to clean my own room. I like that.
That's right.
I don't know.
Lemon Drop for $5 says,
I don't.
Did you find the clip?
I did. I got the clip up, but the time.
No, but you have the timestamp.
Yeah, it's 9632. I don't know what that means though.
Okay. Are you to play it now?
What's up?
I don't want to make Nick. I don't want to make Nick cry. It's gonna make me hurt. I don't want him to be sad. You deserve it.
Nick is a nice guy too. You totally threw him under the bus for weeks.
It was an accident.
All because you couldn't. Nick. All because you just couldn't take my word for it that Nick was a good guy. I've been telling you forever. I'm like, Nick is a good guy. We should have him on the show. Such as like, I don't know.
Just play the clip, you fucker.
I don't know.
Play the clip, you piece of shit.
He seems kind of like a weirdo.
I never said that. Lies, fake news, slander.
I don't know where. Somebody tell us where somebody in the who sent you the thing. We need to know what the timestamp is.
The time is 9632.
Where's that? How's that in time? Don't fuck with me here.
I don't know. You figure out the conversion of 9632. If you go on YouTube and you type in T equals that number, it should bring up.
I'll try. I'll see what
the spot.
I'm gonna share it. Start. Oh, okay. So question mark. Okay, I'll put the question mark in.
Well, no, I'm saying you could put it on YouTube and then you could just scrub to that spot on the watch together.
I know. I'm a fucking
yeah.
genius.
You seem confused. You seem confused and boomery. So
why are you messing with me?
Automata says
I'm a
it's
genius.
at 2 hours.
I'm a
40
genius.
minutes.
Why are you messing with me?
I'll just do it.
No, when I put that in, when I put the T in with the question mark, it doesn't work. It doesn't go there correctly. So bam.
Why is it not going?
1,488th husband. Russell.
Is it playing for you? I need to refresh watch together. Mine.
2 hours and 52 minutes.
No, 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh well, you're in the wrong spot then.
1,488th husband. Russell Greer, that is. CB. Oh, I don't know what that's about. I'd have to look into it. He said he thought that's how I am.
Oh no,
maybe
there it is.
Oh, here it is. Good.
How could that possibly be fake news? I think maybe Sitch didn't.
Oh no.
Yeah, let's back it up. Come on,
already
man.
missed it.
We got to hear it. Here, you go back to whatever you were doing.
I couldn't advise. Like if a client came to me and said, "Hey, can I put out a statement praising the people who went in the Capitol?" I would say, "No, you cannot do it." Not right.
Listen to this, and our whole chat is like, "Adam, why aren't you praising the people at the Capitol?" Look at this. What's Nick saying? If I had a client call me and tell me, no, don't do it. Whatever you do, don't throw your entire future away. Yeah, you kids posting on social media all day long about Trump. Fucking wise up.
I know. So I can't advise people to do that. I Love Adblock says Russ could be Melinda's 1,488th husband. Russell Greer, that is. CB says, what do you think of the WikiLeaks drops and Pelosi not being leader of the House? I haven't read the WikiLeaks drops, and I think Pelosi is still the Speaker of the House. So I don't know what that's about. I'd have to look into it. Lord of the Nerd says, Adam Friend.
Oh my God!
Lord of the Nerds, causing trouble.
You bastard!
Causing trouble.
Betrayer! You backstabber! Look at him!
No, I love it.
I
love it. You go, Lord of the Nerds.
You bastard!
You go, Lord of the Nerds.
Oh my God, Lord of the Nerd! You motherfucker! You come on to our stream.
No.
You give us money. I thought you were our friend. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
No way. I'm props to Lord of the Nerds. Seriously, this needed to be done. Someone needs to stop Sitch's tyrannices.
Tyrannosaurusness.
Say
tyranny.
Says your election coverage takes our fake news. He said you would tell lies and half truths about the courts. Are you fake news? No. Everything I said about the election lawsuits came true. All of it. Literally everything. How could that possibly be fake news? I think maybe Sitch didn't actually watch the video.
Oh!
Well, that's true because I was actually watching someone else, thinking it was Nick. So that's actually true. I didn't actually watch the video.
Terrible. You don't know how to spell Ricada? It is kind of a.
It is. It's too complicated to spell. It's true.
He said he thought that's how I am. if he thinks that, he might not be watching and listening.
Look at that. In the chat, empty art house. Sitch is a piece of shit leftist. There you go.
Well, that's true.
Total leftist, guys.
But I don't know.
Nick,
Sitch has severe TDS. Let's just remind everybody that on day 2, the day after the election, when it became clear that Trump was not going to prevail in the popular vote, and it looked like the swing states were going to ultimately go to Joe Biden.
Thank you. I see people defending me in chat. Thank you, GK. Thank you.
Look at that.
From day 2
I'm reading
on,
the chat.
I suggested that the odds of overturning the election through the courts were almost 0. From day 2 on.
Sitch, we need a full apology right here. We need an apology.
I apologized earlier in the stream.
We want it on your knees.
I
say,
said,
like
judges
Black Lives Matter,
will
I
not
have to
want-
get on my knees. Yes.
That's the only way we'll accept it.
I'm so sorry.
Nick.
I have a very terrible memory, and I confused you with a completely different YouTuber. And then when I actually saw your stuff last week, I was like, oh, I like Nick. He makes some good content.
Now,
So
Nick,
please, Nick, forgive me.
Nick, do not forgive him. Whatever you do,
Forgive
do not.
me, Nick.
This apology is an admission of guilt. He's a
And
bastard.
I agree with Nick being very angry at the Supreme Court's lack of like that terrible 2-paragraph statement
Yes,
they had about
totally.
the Texas
Yes.
dismissal. They should have given a very full, fleshed out explanation of their position. Not this 2-paragraph bullshit.
They
Or 1
complete
paragraph even.
complete ineptness on their side. Like, are they not watching CNN and MSNBC putting the finger in the eye of every single Trump voter for the last
Well, they're not
3
concerned
weeks?
with that at all. That's not their concern. even
What do you
remotely.
mean? They want to keep the union together. Like, the whole reason they didn't take the case, you'd assume, is because they didn't want to get embroiled in this stuff.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Like, they're conscious of institutional
the-
decay.
So someone sent me Nate, who's friends with Viva Fries.
Mm-hmm.
He had an explanation of why Texas didn't have standing, and then he had a debate with Viva Fry, which is actually very interesting about
Mm-hmm.
that issue. And his argument made perfect sense to me as to
Mm-hmm.
why they wouldn't have standing. But I agree with Viva Fry and Nick and even Nate in that it was very irresponsible for the Supreme Court to not explain very clearly what their position is.
Right. Yeah.
And I wonder what the motivation exactly was. It might just be because, they don't want to cede too much power. They don't want to create a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they even did that with Bush v. Gore, if I recall correctly. They said, like, this case is not precedent for the future, which is like,
You've
okay.
said that before, but I've actually heard like Barnes refer to Bush v. Gore as precedent for this situation. So evidently
No, but
it is precedent.
yeah, but I'm saying that I think they explicitly said it wasn't, which is
Right.
kind of bizarre and crazy. But so I don't know. I do agree that America deserves a very not long, but a very clear explanation of why they would dismiss the case on standing, or not hear it, I guess, on standing grounds, as opposed to just hand waving it away.
This is a master troll by Lord of the Nerds. You gotta credit has to be given.
Fuck you, Lord of the Nerds.
Let's see
Want
if
to get invalidating votes. They just won't want to do it. And I was yelled at a lot. My audience yelled at me.
We've moved on.
Other members of shows that I
different
had
topic.
on questioned that. That's okay. That's okay.
Lord of the Nerds,
He-
you better fucking super chat him next time and say, Sitch apologized and he thought you were another YouTuber.
you know
Okay, he
what's
apologized profusely. You better fucking super chat that next time.
what's even more evil about these accusations that you've put on Nick here, Fitch? You know what's even more evil? completely
Oh
evil?
my god! Look at Adam. He's just reveling in this. What an asshole!
Well, I'm
Look at
sorry.
this
It's-
asshole.
I'm sorry.
Reveling in this. Oh my
Let me think. Is there a better word than evil?
Jesus Christ!
Nah, evil is the right word here. Really.
Jesus Christ!
So Nick is actually.
This was not a different lore than nerds. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! It was a different lore than get the fuck out of here. Get out of here with this shit.
So Nick is friends with Doug TenNapel, and Doug TenNapel's channel is blowing up like crazy. Like he was on Drunken Peasants the other day, and now he's up to 150 grand in ad revenue in the last 30 days from his channel blowing up, just doling out copium to the Trump supporters. Him and Nick are both friends, and Nick is basically trying to clone this model without doing fake news, without not just like lying to people. And I see people on Twitter like sniping at Nick saying, yeah, see, you'd be as big as Doug right now if you weren't such a fucking black pill bullshit like cuck. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's Nick. Nick like did the right thing here. Definitely wasn't like doling out fake news to people. And Doug's channel's like he's approaching 500,000 subs.
Okay. Did you see what CT just sent us? 'Cause it's kind of amazing.
Hold on. This isn't a special interest story for Nick being like the totally do the right thing.
Nick did the right thing.
Yeah. Okay. I
Did
feel like
you gotta put these pictures up.
I'll put them up. Yeah, definitely.
It's
What's
pretty
going on?
amazing. Anyway, so again, sorry, Nick. We can move on now. We can move on.
Sitch actually does feel bad.
I do feel bad. I have an actual soul, unlike many people on YouTube.
It's okay. It's okay. Nick will forgive you. Maybe. I don't know. You were kind of harsh on him, but I can't let it go.
Lemon drop for $5. See, this is why people don't apologize, because they know that you'll rub it in. You just gotta double down.
I know. We need to practice forgiveness. We'll only bring this up for a couple weeks. And then we'll
Lemon drop for $5 says AOC getting hotter by the minute. Jordan B. Peterson fan condemning all political violence, saying white supremacy isn't real. True.
Oh yeah.
True.
Can you imagine if some reporter asked her about Jordan Peterson, what the response would be? I mean, I'm gonna guess, but it's not.
There was just an article the other day, some op-ed in what was the publication? I don't remember, where they were going on about how Jordan Peterson, they're criticizing Matthew McConaughey for, he's like, Matthew McConaughey hanging out with alt-right darlings like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. And I was like, oh my god,
this is amazing.
disgusting.
Where did these images come from?
So this is from Baron Voodoo on the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he got the company. There's a company called Hero Forge, and they can make little figurines for you for D&D and stuff. And he got these little Sitch and Adam figurines. Isn't that so cool?
Hell yeah, it is.
I love it.
Something's wrong with the Sitch one. I can't bring it up, but that's okay. The Adam one is so cool. We'll just.
What do you mean you can't bring it up? What do you mean you can't bring it up?
I brought it up. Jeez, cool your jets, man.
How dare you? But yeah, these are really cool. That's awesome, Baron. That's super cool, Baron. I like that Adam's got his little cat in the Rubik's Cube.
My cat stuck in the room when the internet went down.
Go. Awesome. I love it. Did Baron actually get these made and like has them physically, or did he just get the design?
Yeah. I think it's just
Pretty
a design, but I don't know.
Maybe I'll get them. Can you send me a link to those? Can I buy those? Send me a link, CT. I want to buy those little figurines.
Did you see Doug TenNapel debated Vosh? Did you watch that?
I saw that you sent me the link. I didn't listen to it. But was it awful?
Pretty much, yeah. It's pretty terrible. But
I mean, it's like listening to two people I don't like debate is usually
I know it's torture.
not a good
Yeah,
experience.
yeah.
Right?
It is torture, but I like torturing myself
Yes.
for entertainment purposes always.
Is it worth doing a stream on or no?
Nah, we don't want to do that.
There's we might do a stream on this. There's a crazy conversation. It's hard to get through because I think Vosh is being such a piece of shit. Where Vosh is talking to Michael Tracy.
Yeah, that's
he's just
ancient.
Yeah, it's from like 4 or 5 months ago, but I didn't completely flew under the radar by me. I think most people, and it's like he's like treating him like so disgustingly, like it's really gross.
Yeah.
And then Michael Tracy like totally, it's so funny because Vosh is like waving the study in his face, and then Michael Tracy's like, I think I read that study, and he like reads it, and he's like, oh no, what this study doesn't say anything like what you're saying, like until he calls him out. It's wonderful.
Michael Tracy did, yeah.
Yeah,
Michael Tracy
does,
read the study, yeah.
Right.
I remember listening to that when it first came out, and Michael Tracy, after it was over, was just like, well, that was interesting. Like, completely shell-shocked by what a crazy
because he's like a normal person.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, yeah. Oversized Trash Panda. Oh, no, I read that one. Automata for $10 says, Quarry was an attempt to overturn the election of all those times that I heard Maxine Waters object to electors being counted for Trump and Biden dismissing her because of no senator enjoining. Yeah, I think it's gross if she's doing that. But again, there's a difference. I mean, she holds responsibility if any problems come. I would agree. If there's some problem that comes out of that, then yes, she holds responsibility for that 100%. So I do agree with that, sure. But would it be considered trying to I guess it was an attempt to overturn the election. Sure. That makes sense. Why not?
Isn't that what I said? And everyone gave me a hard time about?
I don't know. Is that what you said?
Who tried to overturn the election? Trump or Nancy?
No, he's saying like
Pelosi?
when Maxine Waters objected to electors being counted for Trump
in 2016. Yeah, I tried to look that up. Yeah.
But see, the difference is that Biden, dismissed her because of no senator joining.
Well, it was Hillary that dismissed her, but anyway.
No, but Biden was the head of the Senate because he's vice president.
Oh, he was vice president, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. And it's just crazy Maxine Waters.
Crazy Maxine Waters. It wasn't Hillary saying, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But if Hillary said in 2016, if Hillary said that she really won the election and that Russia hacked the elections,
Right.
like 50% of Democrats would believe that instantly. And that's what's scary.
Believe it, yeah.
That's what's scary, yeah. Yeah, there was like 10% that believed that without her saying that.
Yeah. Still believe it to this day. I'm certain of it.
One of them has a TV show on MSNBC.
Yeah, her name's Rachel Maddow. She's crazy.
Do you remember when Rachel Maddow had she had this day where she was like, I have Trump's tax returns. Everybody, I have Trump's tax returns. She was like promoting this for like 24 hours. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow has Trump's tax returns. And it turned out fake news. She had like some public tax transcript that everyone already had already.
Yeah.
She's totally fucking bullshitting.
She got it off 4chan.
Yep. Looked terrible. She lost so much credibility after that. Surprised she's still on. Anyways, John Doe for $4.99 says Ted Cruz and AOC were co-sponsoring a term limit bill. Oh, there you go.
Oh, that would be great. We need that, right?
Oh
no.
I guess I'm in favor of term limits. Sure. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have a strong feeling one way or the other about it. But sure, whatever. Chris Hill for $5 says, oh God, says, where are the AOC deep fake adult videos? Oh, I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure you can find them. Automata for $2 says, I would have said Scalise needs to go. Well, I wouldn't have said Scalise needs to go. Yeah. It seems like she's inciting violence, if you ask me. The Wooster for $1.99 says, Adam and Sitch radicalized me. That's true.
Hell yeah. Oh,
That's
wait.
true.
No, that's not good.
We're radicalizing people to enlighten centrism. It's true. The Smut Weasel. Ooh, what a name. The Smut Weasel.
Wow, that sounds
For
horrible.
$3 says, here's my free will TM TIF or tithe. Thank you. Also, just wanted to hear Sitch say my name again.
Andrea Ocasio-Cortez.
Hashtag I dream of A-Team.
Sweet.
There you go. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, but Sitch, Antifa is just an idea. I know. So
You
stupid.
felt for that when Biden said that. That's when you
I didn't feel
decided
for
you were
that.
going
I
to vote
said,
for him.
I facepalmed. I said, oh my God, Biden, no.
Look what I found just from.
I saw
from-
that.
just
We'll watch
from
it after
today.
Super Chats. AOC is talking to Rachel Maddow.
Sharing her DC experience.
Well, I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
Might not.
Of
Be
New
able-
York, Congress.
Oh shit!
it's
Congressional.
I was just going.
it's so bullshit too, because we could watch that clip and talk about it and be 100% fair use to anything else we've done. And we have to go through a whole big legal rigmarole, possibly, because the system is so in favor of the quote unquote copyright holder.
Yeah. We'll watch it after the stream. Here, I'll put a
Yeah.
link in the chat. You guys can watch it.
Well, how about this? Well, I don't want to get a strike. I don't know. I'm sort of willing to risk it.
No, let's not risk it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Adam is often the voice of reason.
Let's play Hardcore Henry instead. I think
Okay.
I'm gonna.
There you
go. Pull it up live.
That's the voice of reason right there. The Darn Danimal for $1 says, remember the episode of Seinfeld where Jerry dates AOC and he's put off by her man hands, and then she barehandedly breaks a lobster in half in front of him? I think it was AOC. The hands look familiar.
Really?
That's true.
I don't
remember
remember
that
that episode.
I
No.
remember that. Yes. There's also a one where George is dating a girl that looks a little bit too much like Jerry. So he has to dump her because of that. Oh, Seinfeld. It was a simpler time. AOC for $1. Oh, I read that one. Radical Centrist says, I read that one. Adam, your debate with your RCW friends are tortuously boring without Sitch. True.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch it. I know that's true.
Cannot lie.
Ed for $5 says, I don't want to live in a country with anything less than the Capitol riot happened when a large portion of the population believes the vote was rigged. Sitch's party of law and order criticism is valid, though. There's your centrist take.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure. Okay, Ed. Bick Tyler, BC Tyler for $5 says, sorry, but I renounce A-Team and am defecting to the Sarganinos. You're great, enlightened centrist, and clearly not beanie wearing grifters, but Sargon's take resonated the most with my gut. There it is.
Always listen to your gut.
Always listen to your gut. There you
Most
go.
important thing to remember, guys.
BC Tyler for $3 says, on some other stream, Sitch said he needs to look into Biden's plan to ban online gun sales. All online gun sales do require background checks, except rarely when they fall under the gun show loophole, a problem Biden wants to solve on its own anyways. How could an online gun sale be part of the gun show loophole? That doesn't even make sense, right?
Yeah.
BC Tyler for $1 says, banning the online sale of firearms can only be based in ignorance or malice. If universal background checks solve the gun show loophole, as Biden wants to do either way, the only effect limiting online sales will have is hassling law-abiding gun owners. Sure. I mean, I don't know anything about online buying a gun online, but I'm not against it on its front. So sure. What you said makes sense to me. Astro Live for $4 says, oh man, better post this in Reddit murdered by AOC for all that sweet, sweet karma. I honestly can't tell if AOC is sincere about what she says or not.
Neither could we.
Neither could we. Utter Nonsense for $3 says, the 25th Amendment is a Russian plot to sap and impurify our precious bodily fluids.
Wow.
True. CT for $1 says, "Hey, I'm at Walmart. Do you guys need anything? There's a new flavor of energy drink. Don't worry, Sitch. I'll only buy like 15, maybe 20. You gotta drink some water, CT. Drinking too much of that. Drinking too much of that poison, okay? Too much of it. Dawkins for $3 says, 2021 is shaping up to be 2 conspiracy theories vying to be the righteous overthrower of the system. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. CT for $1 says, I'm trying to think of something incendiary to say to get Sitch in trouble with the chat. I could bring up the Kiwi thing, but that's not spicy enough. Oh, okay. Which is the best Ninja Turtle, and why is it Raph? Why is it Raph? Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle, Adam?
Michelangelo, of course. I'm an artist.
Michelangelo. Michelangelo wasn't an artist, though.
Yeah, but he's named after an artist, which
They're
is even
all
better.
named after artists.
Well, Michelangelo's the good one. Oh yeah, I guess they are, huh? Donatello and Michelangelo. I'm sticking with Michelangelo. Did you know that Michelangelo and Leonardo lived at the same time and hated each other's guts?
Michelangelo
and Leonardo da Vinci were bitter rivals. Did you know
I didn't
that?
know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
No, I had no clue.
They met one time and actually like totally rebuffed one another.
So my favorite Ninja Turtle is based entirely because
you like the rat. Don't come on.
Splinter? No. Is because I had on Super Nintendo, I had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Turtles in Time. And I always played Donatello because his weapon had the longest range. And so Donatello was my favorite Ninja Turtle. That was the only reason growing up I liked Donatello, was because of that video game.
It wasn't a personality thing, huh?
No. I did watch the old Ninja Turtles cartoon show on TV, but I don't remember it terribly well.
Yeah.
So
cool.
there you go. Lieutenant Amsel for $5 says, can't believe Adam's taste. Lingerie Contra, whack. Gemini, whack. Philosophy Tube, whack. AOC, woke. There you go. Mr. J for $2 says, how close are we to the cockroaches analogy? Yeah, you could kind of feel AOC getting close to that. Talking about Republicans. Flipping Through for $10 says, oh, hey, Alex Karras here. Check out Flipping Through channel for Adam and Sitch fans, giving commentary on rules for radicals and more books to come. Oh, cool. You guys should check that out. Flipping Through by Alex Karras. Reading all the rules for radicals through Da Vinci Resolve. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, when will you learn that your actions have consequences? That's what they all say.
Yeah.
That's what they all say.
That's a typical talking point.
Yes.
Actions
I'm
have
not censoring you.
consequences? What?
I'm not censoring you. I'm not throwing you in jail for your opinion. Your actions just have consequences.
Yeah. Do something I don't like. We're going to mess you up. Bitch.
How come when the guy was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse down, no one
his
said
actions
have consequences?
No one told him. No one told Rosenbaum, hey, guess what? Actions have consequences.
Yep. Some of them involve getting shot in the face. Salty AFBG for $2 says, Adam, her loonies far outnumber the R per capita. Adam.
What's up?
He said, her loonies far outnumber the R arrow per capita.
What?
Yeah, okay. I didn't get it either.
Our loonies outnumber the R. What?
He's talking about AOC.
Oh.
I don't know. Sorry, Salty. I don't get it. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $5 says, hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone, hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. This is a law eternal. AOC should read I don't know how to pronounce that. The Dhamma Mapada? The Dhamma Padapus? It's a collection of sayings of the Buddhist verse. Oh, there you go. I agree with that.
Yeah,
that
she's
comment.
putting a lot of hate into the world that she probably shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Sounds like is what he's saying.
But it's true. Hatred never appeases hatred. It's very true.
Yeah, just begets more hatred.
Stosk for €5 says, in one of the Capitol streams, I saw AOC venting. That's pretty sus, in my opinion. I think we should vote to throw her out into space.
She was venting? Oh, my goodness.
I saw AOC vent right in front of me, okay? It doesn't matter that I was part of a mob to break into the Capitol. I saw her vent. She's the imposter.
There's a Thomas Sowell on AOC video, but it looks like it's just AOC on 60
I don't
Minutes.
think Thomas Sowell was, yeah.
It's on his account. It says Thomas
well,
Sowell.
never mind then. I guess he's talking about it.
No,
Cool,
I don't know.
Check it out. Lord of the Nerds, the traitor, for $2 says, for all Adam's talk, remember, he has guns and ammo. True.
Yeah, I bought a gun online. They didn't ask me for any info or anything.
Oh, you did? Cool.
Yeah.
I
It's
should do
great.
that.
Yeah.
I should get on that before it becomes illegal.
Yeah, before
I
the
can.
Dems come in and ruin everything. Oh
Wait,
my God.
you bought a gun online? You didn't have to provide any identification? That's not true.
No, I guess I did provide some.
Yeah.
I mean, I provided my credit card number and stuff like that. Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Provided my physical address, right? I said, mail it here. Thanks.
Can you buy ammo online or just the gun?
I didn't buy any ammo, no. Yeah.
The Booster for $4.99 says both sides are increasingly comfortable with justifying or ignoring violence against the other side. In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Floor shadowing or foreshadowing?
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing, yeah.
Yes. I hope not. I hope not. Sentry for 5 Aussies says these emotions and mentalities have too much momentum to stop. The only thing that is going to change now that Trump is gone is the target for them. I'm banking that they're going to assert that the left is going to do what the left always does. And that's with Trump gone. They're going to turn on themselves and eat their own. But we shall see.
Do you have a theory on why the stakes seem higher than ever now?
What do you mean?
Well, I feel like things are accelerating. People want power more than ever before now.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, really?
At all. I don't think that's even. I think it's just because of social media, you can really tap into it and see it in a way you couldn't before.
That's true. Yeah.
Sanity Now for $5 says it took 1,448 days in office for Trump to justify TDS.
I know. Oh, man.
That's funny.
Why did he do it?
I know. He totally did. It's true.
Why?
Mr. George Matthew for $19.99. Thank you, George. Says, do you think the overreach will backfire in the left? What would happen if the news, universities, and Hollywoods showered McCarthy with praise during the hearings? What if the public didn't hear anything else?
Yeah,
I think
that's a good analogy.
It is. I think the overreach will backfire. Even if it's not the left calling it out publicly, I think it will just backfire because things always shift and the rules that they apply always get turned against you. That's what you have to remember. You're passing legislation. The same rule is always going to be applied to you at some point. So
I disagree. I think the overreach is going to be totally condoned by the media. They're going to be fully on board with it. It's going to be more like...
that's what I didn't say they're going to condemn it at all.
It's going to be more like WMD in Iraq. It's going to be like the
right.
media is
That's
gonna
what.
be,
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's going to be. They're all going to be on board with it.
No,
and
you're
then,
saying the opposite of that.
Okay, I'm not.
I'm saying that the politicians,
they're all going to be on board with it, like the WMDs, and then there's going to be some reflection period.
Why
years
said the
later.
WMD part?
I know. I'm using your analogy because it's a good analogy.
Yes, the
There's
media is
gonna be a
going to
couple people
silently
who-
stand by while all the left deplatforms every single person on the right. The right is not going to be.
Well, let's not get hyperbolic here.
The right is not going to be able to win
Let's not get
Congress seats.
hyperbolic here, Adam.
They're not going to be able to win senator seats or Congress seats. They're not going to have another president in our lifetime. Like they're literally going to be kicked off of social media. Well, the whole time that the MSNBC and like Fox News is even going to become CNN. Fox News is going to be the new CNN, and CNN is going to be the new MSNBC, and MSNBC is going to be they're going to be the Marxist network. They're going to be the
What do you
Karl
mean Fox
Marx
News
network.
is going to be CNN? I don't know what you mean by that.
I said, Fox. You know how CNN is left and MSNBC is left.
You think Fox News has become left?
Fox is going to be CNN? Yeah, exactly. They're going to totally abandon republicanism and.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No, I'm serious. Serious. The media.
That's your prediction.
It's going to be horrible. Yeah.
This is Adam's public prediction.
Adam's
public prediction, guys.
KMN.
Fox News.
MSNBC.
Is going to become left wing.
MSNBC is going to be KMN. It's going to be KMN.
Uh-huh.
Karl Marx Network.
You want to stand by this Fox News prediction?
You don't like this prediction?
This is the worst prediction I've ever heard in my life.
They're going to try to get on AOC's good side. Once Fox News is kicked off of YouTube.
Just say you're joking so we can move on.
They're gonna. You don't like this prediction?
This is a terrible fucking prediction.
But you're saying that this is
like the Lynn Wood level prediction.
I know. That's what I was going. That's what I was going for.
Okay.
That's what I was going for. Like
good. Okay.
Mass hysteria.
I see. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria in the streets.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. I don't think it's gonna. Maybe, I don't know. I'm the optimist here, but it doesn't look good for us. I blame Trump for all of this too, by the way.
There you go. JJ Cheeker for Fat Art says, growing up, I had a Michelangelo stuffed turtle. It was my favorite stuffed toy, but my mom got rid of it because it was satanic. I'm still sad about it. That sucks.
That does suck.
That sucks. That's crazy. Why would Ninja Turtles be satanic? Just a turtle. That's a ninja. It's not even like Harry Potter magic or whatever they usually get all up in a tizzy about.
Wowzers. Is that it? Are we almost done with super chats?
Automata for $2 says
okay.
she wants to talk to your impeachment manager.
She did go full Karen on this one, didn't she?
She went full Karen. That's true.
It's going to be so great. We're going to impeach him, and then we're all going to vote. Then we got the Senate. We're going to have the trial.
You guys need to talk to Ted Cruz's manager, okay? He needs to go.
He needs out of here. He needs out of go.
Yeah. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, I love the left squeezing the right into a diamond.
Yes.
Okay.
I saw that one.
I'm not sure I understand the point.
Well, they're squeezing them to death like diamonds.
But, and they're going to become stronger.
Pressure.
They're going to become stronger out of it. I see.
Yeah. Anti-fragile.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, remember, kids, don't be a joker. Be a brain.
Brain. Oh, I didn't do my Bane. My Bane impersonation today.
It's so fucking bad.
That's part of the fun of it, Sitch. Come on.
So bad.
If I did it good, it wouldn't be as entertaining.
That's true. That's a good point. Richard Blum for $10 says, if it only takes a few thousand vote difference to win a state and you only need a couple of states to win an election, I don't see how it is implausible that an election could be won through fraud. I don't think anyone's saying it's implausible.
It's very plausible. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just saying it doesn't happen.
It's effing bullshit that they didn't look into it sufficiently. Yeah, I'm pissed
there
too.
You go. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, I'm happy he lost you, Dolt. Oh, I read that one.
2 out of 10 Bane impersonation, Lukov. What happened here?
Your Bane impression, Adam, is pathetic.
Your Bane impersonation
Oh my God.
is pathetic. Is that better? Am I getting warm? Your Bane. I need to listen to it more. Got to warm up.
CT says, Adam, please, in all caps. Adam, please.
9 out of 10 for Sitch. S-Class wins again. Lukov.
There you go.
Lukov.
There you go. Thank you.
At 2, Lukov.
Thank you. 95 Keep for $5 says the reason she's filming vertical is so you can't see all the cameramen, audio technicians, makeup artists, and scriptwriters next to her.
Oh my God. That's awesome. Somebody needs to Photoshop them in.
That's true. That's true. Rooster for 199 says, so mass shooting just means gang violence. It can. It definitely can. Sure.
Yep.
Richard Blum for $5 says, what specific circumstances would justify a violent revolution to you? Where's the line where once crossed, it becomes justified to break the law?
I think you read that one, but if the election, well, yeah, you did read it because we said, if like a president stepped in and violently tried to, overthrow the will of the people in a democratic election, that would probably be.
Yeah, I said if Congress on the shaky circumstantial, whatever this is, claims of the election, if Congress just overturned it or Pence overturned it, that is literally, that's going to be a violent revolution. You're literally prompting it right there.
Yeah, totally.
The Rooster for 499 says, white supremacy is the ultimate leftist dog whistle. Anytime I hear it, I know where the person stands. True.
Yeah. Or the word whiteness. Whenever anyone talks about whiteness, I think,
Guys, when I say abolish whiteness, I'm not saying abolish white people. I'm using this very weird definition where I say that whiteness is actually defined as the systemic oppression that has been put upon black people for generations by white people because white people are evil. But I'm not saying that white people are evil, okay? So just don't be confused. I don't understand why it's just so difficult to comprehend that when I say whiteness is evil, I'm not actually saying white people are evil, even though I'm saying that white people are evil, okay? It's very simple.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, oh my God, it was so terrible. I slept for like 12 hours. Guys, you don't even know. It was so bad.
I'm sleeping an awful lot lately because, stress.
Stacking Damage for $5 says, I hate social groups, but after reading Height's Righteous Mind, this chimp is ready to embrace his inner bee and declare that S class is best class. Yeah. Thank you, Stack.
Oh my God.
It's always important to stack damage, okay? We need more dots.
Yeah.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano, thank you for the $5.
Yeah.
All right. Amazon for $5 says, Diogenes, more like digging these nuts. Thank you. I had to read it again.
Digging these nuts. What kind of nuts?
Digging these nuts. Brian Bishop for 863 says, was in hospital for 3 days right before Christmas. Thought I would super chat how much it cost me. Private insurance ain't all bad. Wow, $8.63?
What?
3 days in the hospital. That's some damn good ass insurance.
That is amazing.
I don't know what fucking insurance you got, mine.
Please don't tell me you're in Canada.
If I was in the hospital for 3 days, it cost a lot more than $8.63.
He must be in Canada or something like that, because America
Maybe
would be like, yeah, we have great insurance. It was only $20,000.
Well, no, because he said private insurance.
Yeah, but they have private insurance in Canada.
Oh.
He could have.
Maybe he meant $863.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Stug for $2 says, I missed my chance to say AOC get degrees. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to look that
AOCs
up.
get degrees. I like it.
AOC, I think, has a degree in economics, which makes some people very excited.
Like Adam. Lieutenant Amazon for $10 says, Sunday Still Stream Part 2 of our reading of January is out. Go check it out. And I acted the hell out of it. Trust me, this episode will have you on the edge of your seats. Check it out, guys.
Sweet. Yeah.
Black Hat 0061 for $5 says, congrats on your cycling merit badge, dude. I got hiking and then later I got swimming. Oh, wow, you got both. I could never go more than 35 miles on a bike. Thanks for all the work. I'm like that. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can swim, but I just, for some reason, like, I could never swim any, like, reasonable distance. I would just die.
Really? Oh, I love swimming.
Super weird. Like, I just, like,
I can swim
ready to, like,
really
fall
far
out, pass
underwater.
out. I don't know why. Like, I could, like, even when I was young, like, I would, like in school, you had to run like a mile and stuff. And I would get like good times on running a mile. Like, I wasn't like the last kid. I was always like getting like, high middle of the pack for running the mile. And I was always very good at sprinting. But when it came to like swimming, Oh my God.
Wow. Yeah.
Terrible. Don't know what's up with that. Lieutenant Amzel for $2 says super F in chat. Thank you, Adam Boomer. Thank you. But I'm glad we're back.
Yeah, what happened there? I don't know.
Michael O for $10 says, I don't know who you are and what I'm watching, but take some money. Thank you, Michael. That's
Wow,
the
that's
true.
super generous.
That's the true proof of free will right there. Michael's just taking the free will and he's just slamming it on the keys. Bam.
So Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez studied at Boston University, and she double majored. Do you have any idea what her two majors were? What her double major was?
Isn't it economy and political science or something? Economics,
International relations and economics. Graduated cum laude.
Wow, Adam.
I don't know what that means. What does cum laude mean?
Wow.
Oh, is that cum laude? Oh, sorry.
Cum
guys.
laude. Okay.
Cum laude. It's not summa cum laude. I know, because I graduated summa cum laude. No, I didn't. I wish I did. But.
Michael Pittman for $5 says, hey, thanks for always being around to keep me honest. Also, the name for 18 plus S class is SAS, or the Sitch and Adam Squad.
I like that.
SAS.
Now we're the squad. Hey!
Uh-oh.
The squad. No one's ever going to say the squad anymore. That was like a Trump thing. We're going to lose so many Trumpisms.
The squad. No, the left loves saying the squad.
No.
I think it
Ted
sounds
Cruz.
cool. Like,
No,
squad.
Ted
They'll
Cruz
say
is never going to say the squad because they're
He
gonna go,
might not say it, but
Trump
the
said the squad, and you stood up for Trump when he engaged in the siege.
No, the left wing media, they love the squad. They're gonna
keep saying it. Fox News is going to keep saying the squad.
I'm saying
I
the
don't know.
left is going to keep saying the squad. I don't know about Fox News.
Brian thinks AOC studied women's studies. No, international relations and economics. She's a baller, man.
I'll let that sink in for a second. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says, hey guys, I made you some Hero Forge minis. Hope you like them. I put them in the fan art channel on Discord. Oh, thanks, Aaron. Okay, so you're Voodoo. Yeah, those are awesome, Aaron. I totally want to buy those.
Yeah.
Those
The
are
thing
sick.
is, though, when you get them, you got to paint them yourself. I wish you could get them
Oh,
painted.
are they not?
Yeah.
Because I know the D&D ones was not painted.
Yeah. CT was
Can you
giving
not
me a
get
hard
them
time that I
pre-painted?
still haven't painted mine, but I'm like,
I'll still get it.
yeah, it'd be cool anyway. Sure, what the hell? I'll get it. I'll get one.
You should paint them, Adam.
Yeah, I'm working on the comic right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, did Adam work for the Young Turks, or is that just a joke?
I worked briefly for the Young Turks. Yes, I did. Yeah. Did some producing work for them.
That's right. Back when Adam used to be a super leftist.
Yeah. No. I admit it. Yeah, I went to their parties and stuff and hung out with a bunch of super. That's why I was like, listen, come to me. Where's my redemption story? I guess Dave Rubin kind of walked that art. He's like the reverse Caleb, right? Like
That's
he
right.
was like, he worked for the Young Turks. He was on air and everything, and
Right.
ended up becoming a total right-wing Republican. Yeah.
CT for $1 says, which headphones are objectively the best, earbuds or over the ear?
Who knows?
I don't like over the ear because even though there's like, it's so annoying. Every time I try to buy over the ear, like good quality headphones, they always press on my ears and hurt like after like an hour of wearing them or 30 minutes of wearing them.
Stanton High says, Adam,
Terrible.
no.
Terrible. So I'm definitely an earbud boy. Though the problem is that it's like all the earbuds now are wireless.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about you, but I use earphones a lot. And I don't know if I want to have Wi-Fi 24/7, like right on my brain.
You speaking my language, bro.
Like, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe it's hypocritical or not hypocritical. Maybe it's silly because like if you're like in a house or an office, there's Wi-Fi like blasting everywhere. But I just feel it's a little different when you got like the Bluetooth like right on your ear like right next to your head all day. I don't know. It seems a little different.
I don't want to charge those things. That's where I draw the line.
That's
I'm like,
true,
what?
too.
Headphones I have to charge?
Right.
Get out of here,
Well,
punk.
And every time I get headphones, they break within a year. So it's like I don't want to spend a lot of money
Yeah.
like on some expensive headphones.
I
that
buy
know are just-
headphones like 5 at a time. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, I get the cheap ones and stock up.
Yep. CT continues saying, "Are cacti easy mode for gardeners?" Sure, I guess. Question mark. What flavor of goldfish are best? Oh, how do you feel about goldfish, Dad?
Love them. Who doesn't like goldfish? They're delicious.
I used to like goldfish. I don't really like them that much anymore.
Oh wait, I'm thinking of Swedish fish.
No, goldfish. No, I used to just eat the normal ones. I think they're just the baked cheddar cheese
Wait,
or whatever.
they're both
the
delicious.
orange ones.
Swedish fish and goldfish.
Yeah, I still like the pretzel ones. I'm not so big on the cheese ones now.
What? There's pretzel ones? I didn't even know.
Yeah, pretzel goldfish. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
pretty good.
I'm gonna get those.
Not the animals, you weirdos. Yeah, of course not the animal. No one cares about the goldfish animal. Bubblegum ice cream is great. That's disgusting. Bubblegum ice cream is disgusting. You
what?
should feel bad. You should
Oh
feel
my
bad for that.
god, that's my favorite flavor of ice cream.
Bubblegum ice cream is your favorite flavor of ice cream. Adam.
Hell yeah.
Are you like insane?
We
Of course, someone who likes rubber would have this awful, terrible opinion.
we've gone on vacation up to Santa Cruz, and in Santa Cruz there's this little ice cream shop called Mary Ann's, and I've actually gone in there and bought like a 5-gallon thing of
Oh my god,
bubblegum ice
disgusting.
cream. You know, it might be like 10 gallons. It's one of those. It's one of those like giant things.
That's like one of the worst flavors of ice cream. You should be.
I had
ashamed
a
of yourself.
giant thing of bubblegum
Oh
ice
my
cream.
god, bubblegum ice cream.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh my god, when you're done, oh, you have like a mouthful of bubble gum, like you're just like
I
giant,
wanna vomit.
giant gum, like you can barely chew. Yeah, it's so
Oh my
good.
god.
I can't believe you don't like bubblegum ice cream.
Nathan says it feels like Adam says he likes stuff just to trigger Sitch. Yeah, I feel that way too.
No, it's true. My wife will testify to it. I'm crazy for bubblegum ice cream.
Chocolate chip cookie dough is the obviously superior, objectively superior ice cream flavor.
Well, I like
Bubble
chocolate
gum.
chip cookie dough too. So
Bubble-
don't get in between me and my ice cream, man. I'm a connoisseur of ice cream. I like all kinds. Have you ever had ginger ice cream? Oh, so good.
I've never had ginger ice cream. No, I've never
Ginger
had
ice cream is really good. Yeah.
that. No.
How about
That
cinnamon?
sounds weird.
Cinnamon
Ginger?
ice cream.
Like ginger ale ice cream? Like
How
the
about-
flavor?
No, like
sounds
ginger.
strange.
Like ginger, the candy ginger. Yeah. How
I
about
don't know.
cinnamon ice cream?
Oh, that sounds awful. I don't like cinnamon, so that's not.
Ci- Cinnamon caramel is so delicious. Oh
I
my
don't like
God,
cinnamon flavored anything,
delicious.
really.
Yeah.
No.
What about? This is whataboutism that
What
I
other,
actually
other
like.
crazy, disgusting ice cream flavors do you like?
American ice cream sucks ass and swallows. Says
How dare
Ramiro.
you? Who said that? Who said that blasphemy?
What's going on? Well, you know what? I'm
Compared
down
to what?
for like if American ice cream, if other ice cream is better than American ice cream, and I love American ice cream, I can't imagine like sign me up. I'll try other ice cream. Why not? Oh look, I won Luca back. I want him back. Caramel, cinnamon caramel is amazing.
There you go.
Of course.
I've had green tea ice cream. That was actually surprisingly good. When I heard them, like
Yeah.
green tea, that sounds gross. And then I have like, oh, this is like nice.
Green tea is good. Yeah.
It's very refreshing.
Mary Ann's in Santa Cruz. If any of you go to Santa Cruz, you got to go to Mary Ann's. Mary Ann's is like the place. Like 31 flavors is not even close to Mary Ann's. Mary Ann's is just crazy good ice cream.
And also, what is the best candy? I think I've said this on stream. My favorite candy was always the Bunch of Crunch candy that you could only buy at the movie theaters for some obnoxious reason.
Yeah, I'm like anything with peanut butter. I'm a super fan of peanut butter. I don't know. Banana now and laters I like a lot. Those are really delicious.
Ew.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I really liked orange Tootsie Roll Pops. But I've had one recently, and I was like, eh. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not.
I love how
when you're a
towards
kid,
the
I don't know.
end of-
You like.
I
Have
love
you had that?
Oh, sorry. We keep
Have you had
talking
that
over it.
experience where you're like, when you're a kid, you really like some kind of junk food, and then when you're like older, you haven't had it for years, and you're like, oh, this is nowhere near as good as I remember.
Yes.
it being.
Yes. I've had that experience with McDonald's. I think a lot of people have.
Yes.
Yeah.
PMS Witch for $1.04 says, Sitch, how did it go with Sargon's challenge to look into the 7 strongest examples of possible voter fraud? Any hold up to scrutiny? So I'm still working on it. I'm going to make a video. I'm going to release a video of my research.
Yeah.
On these, I don't know if you'd call them the strongest example, but they were the 7 or so examples that we talked about on stream.
But you didn't look at the truck yet.
I didn't look at the one that Adam wanted me to look at yet, which was the magic truck. No, I didn't look at that one yet.
The magic truck. I like how. Look at already belittling the truth. Sure, you're a truth seeker.
Get on the magic voter truck.
Sure.
Adam could be Miss Frizzle.
Sure, you care
And
about
Gemini
the truth.
Semini could be the little lizard on his shoulder.
Sure, you care about the truth. Truth.
Of course, I care as much about the truth as does our next donator. Contrast McStrongcock.
What?
Contrast McStrongcock.
McStrongcock?
That's contrast for you.
Yeah, there you go.
For $2.31 says, point of personal privilege, Pog champ attention, Sitch or literature devil, whoever you are, is Cat in the Hat better than the Phantom Menace and the Watchmen movie ending? What about Final Fantasy VIII? Can you sort out the flowchart or something? Okay. Here's the flowchart of what you provided. Final Fantasy VIII is at the top. And then under that is the Cat in the Hat.
Oh my God, you're terrible.
And then under that is the Phantom Menace. And then all the way at the bottom, at the worst spot, is the Watchmen movie ending. That's the flowchart. There you go.
You're just
CT
trying
for
to
$1
trigger
says,
people.
Sitch is bad at swimming because swimming is fun and Sitch is bad at having fun. First of all, I never said I didn't like swimming. I love going to the pool and hanging out and swimming. I just said I'm bad at long distance swimming. That's when you go to the pool with your friends, you're not fucking doing laps around the pool generally, okay?
Yeah.
So sorry. How dare you, CT? But
I've
CT is
swum
right.
the English
CT
Channel
is right.
before.
I am bad at having fun, so that's true. The cynical Aussie for 5 Aussies says, if Vosh was a member of Congress, would he have submitted to the mob?
Well, he'd have to. He's
He'd have
already
to.
on record.
Yeah.
Nah.
You'd have to. When that lady broke through the glass, that guy shouldn't have shot her. He should have just submitted to the mob, right? He should just put his hands up like a Marvel movie and submitted to the mob.
Should have put his
Right?
butt up.
Put his butt up, sure. Just like the GIF. JJ Cheeker for $5 says, growing up, I had Michelangelo. Oh, I read that one. It's the sad Michelangelo stuffed turtle story. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, I'm a few hours behind, but Cat in the Hat is my fave. There you go. There you go. Oversized Trash Panda for $10 says, Vosh brings up studies that sound relevant but actually aren't, then demands you concede or be labeled a science denier. It's effective in a debate setting where you don't have time to read. I don't know if the Oversized Trash Panda saw the Michael Tracy debate, but that's literally word for word the exact thing that happens.
Yeah. He did it.
Exactly that.
He did it last night with Doug TenNapel.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a very
It's
clear
a regular thing to do. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought I should start doing this. This is a good move. This is like destroy.
And the topic was, and this is why it'd be fun to watch. The topic was Michael Tracy was criticizing people who were acting like all the protests weren't going to spread COVID. But, remember, like just before that, they were criticizing the lockdown protests as spreading COVID.
Right. Yeah, totally.
And so Vosh was taking the position that obviously the protests wouldn't spread COVID and that Michael Tracy is some sort of science denying conspiracy theorist for claiming that they did.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyways, that's it.
What's your take on multiracial whiteness?
Excuse me?
Multiracial whiteness they're talking about in this Washington Post article.
What is the article about?
To understand Trump's support, we must think in terms of multiracial whiteness.
Oh,
The attraction of Trump
Who said
for
this?
Latino voters is the promise of multiracial
said this?
whiteness. Washington Post.
No, but I mean, like, is it, like, did a politician say this, or just an opinion article? Like, what is
It's an
this?
opinion article in the Washington Post.
What is it called?
Someone shared it on Twitter. Here, I'll
What is it
tag
called?
you in it. It's called something I looked up on Twitter.
Noel
what I'll-
Campbell sent me. I'll check it on Twitter. The 5 most obvious facts of fraud in the 2020 election. Awesome. I'll check it out. I'll add it to the list.
I need to go.
Bookmark a tweet.
I need to go. I need to eat some ice cream.
Gotta get some ice cream. To understand Trump's support, we must think in terms of multiracial whiteness. Oh my God. The Trump administration's anti-immigration, anti-civil rights stance has made it too easy to classify the president's loyalists as a homogeneous mob of white nationalists, homogenous. But take a look at the FBI's poster showing people wanted in the insurrectionist assault on the U.S. Capitol. Among the many white faces are a few that are clearly Latino or African American. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. I like how they use a picture of one of the, what do they call it? The Po Boys?
Proud Boys?
The Proud Boys? Yeah.
Po Boys?
The Po
That's a
Boys?
sandwich from Louisiana, my friend.
Okay.
Adam's getting hungry. He's like, I
know,
want me
I
a po'
can't-
boy.
I can't
Po' boys are
stop
fucking
thinking about
good.
food. After we talk for an hour about candy and
Remember
ice cream
them-
and stuff.
Remember them shrimp po' boys, Adam?
Oh my God, yeah.
Fucking tasty shit.
So they've got a guy who looks like a black guy wearing a shirt that says American supremacist. That's exactly the culture right there.
That's the Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio.
Yeah. American
go.
supremacist.
There you
Is
go.
that bad? Is it bad to be an American supremacist? I don't know. If AOC sounds like maybe she's one.
Let's continue this article. I want to see what they're saying.
The
Such
best-
diversity highlights the fact that President Trump's share of the Latino vote in November actually rose over 2016, notwithstanding years of incendiary rhetoric targeting Mexicans and other Latino communities. Yes, Trump's voters and his mob are disproportionately white, but one of the more unsettling exit poll data points of the 2020 election was that a quarter to a third of Latino voters voted to re-elect Trump.
Scary.
And while the vast majority of Latinos and overwhelming majority of African American voters supported Biden-Harris ticket and were crucial to its success, many Black and brown voters have family and friends who fervently back the MAGA policy agenda, including its delusions and conspiracy theories. One of the organizers of the Stop the Steal movement is Ally Alexander, a Trump supporter who identifies as Black and Arab. Oh my God. The chairman of the neo-fascist Proud Boys is Enrico Tarrio, a Latino raised in Miami's Little Havana who identifies as Afro-Cuban. When he arrived in Washington for January 6 March, he was arrested for allegedly burning a Black Lives Matter banner taken from a Black church the month before.
Wow. Total traitor to his race.
What are we to make of Tarrio? What are we to make of him? Wow, that sounds weird. And more broadly, of Latino voters inspired by Trump. And what are we to make of unmistakably white mob? Oh God, what are we to make of unmistakably white mob violence? So they're classifying the riot as racially oriented.
As white
Okay.
mob violence.
White mob violence. And they
Pretty
capitalize the
crazy.
white. That also includes non-white participants. It's so funny. It's like an event happens that should make them reevaluate their view of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But do they?
No, of course
They
not.
say, maybe I was wrong?
No.
Fuck no.
Nobody says they're wrong.
Nobody
Not
says-
even Sitch.
No. Except I did. I just did this.
Oh, you did. Yeah, never mind.
That's true. Okay, but let's see. I want to see their justification. I call this phenomenon multiracial whiteness. The promise that they, too, can lay claim to the politics of aggression, exclusion, and domination.
I don't understand how they can do that. Like, if they're saying white people are somehow genetically predisposed towards aggression and domination, like, how is this any different than the
Well,
race realists that are against black people?
I'll keep reading, but on its onset, that doesn't make any sense, because you're going to say, wait a minute, if minorities wanted to lay claim to the politics of aggression, exclusion, and domination, that's not the Trump side for minorities. So I don't know what the fuck this guy is talking about. Before Trump, conservatives seeking to appeal to Latinos typically embraced the politics of conservative multiculturalism. Politicians such as George W. Bush reached out to the Latino voters by showing a familiarity with their language and history. That's what you were talking about. Emphasizing the values of diversity and inclusion, depicting Latinos as a distinct and valuable part of America's democratic mosaic. Why can't I say this word now? Mosaic. Thank you. Conservative multiculturalism connected Latino culture to Republican values, emphasizing conservative approaches to faith, patriotism, and the traditional family. Trump, by contrast, knows nothing of the history of Latinos in the United States and rarely even pretends to find value in Latinos' distinct identities. Rather than offering his non-white voters recognition, Trump has offered them multicultural whiteness. Maybe Latinos don't feel like they have some distinct identity that needs to be separate from other Americans. Did that ever like enter your mind? Right? Not everyone conceptualizes their identity around race or ethnicity.
Yeah.
But it didn't even occur to this person. Rooted. How long is this article? Oh, it's not much longer. I hate like those newspapers where like you scroll a little bit and the article's done, but you have to scroll like 10 more scrolls down, so you think the article just goes on forever.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't. Anyway. Oh no. I just saw blood drinking pedophiles.
In the article?
Rooted in America's ugly history of white supremacy, dispossession and anti-blackness, Native American dispossession and anti-blackness. Multiracial whiteness is an ideology invested in the unequal distribution of land, wealth, power, and privilege, a form of hierarchy in which the standing of one section of the population is premised on the debasement of others. Multiracial whiteness reflects an understanding of whiteness as a political color and not simple racial identity, a discriminatory worldview in which feelings of freedom and belonging are produced through the persecution and dehumanization of others. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear, this piece of shit, this racist, fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Uh-oh. Sister's getting triggered.
Okay. They created the term multiracial whiteness. And their definition of the term multiracial whiteness is a discriminatory worldview in which feelings of freedom and belonging are produced through the persecution and dehumanization of others.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just woke right there. That's social justice right there.
But that's what I was talking about earlier when I made the joke about, when I say whiteness, I don't mean white people. I mean, white people are evil, but I'm not actually saying white. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Such a fucking vile, disgusting piece of shit to call that whiteness.
Well, the wokesters are dehumanizing white people. That's their whole shtick. That's how they unite. They're describing themselves.
The Washington Post published this disgusting racist propaganda.
Multiracial whiteness is literally social justice.
I know, it's insane.
Yeah.
And also their theory doesn't even make sense.
Nah, it's complete malarkey, but I don't care,
Because if minorities wanted, the unequal distribution of land, wealth, and power and privilege, you'd be on the woke left side, because they're all about they're literally, that's like their bread and butter, is that they want to flip the hierarchy.
If they want to fight income inequality and wealth inequality and that kind of thing, which is something I'm completely sympathetic for, but I kind of don't understand why you want to turn that into a race thing. Seems like maybe there's a lot of white people that don't necessarily like the extreme wealth inequality that we're experiencing.
Multiracial whiteness promises Latino Trump supporters freedom from the politics of diversity and recognition. For voters who see the very act of acknowledging one's racial identity as itself racist, Okay. The politics of multiracial whiteness reinforces their desired approach to be colorblind individualism.
Oh my God, they're attacking colorblindness again.
And individualism. This is fucking foul. In the politics of multiracial whiteness, anyone can join the MAGA movement and engage in the wild freedom of unbridled rage and conspiracy theories. So, whiteness is not only being associated with the persecution and dehumanization of others, but also with individualism and colorblindness. So, wow, this is multiracial whiteness offers citizens of every background the freedom to call Muslims terrorists, demand that undocumented immigrants be rounded up and deported, deride Black Lives Matter as a movement of thugs and criminals, and accuse Democrats of being blood-drinking pedophiles. Here, the politics of exclusion, violence, and demonization are available to all. Okay, you fucking dumb piece of shit. This person's complaining about the politics of demonization, and they've literally labeled whiteness
demonizing white people
as an idea about persecuting and dehumanizing others. Like, are you fucking out of your mind?
Yeah.
Are you insane?
The whole article
This person is evil.
dehumanization.
This person is literally fucking evil.
Yeah. Evil.
Jesus Christ.
Terrible.
What a racist piece of shit.
And they write for the Washington Post.
Well, no, they're not. They're just an op-ed. This is Christina Beltran, an associate professor in New York University's Department of Social and Cultural Analysis.
She probably has lunch with Jonathan Haidt. She's at the same university.
Oh my God. She's written 2 books: The Trouble with Unity, Latino Politics and the Creation of Identity.
God. The Trouble with Unity.
And then that was 10 years ago. The book she wrote last year was Cruelty as Citizenship: How Migrant Suffering Sustains White Democracy. Oh my God.
Wow.
What a piece of shit this lady is. Fuck you. You racist fucking bigot. God. Disgusting.
Yeah. Terrible.
I see what people on Twitter said about her articles. Anyone insightful piece. Great piece. Thank you. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
That'll drive you crazy. You can't just dig into that.
Crazy.
You should follow her. Respond to some of her tweets. See how long it takes before you get blocked.
So I'm glad to see like the most comments under it are all comments attacking the piece. Is fucking stupid.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's
good.
At least there's that.
The normies don't like being pitted against one another. It's like, geez, we just want to, eat tacos and hang out.
Right.
It's like, we don't want to go to war over this, like, race baiting nonsense.
Why are the comments disabled on this article? I want to leave a comment on this fucking article.
Oh, really?
It says comments are not available in the story. They're at the Washington Post. We value upholding civil dialogue around the news of the day. We're currently experiencing a high volume of comments. So there you go. Because people were like, read this and I'm like, are you fucking insane? You're literally just fucking publishing like insane racist garbage.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyways, thanks for that. Stug for $2 says, that's not the last one, fool.
That must be the last one. That's the last super chat, he said.
Oh, well, that was the last super chat. Oh, no, it wasn't. Because now we have CT for another $1 says, is doing laps now fun? I used to do that almost exclusively. Ew, what? LOL, could hold my breath for well over a minute too. Still can when I'm doing the meditation stuff. I will say, I had really not great lung capacity, but when I do the Wim Hof method, I could hold my breath for like 2 fucking minutes. It's crazy.
I can swim back and forth underwater in the swimming pool 6 times.
In one breath?
I'll hold my breath, yeah.
Wow.
It's a tiny little pool.
Impressive. Oh, maybe not that impressive.
Oh, wait, it's the bathtub. Never mind. No, I could usually go once back and forth in like a normal size swimming pool, but yeah, I'm pretty good at swimming underwater.
I would recommend everyone try the Wim Hof breathing YouTube tutorial just to you feel like you have a superpower because you do a breathing technique and you like can just hold your breath super long on the first time. And you're like, I'm a fucking superhero now. I can just hold my breath forever.
What is
Who needs
the?
to breathe
Give us the
anymore?
lowdown. How do you do it? What's the? How do you
It's
do
just
it?
it's just you breathe the way you just breathe in like really deep and out really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
He has like a YouTube tutorial and you just follow it. And just literally it's like breathe in, breathe out, breathe. And you just do it for like you do 30 breaths and then you hold your breath
Mm-hmm.
for 30 seconds. You do another 30 breaths, you hold it for a minute. You do another 30 reps and then or breaths, and then you hold your breath for a minute 30. But you can pause it and you can just fucking like when I did it, like the first time, I'm like, holy shit, I could just hold my breath for like ever. It was crazy.
So you do 30 breaths and then hold your breath for a minute, and then you do 30 more breaths and you hold your breath for a minute, and then you dive in and swim underwater.
Well, you don't swim
Mm-hmm.
at all. That's nothing to do with swimming.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, if you're underwater, I mean, a lot of oxygen is absorbed through your skin. So if you swim underwater, it's
yeah,
like,
I don't know.
it's a lot
I
more
don't know
difficult.
how it works that way, but
Yeah.
I recommend everyone check it out just to do it once, just to be like, oh, I have a superpower. It's like a really interesting sensation.
My nickname is like Man from Atlantis, so I'm an excellent swimmer. I mean, I don't want to
Okay.
brag or anything, but
Okay.
yeah. Sometimes people call me Michael Phelps.
Uh-huh. I bet he's got those little red bathing shorts. that he
Oh
swims in.
no. No.
Harker for $1. Hey Harker says, if you could do one illegal thing and get away with it scot-free, what would you do and how? I can't answer that question.
Yeah, that's
That's not an answer. That's not a stream
stream
answerable question, Harker. How dare you ask?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
We should go before people start guessing in the chat.
We should go. We should go. Wow, Harker, how dare you? Anyways,
Why would she do that?
thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very generous super chats. Thank you for going with us on this journey through AOC's hypocrisy and her unhinged, total crazy ranting.
Mhm.
Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope you have a wonderful week.
Wonderful week. Yes, that would
Wonderful.
be great. Wonderful week. Yes. Yeah, that would be great.
We're waiting at. First of all, I didn't hear any harmonica playing, so I'm a little disappointed. There it is. There it is.
Bye-bye.